If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 31, P2W 31, Shisui's Hope. Shisui, you need to believe in the third Hokage. Orochimaru-sensei is his disciple, so he might become the fifth Hokage. If that happens, all our concerns will be irrelevant because Orochimaru-sensei will be the fifth Hokage. Now, Uchiha Yoru has changed and genuinely cares about the village and the Uchiha clan members who aspire to become Hokage. He seems to be advising Shisui not to be too extreme in his views. Even Shisui secretly begins to doubt himself. When did he start doubting the village? He can't believe in the Hokage anymore. It's frustrating. Suddenly, a deep sense of guilt overwhelms him. Shisui looks at his guiding light in life with gratitude and says, Yorinai-Aizen, thank you. It was my own extremism. Yes, under Yoru's persuasion, Shisui believes that he has become extreme and shows a look of shame. But Yoru, in his heart, silently disagrees, knowing that once Shisui realizes that the village didn't choose Orochimaru as the fifth Hokage, his dissatisfaction will resurface even stronger. Breaking Shisui's conviction in the third Hokage's will of fire cannot be done overnight, it requires time. It's best to let Shisui witness everything himself. If it weren't for Shisui, the Uchiha wouldn't have established a relationship with Orochimaru. After Orochimaru returns to the village, Shisui will still struggle to earn the trust of the clan and the Hokage. He won't have time to worry about these things. But now, Orochimaru is not only involved with the Uchiha clan but also a significant portion, if not all, of the village's ninjas consider him the future Hokage. Placing all their hopes on Orochimaru and shaping him as a shining figure who carries the darkness silently. It's disappointing. Looking at Shisui, who is now filled with guilt and self-blame, Uchiha Yoru smiles and pats his shoulder. Shisui, you're still young. It's good to have your own opinions, but you shouldn't blindly trust anyone. You need to see things from multiple perspectives. Yorinai-Aizen, I was narrow-minded. This time, Shisui truly realizes his mistake, and Yoru nods with a smile. Don't worry, when we go back to the village, everything will be stable. We can't miss Orochimaru-sensei's inauguration ceremony as the fifth Hokage. In one sentence, I will make you, Uchiha Shisui, believe completely in one thing: Orochimaru being summoned back to the village means he will become the Hokage. Once this hope fills your mind, you will realize how beautiful your thoughts are and how cruel reality can be. Upon hearing that Orochimaru-sama is returning to become the fifth Hokage, Shisui's face immediately shows excitement, unaware of the dark experiences that await him. Yorinai-Aizen, I will witness Orochimaru-sama becoming the fifth Hokage with my own eyes. Shisui's eyes are filled with determination at this moment, completely fanatical. He can already see the reconciliation between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage lineage, with the Uchiha clan regaining the trust of the village. However, Uchiha Yoru frowns and contemplates silently. After analyzing the information, he seems to have discovered some different circumstances. After all, he only has sporadic information from Kishimoto, that old thief. In the original story, there is no confirmed time when Orochimaru betrayed the village, but some fragments can provide a general idea. When Orochimaru defected, the third Hokage was in the village. Upon hearing this news, he became furious and led the Anbu to capture Orochimaru. From this, one thing can be determined: Orochimaru was not far from the village at that time, probably nearby. The second clue is from an episode in the anime, where Uchiha Itachi was training alone and about to be attacked by countless shuriken. At that moment, Orochimaru, who was secretly observing, was prepared to rescue him. At that time, Orochimaru was clearly not a defector and still wore the forehead protector. It is unclear how old Itachi was at that time, but one thing is certain: Itachi, as the son of the clan head, would have trained in a special secret room within the clan. Orochimaru's presence indicates that Uchiha Itachi had a connection with him, otherwise, Orochimaru would not have appeared so openly. According to various sources, Itaki awakened his Sharingan at the age of 8, which means Orochimaru was still a ninja of Konoha before Itaki turned 8. If that's the case, then there should be about 2 more years. After careful analysis, Uchiha Yoru's eyes narrow, revealing a smile. Meanwhile, Shisui, who is beside him, thinks that his big brother is talking about the ceremony to select the 5th Hokage that will happen after their return to the village. The two of them, with a single sentence, have completely different thoughts. Chapter 32, P2W 32, Yoru's Hehe Moments. Border defense of the Land of Fire was recently entrusted to Sarutobi Shinzo. Now, the defense of the Land of Water has also been taken over by someone else. Many years of hard-earned achievements were snatched away, and Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, was transferred back to the village. This news spread, causing concern among the ninja on the front lines. It seemed excessive to them. Orochimaru, though cold to others, was still considered a hero of Konoha. In the Land of Lightning, inside the office building of the Raikage in Hidden Cloud Village, the 4th Raikage, looked at incoming intelligence and grew increasingly concerned. Orochimaru has been recalled to the village? They replaced the front lines with Sarutobi Shinzo, Uchiha, and Hyuga? What is Konoha thinking? They're completely disregarding us. Just when the tension on the front lines had eased, Konoha seemed to be rubbing it in their faces, displaying no fear. Anger filled the 4th Raikage's eyes. Dode, a mature-looking middle-aged man in the office, saw the irritable Raikage and sighed with a bitter smile. Raikage-sama, despite the losses suffered during the Nine Tails incident, Konoha's strength is still formidable. Regarding this intelligence about the front lines, there might be something else worth our attention. Dode, a high-ranking shinobi of Hidden Cloud Village and a minister to the previous Raikage, had gained the trust of the 3rd Raikage when he was young and possessed the bloodline limit of lava release. He handed over a selected intelligence report, his expression growing more serious. The 4th Raikage opened the scroll with dissatisfaction. His brow raised when he saw the information inside, especially the date at the end. A solemn expression flashed in his fierce eyes. Dode, you're saying that you received intelligence about Sarutobi Shinzo coming to the front lines 2 months ago. The issue wasn't the intelligence report itself, but rather the timeline. Nobody knew 2 months ago that Sarutobi Shinzo would be appointed as the commander of the border. This was the biggest problem. The 4th Raikage's expression turned grave, and Dode nodded solemnly. There's no problem with the timeline, but the person who transmitted the information seems not to be the one we arranged. The spy who transmitted the information was captured by Konoha. This line should have been abandoned, but someone unexpectedly used it to transmit information. The 4th Raikage's expression turned grave upon hearing this. Dode, increase the level of scrutiny on this intelligence transmission. And be cautious. Both of them were seasoned veterans of the ninja world, having seen many things. Dode agreed with a nod. Raikage-sama, rest assured. There are only 3 possibilities for someone to transmit this information using that line. First, our spy has not been exposed, but the likelihood of that is low. Second, someone in Konoha is dissatisfied with their leadership or too greedy and has betrayed their village's interests. Third, it is highly possible that this is a trap set by Konoha. It was common for a spy to be captured, and the opposing side would use the spy's intelligence line to transmit false information. Sometimes they would even use this intelligence line to transmit important information of their own, proving their betrayal of the village and demanding resources or money. Raikage-sama, the other party's intentions are clear. They are currently trading intelligence for gold and valuable medicinal herbs. After Dode presented the materials Konoha's undercover agents were demanding, the 4th Raikage, sneered, give it to them. The person who can transmit this news is not low in status. As long as the information is accurate, we'll give them what they want. Ninjas always value information above all else. Whether this person is genuine or not, they have some value for now. Giving away some resources is normal. If the other side didn't ask for anything, I would be suspicious. The authenticity of the intelligence and the requested resources would be confirmed by their specialized department, so they wouldn't easily fall into a trap. It all depended on the strategies employed by both sides. However, this time, the Hidden Cloud Village miscalculated. After exhausting numerous methods, they discovered that everything they had given was in vain because the information provided by the other side was all true and contained no deception. Dode, prepare the front lines for another probing harassment. Let's see what game Konoha is playing. Yes. Dode, experienced and composed, immediately acknowledged without hesitation. He admired the fourth Raikage's character. He was reckless but never made foolish mistakes. He was rough but had a keen eye for details. In the land of water, village hidden in the mist, Fugyuki Sukazan opens his sharp teeth and gazes at the intelligence in his hand, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Hehe, it seems there are quite a few like-minded individuals in the shinobi world. There's never a shortage of people who betray their own village to further their own interests. Just like him, Fugyuki has also secretly betrayed the interests of some villages. Hehe, your appetite is quite large, demanding such a quantity of precious medicinal herbs and gold. However, I'll indulge you, but I hope you, little mouse, won't play any tricks. As for the opponent's setup, that's a joke for Fugyuki Sukazan. With the significant events occurring in Konoha, his village has already decided to launch a probing war against them, albeit a small-scale one. The village hidden in the mist has never cared much for these sacrifices, they are only concerned with their own interests. In the land of earth, village hidden in the rocks, inside the Tsuchikage's tall office, the current Tsuchikage, Noki, appears energetic. As he receives the intelligence that requires an upgrade, his eyebrows furrow, revealing a sense of seriousness. Another selfish person betraying their own village's interests? Or perhaps it's another self-directed play. Muttering to himself, Noki, who has experienced the 3 great ninja wars, is filled with wisdom. His eyebrow raises when he reaches the part of the intelligence that reveals the enemy's demands. Such a grand appetite, but it might be possible. As long as the intelligence is accurate, it's worth it. Noki places the intelligence on the table and seals it with an S-rank seal. Instruct the intelligence division to monitor closely. Whenever significant intelligence arises, thorough analysis must be conducted. As for the gold and medicinal herbs they are demanding, as long as it doesn't exceed the value of the intelligence, provide it. Having finally discovered a high-ranking spy within Konoha, Noki intends to capitalize on this advantage. It could also be a trick orchestrated by Konoha's secret manipulator, Danzo Shimura, but such tactics are commonly used by nations. It's a matter of whose methods are superior and whose strategic abilities prevail. Chapter 33, P2W 33, Human Nature. Konoha. After 6 long months, Uchiha Yoru and his team finally returned to the village. The constant tension on the front lines had taken a toll on their spirits, so coming back to the village brought a sense of relief. Their return was relatively calm, except for one of the Sunin, Orochimaru. He gazed at the empty gates of Konoha, a hoarse smile forming on his face as he licked his lips. With a raspy laugh, Orochimaru slowly entered the village. To others, this scene seemed insignificant, but to Uchiha Shisui, it was filled with irony. Orochimaru-sama is a hero. Since the Nine Tails incident last October, he has faced the pressure from 2 major nations and countless smaller ones all by himself. One can only imagine the kind of strain he endured on the front lines. Yet, in less than 6 months, everything had been resolved. But this great hero was returning to the village in such a desolate state. Shisui couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with Konoha's current leadership. Yorunai Aizen, how can the village treat Orochimaru-sama like this? On their way back, Shisui couldn't hold back his thoughts and spoke quietly to Uchiha Yoru, the person he trusted more than anyone else. Seeing Shisui's expression, Uchiha Yoru wore a serious face and looked at him solemnly. Shisui, You must believe in the will of fire. This might be the opinion of a few corrupted individuals, but it's not the opinion of everyone. You must believe in the village. Uchiha Yoru appeared to be earnestly cautioning Shisui, warning him against harboring negative thoughts. But deep down, he was delighted. That's just how people are. The more you suppress their thoughts, the more those thoughts grow and intensify. If he were to vent his frustrations with Shisui, they would both begin questioning their own beliefs afterward. At present, he wanted to eliminate any possibility of Shisui expressing his discontent and make him suppress all those disturbing thoughts within him. Then, he would wait for the right moment, and those thoughts would explode completely. Yorinai-izen, I didn't. I have always believed in the will of fire. Even though Shisui was a Jainin, he couldn't help but feel uneasy in front of Uchiha Yoru. It was as if he genuinely had some dissatisfaction with Konoha's higher UPS. At this moment, he spoke words that he didn't truly mean. Observing Shisui in this state, Uchiha Yoru smiled and approached him, offering comfort by patting his shoulder. Shisui, perhaps the pressure on the front lines was too much for you. After coming back this time, relax and don't be too tense. You must believe in the village and the will of fire. Shisui, comforted by Uchiha Yoru, smiled, but doubts lingered in his heart. Did he truly start doubting Konoha's leadership? No. How could he think that way? Initially, he had merely been dissatisfied with how Orochimaru-sama was being treated. But now, after being told all this, he found himself entertaining thoughts that the village had gone too far. Human nature. Uchiha Yoru was confident in his understanding of human nature and wore a smile on his face. He wanted to make Shisui feel guilty. The more he did that, the more Shisui would believe that he had wicked thoughts in his heart. Once those thoughts were suppressed, they would forever leave a mark. Let's go. I have been away for half a year, and I miss home. With Shisui by his side, Uchiha Yoru smiled nonchalantly. However, when Shisui wanted to say something, he saw the smile on Yoru's face and didn't know how to respond. As Shisui hesitated and struggled to find the right words, the two of them had already arrived at the Uchiha clan's new settlement after the relocation. They stopped in their tracks. Shisui looked up and couldn't believe what he saw, the blank expression on Yoru's face. His own unease and embarrassment grew. In the past 6 months, Shisui had made several trips to transport supplies and was well aware of the situation within the clan. But Yoru was unaware. The Uchiha clan's new settlement couldn't be described as remote anymore. It was as if they had moved into an uninhabited forest. Surrounded by dense forests, with fresh air and the chirping of birds, the new Uchiha settlement was 3 times larger than before. But it exuded a sense of isolation, or, to put it bluntly, a feeling of being cut off from the world. Yorinai-izen. After hesitating for a while, Uchiha Shisui tried to comfort his elder brother, but Uchiha Yoru was the first to react. So, this is the new settlement. Just as I expected, the village still trusts us Uchiha. Otherwise, they wouldn't have planned such a large territory for us. Haha. Although he wore a casual smile, there was a noticeable strain in his effort. Even when he mentioned the village again, he lacked the earlier confidence. Shisui found it highly ironic. Uchiha Yoru forced a strained smile and approached Shisui, patting his shoulder. Shisui, is this the house the clan head and elders prepared for me? You always said you were envious of it. Amidst laughter and conversation, the two of them slowly entered the Uchiha settlement. As they stepped into the Uchiha clan's territory, countless eyes looked at them with numbness and loneliness, as if everyone was watching. But as soon as they recognized their own clan's shinobi, everyone smiled. It seemed that this was the moment they felt at home. Uchiha's cold eyes were just a facade in front of outsiders, concealing their loneliness. Haha, Shisui, so this is the house bestowed upon me by the clan head. It truly lives up to your envy. Such a large courtyard. You should work hard, Shisui. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's carefree laughter made Shisui even more uneasy. It was evident that he was using his smile to mask the emptiness in his heart. After all, just before they entered the village, he fervently believed in the village and the will of fire, even warning Shisui not to entertain those negative thoughts. But now, reality was slapping him in the face. The Uchiha clan was clearly being isolated. Yorinai Aizen, the clan head and elders said that this is your reward for your great deeds for the clan. It was specially prepared for you. At this point, Shisui, pretending not to notice Yoru's forced smile, changed the topic and spoke with a smile. These rewards were given by the clan for Yoru's accomplishments. All right, Shisui, you should go back now. I can't wait to see my new home. He seemed to be rushing Shisui, but that was what concerned Shisui the most. Seeing his hesitation, Shisui couldn't help but display a concerned expression and asked his elder brother, who had so much faith in the will of fire, Yorinai Aizen, are you okay? At this point, he naturally saw through Shisui's insincere words. Uchiha Yoru, wearing a resolute expression, turned his head and looked at Shisui, speaking with a serious tone. Shisui, you mustn't think like that. You must believe. Once Orochimaru-sensei becomes the 5th Hokage, everything will change. All of this is just temporary. Observing Uchiha Yoru's determined expression and the hint of warning and resolution in his eyes, Shisui solemnly nodded. Yorinai Aizen, don't worry. I believe that everything will change once Orochimaru-sama becomes the Hokage. That's just how humans are. The more you try to prevent them from thinking in a certain way, the more they will start thinking in the opposite direction. Chapter 34, P2W 34, Progress. Uchiha Clan, Main Shrine. In a dimly lit stone chamber, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head, and Uchiha Setsuna, the elder, sat together. Uchiha Yoru observed their surroundings and wondered if this was a customary practice of the clan, conducting discussions in secretive rooms with subdued lighting. Yoru, your contributions to the clan have brought great honor. The clan acknowledges and remembers them, Fugaku spoke, delivering words of inspiration. Yoru feigned excitement, displaying a thrilled expression as he nodded solemnly. Clan head, elder, I am dedicated to upholding the pride of the Uchiha. If we're serving inspirational soup, count me in too. An old saying from my ancestors in a past life goes, when you lack the power to change everything, you must learn to adapt. Yoru, what is the purpose of summoning Orochimaru back to the village this time? Setsuna inquired. The Uchiha clan, not known for their eloquence inherited from the Hokage lineage, swiftly transitioned from inspirational words to the main topic. Yoru appreciated this directness, but he disagreed. Once he gained influence within the clan, he would undoubtedly need to master the art of speechcraft like the 3rd Hokage. Fugaku and Setsuna looked at Yoru with questioning eyes. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, Yoru set aside his idle thoughts and respectfully replied, Clan head, elder, the situation is not optimistic. What's the matter? Fugaku and Setsuna wore grave expressions. They were well aware that the Uchiha clan was currently being marginalized by the entire village. After finally establishing a connection with Orochimaru, they didn't want to jeopardize this source of support. Yoru let out a sigh and began to explain. Clan head, elder, Orochimaru-sensei has always aspired to become the 5th Hokage. However, recent developments indicate that others are unjustly taking credit for his accomplishments. Orochimaru-sensei even hinted at certain individuals in the village who oppose his candidacy for Hokage. I specifically asked Orochimaru-sensei about this. If he were to become Hokage without a solid foundation, it might be acceptable. But with Orochimaru-sensei's team, once he assumes the position, the village's interests will need to be reassessed. As Yoru uttered the last sentence, he furrowed his brow, pretending to be oblivious. However, when Fugaku and Setsuna heard these words, their faces turned pale. They understood the implications. Setsuna couldn't help but curse. Indeed, the Sarutobi clan is becoming restless. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't bear to relinquish his current advantages. Elder, calm down. Fugaku shared the same belief, but he remained composed. He attempted to reason with the elder by his side. However, as a representative of the Hawk faction, Setsuna refused to back down. He coldly sneered, paying no attention to Fugaku's words. Fugaku, don't you see it? The interests within the village have just been defined. The emergence of a new fifth Hokage signifies the rise of a new power, which will undoubtedly impact the interests of various clans within the village. They don't want that, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's evident that he is driven by a lust for power. Observing Setsuna's disdainful expression towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, Fugaku, the clan head, sighed. He didn't know how to persuade Setsuna, so he turned his attention back to Yoru and posed another question. Yoru, do you know what plans await Orochimaru upon his return to the village? This was a crucial question. What was the purpose of bringing back Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin? They couldn't simply keep him in the village as a figurehead, could they? Setsuna was also intrigued by this question. Yoru let out a genuine sigh and conveyed what Orochimaru had revealed through his telepathic animal, Manda. Yoru couldn't help but feel impressed and awed. The political maneuvering skills of the Hokage lineage were truly remarkable. After all, Yoru possessed the perspective of 5,000 years from his previous life, enabling him to understand these political intricacies. The current shinobi world had only existed for a short time, and the 5 great nations had only gone through a few generations. These political strategies were developed through accumulated experience. Clan head, Elder, Orochimaru-sensei is currently a member of the Root. He mentioned that they have been assigned a top-secret S-rank mission to undertake. When Uchiha Yoru addressed the clan leader Fugaku and the elder Setsuna, he raised his head and focused his gaze on them. Before they could inquire further, he immediately adopted a serious expression, emphasizing the clan's interests as he delved into the details of the top-secret mission. The Root intends to revive the wood release experiment project, along with another human experiment. I don't have all the specifics yet, but my unique medical ninjutsu skills have garnered my teacher's attention. Upon hearing this, Fugaku and Elder Setsuna displayed different reactions. Fugaku silently breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that it wasn't a major operation. However, Elder Setsuna seemed to have grasped something and snorted disdainfully. They plan to restart the wood release human experiment? What is the village attempting to achieve? Isn't it clear? They are clearly preparing to guard against us, the Uchiha. Wood release has the power to control tailed beasts, and it serves as a weapon against us, the Uchiha. It must be acknowledged that this elder held a strong animosity towards the village. Nevertheless, Uchiha Yoru inwardly shook his head and sighed. The Uchiha clan has always resided on the outskirts of the center of power. How could they possess the foresight that accompanies years of political experience like the Hokage? Clearly, this is a means to conceal Orochimaru. It's a top-secret mission that perfectly aligns with Orochimaru's interests and has the potential to resolve the forthcoming political crisis. There is no need to choose the 5th Hokage. The interests of the village's higher UPS will be safeguarded, and everything will remain unchanged. It's a flawless plan. Yet, no one could have anticipated that this concealment might cause Orochimaru to completely abandon Konoha or, perhaps, it will be the moment when Orochimaru ultimately surrenders as everything unravels. Clan leader, Elder, based on the information I've gathered, the village's wood release experiment project experienced an accidental success several years ago, which is why it's being restarted now. What? When Uchiha Yoru disclosed this information, Fugaku and Elder Setsuna's expressions immediately shifted to shock. Wood release. While Fugaku might not fully comprehend it, Elder Setsuna was well aware of the terrifying power it wielded. The village succeeded? And now they want to revive it. In that instant, all of Elder Setsuna's dissatisfaction vanished, replaced by profound fear. Wood release. Only those eyes can counter it. Until the Uchiha obtain those eyes, they absolutely cannot engage in conflict with Konoha again. Clan leader, elder, based on the information I obtained, despite the village's intent to restart the wood release project, the funding falls considerably short due to Konoha's instability. As Uchiha Yoru voiced this, Elder Setsuna was the quickest to react. Sporting a cold smile, he remarked, "Excellent. Excellent. The third Hokage truly possesses a cunning plan." At that moment, not only was Uchiha Yoru taken aback, even clan leader Fugaku wore a puzzled expression. Elder Setsuna glanced at them and sneered, saying, "Isn't it obvious? Research of this magnitude cannot be accomplished in a matter of years. If the wood release project were easily researched, there wouldn't have been only one accidental experimental subject all these years. Even if there were, for Orochimaru to make groundbreaking progress, it would take several years at the very least, let alone considering the current lack of funding. The third Hokage and the entire high-ranking officials are playing a delaying game. The shortage of funds serves as a means to stall Orochimaru's ambitions of becoming the next Hokage." Elder Setsuna seemed to have unraveled the entire situation. The high-ranking officials in Konoha are reluctant to relinquish their power and are doing everything in their power to impede Orochimaru's ascent to Hokage. Upon hearing this, clan leader Fugaku also displayed a realization on his face and nodded with a grave expression. Elder Setsuna is correct. However, this also presents an opportunity for us, the Uchiha. After Fugaku and Elder Setsuna exchanged glances, smiles graced their faces. It may not bode well for Orochimaru, but it is a chance for them, the Uchiha. It's an opportunity that has been presented to them. Yoru. The clan is ready to fully support Orochimaru's research funding. At that moment, both of them made up their minds. They wouldn't easily let go of such a tremendous opportunity. And when Uchiha Yoru witnessed the sagacity of these two individuals, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated as he solemnly nodded. "Clan leader, elder, for the glory of the Uchiha, I, Uchiha Yoru, will firmly stand by Orochimaru-sensei." After the secret family meeting ended, Uchiha Yoru found himself fully engrossed in the Uchiha Power Center. He had also made a decision regarding the future direction of the Uchiha clan. However, associating with the Uchiha clan didn't bode well for anyone, as proven by his unfortunate connection with Orochimaru. Not only the Uchiha clan, but several other clans in Konoha were also interested in aligning themselves with Orochimaru. Despite the looming threat of Orochimaru being sidelined, many still held him in high regard. The high-ranking officials in Konoha were already advanced in age. How much longer could they hold on to their power? On the other hand, Orochimaru was in his prime. The new generation had not yet fully matured, which meant that within the next 5 years, only 3 candidates in the entire village were eligible to compete for the position of the 5th Hokage. These 3 candidates were the Sunin. Jiraiya was carefree and unrestrained, Tsunade was far away, and it had been decided more than a year ago that they would not participate in the competition for the 4th Hokage position. Now, with the passage of time, no one could rival Orochimaru in terms of popularity. As for the delaying policies of the higher UPS, it was only a matter of time before they were overthrown. Consequently, numerous individuals were contemplating ways to align themselves with Orochimaru. Returning to the luxurious house assigned to him by the clan, Uchiha Yoru closed his eyes and pondered his plans for the next 2 years. According to his calculations, Itachi was currently 6 years old and would turn 7 next year. By the time Itachi reached 8, it would be around the time when Orochimaru would defect. Host, Uchiha Yoru, 1 Tomo. Chakra level, Elite Chunin. Chakra nature, Fire, LV3, Lightning, LV4. Swordsmanship, Taijutsu/physical skills LV4, Medical ninjutsu, LV4. Gold, 21.35 million. Looking at his own panel, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but feel disheartened. Despite all the hard work and risks he had taken in the past 6 months, his gains were meager. It was truly embarrassing. This amount of gold was enough to evolve his Sharingan into the 3 Tomo, but what would that accomplish? Evolving it into the 3 Tomo would only enhance his physical abilities and chakra to a level comparable to a high-level Jonin at best. Moreover, it would take time, and more importantly, would his rapid Sharingan evolution attract the attention of certain individuals who might covet his power? After all, his identity was highly sensitive now. There were certainly people in Konoha who would hope for something unfortunate to befall Uchiha, especially as he grew closer to Orochimaru. Someone lurking in the shadows like Danzo, for instance. As he contemplated this, Uchiha Yoru fell into deep thought. Ninjas prioritize information, and for now, I can still pass off my sudden acquisition of medical ninjutsu. I should try to avoid evolving my Sharingan before Orochimaru-sensei defects, or at most, I should evolve it into the 2 Tomo. Within these 2 years, I must become a Jonin, or even an elite Jonin, in order to truly have influence within the clan. If Orochimaru were to defect in 2 years and he remained at the same level of strength, he would become a discarded piece. However, if he possessed a certain level of strength and handled the situation correctly, he might be able to inherit a portion of Orochimaru's legacy. In the original story, Orochimaru had already defected for 10 years, yet there were still young admirers of Orochimaru in Konoha. This demonstrated the extent of Orochimaru's influence. And how could Orochimaru, someone who had competed for the position of Hokage, not have a group of followers? That was an inheritance. If Orochimaru defected, the first group to be targeted would be his followers. With his connection to the Uchiha Yoru had nothing to fear. But what about others? As he pondered this, Uchiha Yoru smiled. Perhaps I need to enhance my strength in these 2 years. Maybe even become a remarkable genius in Orochimaru-sensei's eyes, but I shouldn't display too much talent in the bloodline. Exchange 2 Tomo Sharingan, cost, 1 million gold. Exchange Kakashi's lightning-fast hand seal, cost, 10 million gold. Exchange 3rd Raikage's physique talent, cost, 10 million gold. Chapter 35, P2W 35, Hand Seal. Uchiha Yoru felt a sudden tingling sensation coursing through his body, causing him to endure a brief but uncomfortable itchiness. This intense feeling quickly subsided, lasting less than 2 minutes. It wasn't that he didn't desire the abilities of the Uzumaki clan, they were just too costly to acquire. As for the exchange involving the 3rd Raikage's physical talent, it was more about enhancing his natural abilities rather than accessing bloodline limits. It focused on amplifying a specific talent he possessed, akin to strengthening a particular aspect of his body. Gasping for breath, Yoru lifted his head and wore a satisfied smile. Indeed, my assumption was correct. Apart from bloodline exchanges, enhancing one's physique is also a gradual process of exploration. And Kakashi's sealing speed provides a direct method. Although the 3rd Raikage only made a few appearances in the series, he left an indelible impression. Yoru had meticulously considered the evaluations of the 3rd Raikage before making his final decision. The fact that the 3rd Raikage could single-handedly battle tailed beasts, even leaving the 8 tails exhausted, showcased his physical strength and chakra capacity, putting him on par with the tailed beasts themselves. It was a test of sheer force. In a final battle that lasted 3 days and nights against tens of thousands of shinobi, he eventually depleted his strength and perished. Moreover, Yoru's exchange focused on enhancing his own physique and affinity for lightning release ninjutsu, based on the 3rd Raikage's traits. As Yoru felt his body, a smile formed on his lips. I can now be considered a genius in chakra control and manipulation. After all, I am in the prime of Kakashi. During Naruto Shippuden, Kakashi demonstrated astonishing speed on the lake, performing ninjutsu in a blur, as if in a super-fast playback. However, only Yoru knew the changes that had occurred within his body. Hand seals. It wasn't solely about swift hand movements, hand seals were used to manipulate the chakra within the body. Specific seals could activate chakra flow in the 8 major meridians. However, each meridian required precise control of the speed and location of the chakra flow, depending on the different ninjutsu. Therefore, one's chakra control speed determined the speed of executing hand seals. If your chakra flowed swiftly and you could control it with speed, then naturally your hand seal execution would be sufficient. Otherwise, every shinobi would have prioritized training in hand seal speed. Initially, the speed of chakra flow was an innate talent, meaning some individuals were naturally faster, surpassing others. There was also the type that developed through postnatal training, achieved by practicing chakra control extensively, eventually reaching a level where they could turn an iron rod into a needle. A hand seal speed half a second faster could determine life or death. Not to mention, Yoru had skipped over a decade of hard work, achieving a level that countless people could never dream of attaining in their lifetimes. After all, Kakashi Hatake became a jonin at the age of 12, and his hand seal proficiency was said to be perfect. This showcased his exceptional talent in this area. In Naruto Shippuden, Kakashi was already in his 30s, and his hand seal proficiency had reached its prime. In other words, his talent in hand seals, chakra control and manipulation, had surpassed perfection. He was only 15 years old now, while Naruto Shippuden Kakashi was already in his 30s. The crucial aspect was ninjutsu. Ninjutsu was divided into 4 levels, S, A, B, and C, each with different training difficulties. If one didn't meet the required chakra control standard, no amount of training would lead to success. Additionally, some profound ninjutsu required activation of multiple chakra meridians, which ordinary shinobi couldn't achieve in terms of control. The image of the Sharingan with its 2 tomo patterns flashed in Yoru's mind. In this moment, he couldn't help but smile as he sensed the changes in his body. He muttered to himself, "The awakening of the 2 tomo patterns has expedited the transformation of my physique. This sudden change partially explains the increased speed of my chakra flow." The third Raikage's physique, on the other hand, underwent a gradual process. It's perfect. In the ninja world, awakening bloodline limits or experiencing bloodline evolution brought about profound changes. Some individuals even transformed from mediocrity to genius overnight, as bloodline limits were difficult to explain. Therefore, Yoru's evolution into the 2 tomo patterns of the Sharingan resulted in a significant boost to his chakra control and manipulation. It made sense, considering that everyone possessed different physical attributes, and the direction of enhancement after a bloodline transformation varied accordingly. Host, Uchiha Yoru, 2 tomo. Chakra level, Elite Chunin. Chakra attributes, Fire, LV3, Lightning, LV4, Earth, LV1. Swordsmanship, Taijutsu LV4, Medical Ninjutsu, LV4. Gold, 350,000. Observing his attributes, Yoru noticed minimal changes, except for the addition of the Earth attribute. He understood that it represented an enhancement resulting from the strengthening of his physique. According to the original information, the third Raikage possessed the attributes of fire, lightning, and earth. Nevertheless, Uchiha Yoru wore a satisfied smile. With his natural talent resembling the physique of the third Raikage, he had the potential to become a formidable ninja even without the Sharingan. Currently, only the Sharingan had evolved, and he was the sole individual aware of the changes within his body. Kakashi's hand seal speed in Naruto Shippuden was astonishing, but according to the information, both Kakashi and Ataka had full stars and seals. Overall, Yoru's strength had already reached the level of a special Genin. Moreover, it wouldn't arouse suspicion from others, especially his teacher, Orochimaru. Furthermore, his current state of genius allowed him to learn advanced ninjutsu taught by Orochimaru. Hehe, Orochimaru-sensei, with these changes in my body, you shouldn't notice anything for now. After all, the third Raikage's physique talent requires persistent effort. It's perfect. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's smile grew wider. Even with Orochimaru's betrayal, given his current physical foundation, he would become an elite Genin within 3 years. With the third Rakich's physique and Kakashi's talent in chakra control, he was undoubtedly destined for greatness. After Orochimaru's return to Konoha, it didn't cause much commotion, except for news about intense battles on the front lines. Under Shinzo's supervision, Konoha had made progress in stabilizing the border. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans, situated on the border with the Land of Water, had also settled down. Following the Nine Tails incident last October, Konoha had experienced turmoil, but it seemed to be gradually stabilizing under the leadership of the long-serving third Hokage. Another contributing factor was the diminishing presence of the Sannin. Tsunade and Jiraiya were no longer in the village, and hardly anyone mentioned them. Instead, rumors of the third Hokage's achievements in stabilizing Konoha during the turbulent times circulated in the village. Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, had become a low-profile figure, seemingly insignificant. The reputation that was growing day by day within the village now belonged to the third Hokage. Particularly during the recent turmoil in Konoha, the third Hokage played a decisive role in stabilizing the situation. Coupled with manipulations behind the scenes, all the credit seemed to be attributed to the third Hokage. Even the students at the Ninja Academy, influenced by the environment, began to blindly idolize the third Hokage. Some even spread rumors that he was the strongest Hokage of all time. In the Ninja Academy, a Chunin teacher on the podium passionately recounted the third Hokage's achievements, and the students below listened with excitement, their enthusiasm ignited. However, amidst the countless enthusiastic students and teachers in his class, only one boy stood out. Uchiha Itachi, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt embroidered with the Uchiha clan fan, observed the scene. At the age of 6, he began to contemplate deeply. Having been to the front lines and learned from his older brother, Shisui, that Orochimaru was the commander-in-chief there, Itachi couldn't help but question why all the credit now belonged to the third Hokage. Where had Orochimaru gone? Itachi, intellectually mature beyond his years, didn't realize that his thoughts exceeded what a child his age should ponder. With deep doubts in his heart, he knew he had to explore this issue on his own. Perhaps even Uchiha Shisui himself couldn't have anticipated these changes. Itachi had already embarked on a different path, straying from his original destiny. Itachi-kun. A weak voice interrupted his thoughts. Itachi glanced sideways and saw a petite girl with delicate features and a gentle demeanor. She appeared hesitant but gathered her courage to speak. Itachi-kun, now that the front lines are stabilizing, is Yorunai Aizen going to come back too? Yoru. As one of the legendary shinobi, Orochimaru's disciple, Uchiha Yoru's reputation was at its peak. Itachi instantly understood. He nodded lightly and replied, Yorunai Aizen has already returned. The little girl smiled upon hearing this. Sunlight poured into the classroom, illuminating the emblem of the Uchiha clan on the back of her short-sleeved shirt. Chapter 36, P2W 36, Shrewdness. Konoha. The village of Konoha was bathed in bright sunlight, creating a vibrant and serene atmosphere. It was a time of peace and prosperity, and the village thrived in this environment. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat with a smoking pipe in his mouth, observing the state of Konoha through a crystal ball. He let out a relieved sigh, his weariness evident. Hiruzen, you've been working hard lately, remarked Homura Mitokado, who sat alongside Koharu Udaten, both sipping hot tea. However, Udaten's words only elicited a sigh from the third Hokage. You guys! Orochimaru may have strayed from the right path, but it shouldn't have come to this. As a mentor, Hiruzen couldn't believe that his own student would claim all the credit for himself and attempt to overshadow him. It left him feeling somewhat melancholic. Observing Hiruzen Sarutobi berate himself, Homura Mitokado calmly sipped his tea and said, Hiruzen, Orochimaru joined Danzo's Root. Root is a hidden organization, similar to ANBU. So you shouldn't blame yourself. It was Orochimaru's choice. When Orochimaru failed to become the fourth Hokage, he joined Root. Koharu Yudatan also noticed Hiruzen's hesitation and melancholy. She sighed and shook her head. Hiruzen, now is not the time to hesitate. Orochimaru is too dangerous, and he has infiltrated the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. If Orochimaru becomes the Hokage, it could bring turmoil to Konoha. From a political perspective, the factions and families aligned with the third Hokage had enjoyed stability for many years. If Orochimaru were to take over, it would directly threaten their interests. The power dynamics were already established among the high-ranking officials and the Inoshikacho clan. If Orochimaru acted as a lone wolf, it might be manageable. However, he had his own group of followers who would try to claim a piece of the pie. And Hiruzen Sarutobi himself believed that Orochimaru had chosen the wrong path. Once Orochimaru became the fifth Hokage, the political landscape of Konoha would need to be reshaped, leading to inevitable instability. Hiruzen glanced deeply at his two old friends. Everyone had their own selfish desires, but the challenges Konoha faced were significant. Perhaps you're right. After all, Orochimaru is no Minato. In the end, Hiruzen Sarutobi chose silence and compromise. From the beginning, he had chosen to watch as others propelled everything forward, even with the backing of the Sarutobi clan. Minato Uzumaki's appointment as the fourth Hokage had the advantage of not having his own faction. After assuming office, he needed to establish his own political allies, and the previous Hokage's faction was perfect for that purpose. As the older generation stepped aside, the new generation emerged. Wasn't this ideal? However, Orochimaru had his own faction, and that made a difference. Exhaling a mouthful of smoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi slightly lowered his Hokage hat and said in a solemn tone, "Let's put an end to it. Konoha's stability is more important than anything else." Was the third Hokage mistaken? From a political standpoint, he was not. Konoha couldn't afford any more upheaval. The current stability was the best situation they could hope for, considering the trials they had endured. Konoha had recently experienced 3 devastating wars, where even young students were sent to the battlefield. It had taken a toll on everyone. Just as they had begun to recover from the wars, the Nine Tails incident occurred, resulting in the loss of numerous elite shinobi, including the recently appointed 4th Hokage. This was a blow on top of an already weakened state. Konoha needed time to recuperate. If Orochimaru were to seize power, the balance of power in Konoha would be disrupted, leading to political struggles. Moreover, Orochimaru's obsession with experiments had driven him down the wrong path. Konoha was currently vulnerable, and Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't want to see it descend into chaos once again. "Hiruzen, don't worry. The village needs 3 to 5 years to recover," reassured Homura Mitokato, understanding the underlying meaning of Hiruzen Sarutobi's words. It was also a sense of guilt shared by all of them. After all, Orochimaru was their former disciple, and the third Hokage nodded solemnly in agreement. This was a political struggle. Once Orochimaru formed his own faction, separate from the original Hokage's faction, conflicts arose, especially when the influential Hyuga and Uchiha clans aligned with Orochimaru. These two clans held significant sway. Therefore, Orochimaru's biggest challenge in becoming Hokage was confronting the families within the original Hokage's faction. They had already divided the spoils of interest and would not allow anyone to take it away and redistribute it. "Hiruzen, give Shinzo a few more years, and he'll be ready to take the lead." Homura Mitokado's words brought a smile to Koharu Yudatan's face. Hiruzen Sarutobi, however, lowered his head slowly, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Everyone had their own self-interest. Shinzo Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage and the former head of ANBU, now commanded the front lines. Though his strength might not match that of the Sunin, he was undoubtedly the strongest among the new generation. Furthermore, his position represented the interests of the entire Hokage faction. It wasn't just the selfishness of Homura Mitokato and Koharu Yudatan, it was a decision made by the entire Hokage faction. If Shinzo Sarutobi became Hokage, he would safeguard everyone's interests, and Konoha would remain intact. Konoha would still be Konoha, but with a new, youthful leader. Upon hearing these words, Hiruzen Sarutobi silently agreed. Perhaps, deep down, Konoha's stability was more important than anything else. He had endorsed Minato Uzumaki for the sake of the village's stability, and now he silently accepted his own son ascending to the position of Hokage. From a political perspective, if Shinzo Sarutobi became the fifth Hokage, Konoha would remain stable. The interests of the major clans would remain unaffected, and there would be no turmoil. From a personal perspective, as a father, he felt a surge of pride seeing his son become Hokage alongside him. Hiruzen, keep a close eye on the Uchiha clan. As the situation on the front lines stabilizes, we must be cautious of any trouble stemming from the Uchiha. Finally, the discussion turned to Konoha's most pressing issue. Hearing this, Hiruzen furrowed his brow and fell deep into thought. The ANBU has already begun monitoring the Uchiha, and preparations are underway to approach the new generation. The Uchiha clan needs a ninja who will carry on the will of fire. As he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes displayed determination. Homura Mitokado and Koharu Udaten smiled and nodded in agreement. We'll follow your lead, Hiruzen. One must admit, Hiruzen Sarutobi's methods were quite cunning. He kept a close watch on the situation while also making arrangements to win over the new generation of Uchiha. From the beginning, the plan was to have someone from the Uchiha clan on their side. They needed to ascertain if there was any connection between the Nine Tails and the Uchiha and stay informed of the Uchiha's actions. After all, having control over the Nine Tails was like holding a sword over Konoha's head. Chapter 37, P2W 37, Itaka's Teacher. Konoha's root headquarters. In a dark and dimly lit chamber, a pair of sinister and bright eyes examined the scroll of intelligence in hand. After a prolonged silence, a hoarse and disdainful laughter reverberated through the quiet room. Hee, Hiruzen, you've lucked out this time. While the external troubles of Konoha are gradually stabilizing, the Uchiha within the village pose a significant problem. Speaking to himself, Danzo Shimura mentioned the Uchiha clan with a flicker of malice in his eyes. He would never allow such a formidable force that could threaten Konoha to exist within the village. The Uchiha were exceedingly powerful. Orochimaru, I hope you understand that the Uchiha in Hyuga must not be allowed to grow too powerful during this period of tranquility. Danzo smirked, his heart filled with apprehension toward these two prominent clans. The Uchiha and Hyuga were the two major clans of Konoha, possessing immense power and being bloodline clans. A bloodline ninja with equal strength could defeat two ninjas of the same level and emerge victorious. In the original anime, the elder Cho of Tsunagakuer, the village hidden in the sand, solemnly stated that when facing the Sharingan, one should flee if it's a one-on-one encounter, and strike the back if it's 2 against 1. It's crucial to understand that Cho, the elder of Tsunagakuer, was on par with the third Hokage and had experienced countless battles. This statement highlights the power of bloodline ninjas, especially the Uchiha clan, known as the foremost noble clan in the ninja world. Even an elite jonin who activates the Sharingan can effortlessly defeat an ordinary elite jonin, and facing two elite jonin of equal strength alone is genuinely terrifying. It wouldn't matter if they were genin or chunin, as any major ninja village can train them given enough resources. However, a jonin is the backbone of every village and not easily expendable. Uchiha clan territory. The Uchiha clan's newly relocated territory, several times larger than before, was now surrounded by ancient forests, dense and towering, effectively isolating the Uchiha. Inside a house emanating an imposing aura, the cries of a baby could be heard. Greetings, clan head. Greetings, clan head's wife. In the living room, Uchiha Yoru respectfully bowed to Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, who were currently preparing tea for them. Hee, Yoru-kun, you're too polite. Uchiha Mikoto smiled and nodded, pouring tea for both of them. Apologetically, she looked at them and said, I apologize, but our son, Suzuki, is still young and a bit noisy. At this moment, Uchiha Mikoto, with the appearance of a homely housewife, explained the faint sound of a crying child coming from the house. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head, smiled in response. Hehe, according to the hierarchy in the clan genealogy, you should call Mikoto sister-in-law. Uchiha Fugaku, who was typically stern, rarely made jokes and smiled. Witnessing this scene, Mikoto's eyes flickered with surprise, while Yoru couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Sister-in-law, clan head. Uchiha Fugaku naturally intended to win over Yoru. He wouldn't refuse such a favor, and hearing those words filled Uchiha Yoru with excitement and emotion. Finally! He had finally entered the center of power within the clan. Engaging in politics as a ninja? To participate in politics, just like in his previous life, he needed the strength to back it up. The difference in this ninja world was that personal strength was paramount. Without the strength of a jonin, one couldn't even participate. Uchiha Yoru understood the reason behind this treatment. One was his Sharingan, and at the age of 15, he was already a confirmed elite chunin. With the advancement of his bloodline, becoming a jonin in the future would be no problem. For ordinary ninjas, the journey from elite chunin to jonin was long and arduous. Even becoming a special jonin required extensive training, sometimes taking a lifetime to achieve. Just look at Kurane Ui and Mitarashi Anko. They became chunin at the ages of 13 and 12, respectively, but it took another 12 years of training for them to become jonin. However, for bloodline ninjas, at this crucial moment, the awakening or advancement of their bloodline would lead to comprehensive improvement. That's the difference. While others needed over a decade of training, the awakening or promotion of the Sharingan would shorten that time for the Uchiha. Hehe, Yoru-kun, your talent is impressive. In the future, Itaka hopes to rely on you. When the situation became dire, Uchiha Fugaku's smile revealed his true intention. So, the relationship on the family tree is that of an elder brother and sister-in-law? It had been countless generations, who knows how many, why not just call them ancestors? Nevertheless, Uchiha Yoru humbly responded to these words, wearing a modest smile. How could I dare to have any objections if the clan leader doesn't mind? Observing the modest and smooth young man before him, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but show a satisfied smile and nodded approvingly. No wonder he managed to gain trust and get close to Orochimaru. Both sides had entered into a mutually beneficial exchange. The title of sister-in-law indicated that Uchiha Yoru had become part of the clan leader's faction. He now had a support system within the clan. The price for this exchange was taking on apprentices. Just like the relationship between Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Minato. Now that Uchiha Yoru was Orochimaru's disciple, what if Uchiha Itachi also became Uchiha Yoru's apprentice? Hehe, since Uchiha Itachi didn't have the fate to become Orochimaru's disciple, it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to become a grand disciple instead. In doing so, they would both carry the mark of the Hokage lineage. Uchiha Fugaku's face displayed a smile of contentment and admiration toward the young man before him, who handled things so smoothly. Similarly, Uchiha Yoru felt a secret relief. It was like wanting to sleep and finally getting a pillow. He had been worried about his identity after Orochimaru defected. Although it wouldn't be entirely cleared up, it would undoubtedly cause complications. But with Uchiha Itachi, it would be different. He didn't care about Konoha, but he wanted his position within the Uchiha clan to remain unaffected. Uchiha Itachi becoming his disciple meant that he would be playing the Orochimaru faction card. Suddenly, the two foxes, one big and one small, both revealed smiles, thinking that they had gained an advantage. One used their authority to pave the way for their son, while the other used their foresight to pave the way for themselves. Hehe, I'll go call Itachi right away. On the side, Uchiha Mikoto, who was gentle and kind, smiled upon hearing these words. She nodded and spoke with a smile to the two men. As Uchiha Mikoto turned and left, Uchiha Yoru, who had been smiling and lowering his head, had a momentary flash of shrewdness in his eyes. Uchiha Mikoto, the daughter of Elder Setsuna, may seem like a gentle housewife, but one must remember Elder Setsuna's hawkish figure. And this sister-in-law is no ordinary person. Before getting married and having children, she was an elite shinobi in the clan. She was even a top-level jonin with the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Chapter 38, P2W 38, Politics. With a sharp sound, the wooden sliding door opened, and 6-year-old Uchiha Itachi respectfully entered the living room, exuding a sense of maturity despite his young age. Upon seeing his son entering the room, Uchiha Fugaku's smile gained a touch of authority. He glanced at Itachi and then pointed at Uchiha Yoru, speaking solemnly, "Itachi, from today onwards, you will be under Yoru's tutelage." Itachi's expression showed a hint of surprise, but Uchiha Yoru smiled upon seeing this. He secretly thought to himself that this would make it impossible for Itachi to resist. "Yoru-sensei." Indeed, young Itachi was still an obedient child, dutifully bowing to Yoru as he respectfully addressed him, following his father's instructions. Observing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku smiled and said, "Ha, Itachi, if you think about it, Yoru is your father's cousin, your uncle. So, it's not a bad deal for you to have Yoru as your teacher." Uchiha Yoru inwardly chuckled, realizing that those involved in politics were truly cunning. Now that he was related to Itachi, he could view the situation from a comfortable position. "You're too kind, clan leader. I will do my best to teach Itachi. By the way, I will find the right moment to discuss this with Orochimaru-sensei. Perhaps Itachi would be suitable for the summoning beasts of Rika Cave." As Yoru spoke these words, Uchiha Fugaku's face lit up with a broad smile. Young Itachi was amazed to witness his usually strict father behaving in such a manner. Itachi was indeed mature for his age, but he was still ignorant when it came to politics. Otherwise, how could he have become a pawn in the original story? Uchiha Fugaku's joyful smile indicated that his successor was secure. If his son could form a contract with the summoning beasts of Rika Cave, he would become a shinobi of the highest caliber. Currently in his prime, Uchiha Fugaku envisioned a future where his son would take over as clan leader, while Yoru would become an elder in the clan. Being the disciple of Orochimaru was not enough, but being the brother-in-arms of the 5th Hokage might be sufficient. Uchiha Fugaku was well aware of the recent suppression of Orochimaru in the village, but he couldn't care less. Sarutobi Shinzo? Even if he received credit for his frontline accomplishments, it wouldn't be enough to surpass the prestige of the Sunin. Not to mention their difference in power. Seeing the clan leader's smiling face, Uchiha Yoru smiled as well and nodded, saying, "Clan leader, if you have no further business, I will take Itachi downstairs to get acquainted." Uchiha Fugaku witnessed this and smiled, nodding. "Yoru-kun, we are family. When there are no outsiders present, you can call me Big Brother." Although the words sounded casual, Uchiha Yoru understood the underlying implications. He smiled gratefully and nodded, "Clan leader, I will certainly teach Itachi well. However, recently Orochimaru-sensei has been busy with his research, and I'm afraid I won't be able to provide proper guidance to Itachi. My suggestion is to let Shisui come and teach him. After all, Itachi's talent shouldn't go to waste." Uchiha Fugaku, upon hearing this, was even more pleased and nodded. "Good, Itachi will be in your hands, Yoru." Shisui Uchiha was the most outstanding talent in the clan for many years. His talent even rivaled that of the prodigy ninja Hatake Kakashi, not to mention that he had already awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. In Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, Kakashi was already surpassed by Shisui. This was the difference between a bloodline shinobi and an ordinary shinobi. Kakashi was truly a genius in this era. Graduating at the age of 5, becoming a Chunin at 6, and a Jonin at 12, his life seemed like a cheat code. However, the limitations of his ordinary bloodline prevented him from going further, not to mention the burden of his single Sharingan eye. In the spacious courtyard, there was a sizable artificial lake. Uchiha Yoru, Uchiha Shisui, and 6-year-old Itaka sat together. Shisui, I leave the task of teaching Itaka to you from now on. Uchiha Yoru feigned an apologetic expression, and upon witnessing this scene, Shisui smiled casually and said, Don't worry, Yoru-ni-izen. I will teach Itaka well. Teaching Itaka was not the most important thing for Shisui. At the moment, the most crucial matter for the Uchiha was to establish a close relationship with Orochimaru. Although Itaka was precocious at the age of 6, he still didn't fully understand the conversation between the two. However, he was intelligent enough to store everything in his mind and analyze it later when he returned home. By the way, Itaka, what have you been learning at school recently? Itaka had become somewhat familiar with Shisui and Yoru, so he replied casually. But when he noticed their more serious expressions, he respectfully began talking about his school curriculum. Apart from learning about traps, disguises, and the shadow clone technique, my teacher often talks about the will of fire. He especially emphasizes that the third Hokage is the strongest Hokage in the history of the village. Upon hearing Itaka's serious report, particularly his statement about the third Hokage being the strongest in history, an abnormal expression crossed Shisui's face. Uchiha Yoru, on the other hand, nodded and said with a smile, It's not entirely wrong to say that. After all, the third Hokage was the longest-serving Hokage in Konoha's history, so he could be considered the strongest Hokage. Itaka, who had recently experienced certain events during his visit to the front lines, appeared puzzled. Yoru-sensei, Shisui-ni-izen, can you explain what the will of fire is? Upon hearing this, Shisui froze for a moment. The will of fire? But seeing Itaka's perplexed expression, just as he was about to say something, Yoru burst into laughter. Seeing their confusion, Uchiha Yoru smiled and said, Itaka, remember to question the source before asking about the meaning. Both Shisui and Itaka were taken aback. Who had mentioned the will of fire? Uchiha Yoru smirked inwardly. It seemed the Ninja Academy couldn't wait to start brainwashing its students, making them forget the heroes on the battlefield and glorifying the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he hadn't known about the future, comparing the current situation with what he knew, he would have deduced the situation with near certainty. He couldn't help but marvel at the world of politics. It had already begun its plotting and scheming early on. From the start, Orochimaru was destined to fail. Becoming the Hokage was the first condition, but without the strength to overpower the village, it was better to integrate and let these positions push you to the top. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru had excellent political strategies, but he took a wrong path. However, it was understandable. With Orochimaru's pride, how could he allow others to control his will? Chapter 39, P2W 39, Will of Fire equals Uchiha. In the Uchiha clan's courtyard, Uchiha Yoru, with a sense of reverence, spoke, Itaka, do you know the origin of the name Konoha? And do you know why our land is called the Land of Fire? Also, do you know why the leader of our Land of Fire is called the Hokage? Yoru's words left Itaka puzzled, and even Shisui, who was nearby, looked skeptical, indicating that he was also unsure. However, Yoru's eyes flashed a hidden cunning, while his face displayed an intense and determined fervor. The first Hokage, with his wood release, dominated the world, and that's why the village is called Konoha. And our Uchiha ancestors, who were once on par with the first Hokage, along with the Senju clan, founded the 5 great shinobi nations, bringing an end to the chaotic warring states era. As Yoru spoke, it became apparent that Itaka was unaware of these details, but Shisui's face turned pale, and he exclaimed, Yoru-ni-izen, this is forbidden knowledge. However, in the face of Shisui's shocked expression, Yoru shook his head, glanced at him with a profound and serious look, and said, Shisui, perhaps our ancestors were at fault, but what about their achievements? Shouldn't we acknowledge their accomplishments? Are you going to deny Uchiha's history? In the chaotic Warring States era, the average lifespan of shinobi and civilians was only around 30 years, and shinobi clans sent children as young as 5 or 6 to the battlefield. But in the present era of the 5 great shinobi nations, during times of peace, shinobi go to war at around the age of 10, and the average lifespan of shinobi and civilians has increased to over 50 years. That is the accomplishment of the Uchiha and Senju clans, who created this era. Yoru spoke about these matters with a serious tone, presenting them from an objective perspective. Although Shisui's face seemed uneasy, he had to admit the truth after hearing Yoru's words. On the other hand, Itaka seemed to have discovered a new world, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. The collaboration between the Senju and Uchiha clans, who established the Land of Fire, gave rise to the current Konoha. The name Konoha comes from the wood release of the Senju clan. Similarly, the title Hokage in the Land of Fire originated from the fire release of the Uchiha. As Yoru spoke, he displayed a proud and confident expression, and he patted Itaka's shoulder with seriousness. The true will of fire is the Uchiha's fire release igniting the great tree of the Senju's wood release. The burning leaves scattered in the air, this is the origin of the will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn. The fire light will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Yoru mumbled these words to himself, causing Itaki and Shisui to look at him with hopeful eyes. So, the will of fire means that beneath the Senju's dancing leaves, the Uchiha's flames burn endlessly. The Uchiha's fire release will become the guiding light that protects Konoha, while the Senju's wood release will safeguard the emergence of a new future. At this moment, Yoru exuded a sacred aura, as if he had become a guiding light in the darkness, pointing the way for the two individuals trapped in obscurity. Uchiha Yoru at this moment exudes a sacred aura, as if transforming into a guiding light in the darkness, pointing the way for the two individuals who are deeply immersed in obscurity. These words are not spoken in vain. The Konoha, originally formed by the collaboration of the Senju and Uchiha clans, united various smaller clans. Otherwise, with the first Hokage's wood release and the second Hokage's water release, how could they be called the Hokage? That would be absurd. Indeed, the leader of the village was not called the Mokukage, wood shadow, the Mizukage, water shadow, or the Kinkage, forbidden shadow. It was Hokage, the shadow of fire. At that moment, the young Itaka seemed to have his mind open to a new perspective. Excitement surged within him, and he nodded earnestly. Sensei, Itaki understands. The village protected by the alliance of the Senju and Uchiha clans embodies the true will of fire. As Itaki appeared to have found a purpose in life, Shisui, standing beside him, felt a sense of surprise and unease. However, considering the truth in Yoru's words, he understood that the Uchiha clan's duty was to protect Konoha. As they observed the two, Uchiha Yoru smiled and confirmed, in the beginning, the Senju and Uchiha clans united to establish Konoha, becoming the unchallenged rulers of the land. Many smaller clans, such as the Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Sarutobi, and Shimura, sought refuge and protection under their leadership. This was the legacy of the Uchiha, an indelible mark on the entire ninja world. Now, it is time to look ahead. With a slightly dimmed gaze, Yoru's solemn expression wavered, as if his unwavering conviction had encountered a flaw. Shisui, who knew what was coming, felt conflicted and hesitant to speak. But understanding that Itaki, as the son of the clan head, needed to know these things, Shisui fell silent. With the establishment of Konoha, the unyielding ruler of the Land of Fire, the other factions chose not to be assimilated. Instead, they formed their own nations, leading to the current state of the ninja world. The era of warring states came to an end, giving rise to the era of the ninja world. However, during this transition, differences in ideology arose between the founders of the Land of Fire, the Senju and Uchiha. Differences. Uchiha Itaka's curiosity was piqued, while Shisui recollected the historical records within the clan, momentarily losing himself in thought. Uchiha Yoru sighed with a tinge of melancholy as he looked at the two. The first Hokage believed that peace was hard-earned and did not wish to engage in wars with other nations. He sought peace and aimed to balance the power of the major shinobi villages by distributing the tailed beasts among the 5 great nations. But Uchiha Madara disagreed. He believed that the current peace was temporary, and lasting peace could only be achieved through bloodshed. His intention was to unify the ninja world with the first Hokage, even if it meant temporary pain in exchange for long-lasting peace. This was the origin of their conflict. Later on, Uchiha Yoru, taking a bystander's perspective, slowly recounted the conflicts between the Senju and Uchiha and the reasons behind the Uchiha's involvement in the Konoha police force. Upon finishing his story, Shisui furrowed his brow, lost in deep thought. The records he had read and Yoru's account aligned almost perfectly. However, when he had studied the history alone, he had believed that the clan was at fault, which had caused the conflicts between the clan and the village. It had become a taboo subject for him. But now, as an observer, listening to someone else's account seemed to open up a new world of possibilities. Shisui's contemplation at this moment didn't revolve around the origins of the conflicts between the clan and the village, as he was already well versed in that. Instead, he pondered what had led to those conflicts. Was Uchiha Madara wrong? Then was the first Hokage right? With the first Hokage's fall, war broke out, and the tailed beasts, intended to bring balance to the 5 great nations, became instruments of war. The First War, the Second War, and the brutal Third War. How much time had passed since then? It seemed that the first Hokage's approach wasn't entirely correct either. Was Uchiha Madara right, then? It didn't appear so. As Shisui found himself engulfed in doubt, the young Uchiha Itachi, despite his early maturity and intelligence, was only 6 years old. Upon comprehending the true meaning of the will of fire, a proud expression spread across his face. "Sensei, I understand. The will of fire means that the Uchiha and the Senju protect countless weak individuals." In Itachi's young and innocent mind, a principle took root that would make him proud for the rest of his life: the Uchiha were the protectors of the village. Witnessing this, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but smile. He hadn't spoken a single falsehood. Originally, it was the Senju and Uchiha who protected Konoha. But what happens when the people you protect turn against you? As depicted in the original work, in Itachi's ideology, the Hokage represented a sacred existence that protected the village, while the Uchiha had become an unstable factor. Now, the situation had been reversed. The Uchiha were supposed to protect Konoha, but many within the village wanted to overthrow those who had once protected them. In such a situation, what should one do? Well, Sensei, if what you said about the village's history is true, wouldn't there be no wars if there was only the land of fire and Konoha? The 6-year-old Itachi expressed his curiosity about the true history of the village after understanding the concept of the will of fire. Naturally, he was deeply interested in the village's history and had many questions about the conflicts between the Uchiha and the Senju. Uchiha Yoru, with a wry smile, shook his head and responded, "Itachi, you're still young. I can't give you a definite answer, and neither can anyone else in the ninja world. This answer has never been found, so there's no right or wrong." "Haha, you're only 6 years old. Why worry so much? Your primary goal now is to graduate from the Ninja Academy and become a pride of the clan. Lead the Uchiha to continue protecting Konoha. That is your life's purpose. Don't overthink it." Yoru burst into laughter, patting the young Itachi's head, dismissing all the questions. But within Itachi's young mind, a seed of curiosity had been firmly planted. At the age of 6, Itachi couldn't help but imagine what would happen if there were no wars on the borders and only the land of fire and Konoha existed. Meanwhile, Shisui, with a complex expression, observed his older brother, whom he greatly admired, seeming somewhat frightened. He asked, if the Uchiha ideology were implemented under the first Hokage's peace ideals, would it have led to the same outcome? The ninja world experienced 3 major wars in just a few decades. Uchiha Yoru, pretending to be surprised, chuckled in response, "Shisui, don't think too much about it. That is history. I'm simply impartially recounting it to Itaki as the son of the clan head." Though Yoru's words were few, Shisui lowered his head, his mind filled with countless thoughts. The first Hokage's peaceful ideology seemed incapable of achieving true peace. Instead, it had transformed the Uchiha's internal conflicts into conflicts between nations, with the only significant difference being that many smaller conflicts merged into larger ones. Shisui realized this, and it troubled him even more. It appeared that the various clans in Konoha were excluding the Uchiha not only because of the fear of the Nine Tails but also due to their own interests. The interests of the Uchiha clan. This realization caused Shisui to break out in a cold sweat. The suspicions surrounding the Nine Tails had given numerous clans an opportunity to encroach on the Uchiha's interests. "Thank you, Sensei. Itaka now understands the will of fire," said the 6-year-old Itaki, still somewhat confused but finding a glimmer of hope in his heart. A tender and resolute smile appeared on his face. Seeing Itaka's smile, Uchiha Yoru also displayed a relieved expression and praised him. "Itaki, you've done well. Strive to graduate as soon as possible." Upon hearing these words, Itaka nodded determinedly and replied, "Sensei, don't worry. I will do my best." Although mature for his age, Itaka was still a 6-year-old child. Yoru observed the ever-changing expressions of Itaki and the bewildered Shisui with narrowed eyes. He couldn't help but think, "Shisui, what are you so lost in thought about? Remember to guide Itaki." Snapped out of his daze by a pat on the shoulder, Shisui suddenly came to his senses, forcing a smile. He nodded and assured, "Yoru-ni-izen, don't worry. I will guide Itaki well." It was clear that Shisui had already taken a step onto the wrong path. In reality, he possessed immense power, but when it came to shaping the clan's future, he relied on others rather than his own abilities to effect change. This was evident in how he projected his hopes onto the Hokage lineage, which ultimately led to his spiritual collapse and his tragic choice to escape reality through suicide. In essence, Shisui had great power, but when it came to the future of the clan, he preferred relying on others rather than his own strength to bring about change. At this moment, Shisui wore a strained smile on his face, but internally, he was shocked. He could only hope that Orochimaru would become the 5th Hokage as soon as possible, providing the Uchiha with an opportunity. Meanwhile, the youngest Uchiha, Itaki, lost in deep thought, realized that the will of fire was proposed by the Uchiha themselves. So, wasn't it evident that the Uchiha embodied the will of fire? With this realization, he couldn't help but smile. However, a lingering doubt remained. The question is, who is stronger, the 3rd Hokage, who brought peace to the troubled times, or the 1st Hokage, the founder of Konoha? Chapter 40, P2W 40, Shady, 1. The armed law enforcement system of Konohagakure, also known as the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, consists of 5 departments: Anbu, Root, Intelligence, Medical, and Barrier. These departments, collectively known as the 6 departments of Konoha, form the backbone of law enforcement within the village. Ordinary shinobi are mainly assigned missions and, during times of war, organized into ninja armies. However, they do not possess law enforcement authority within the village unless they encounter spies or similar threats. The Anbu and Root departments handle confidential and covered tasks within the village. The current leader of the Anbu is the daughter-in-law of the 3rd Hokage. It is known that the 3rd Hokage's eldest son and daughter-in-law are elite Anbu members, serving as his right-hand men. The leader of the Root department is Danzo Shimura, a cunning figure known to all. The Intelligence department is responsible for gathering and analyzing information. It consists of 3 subdivisions: Interrogation Division, Interrogation and Torture Division, and Cipher Division. The head of the Intelligence Department is currently Inoichi Yamanaka. The Medical Department, founded by Tsunade, one of the legendary Sunin, is considered the most powerful medical unit in the entire ninja world. Although Tsunade is no longer in the village, her legacy lives on. The Barrier Department is a mysterious and secluded unit primarily operating within the village. Their duty is to seal the tailed beasts and safeguard the village, which is equally dangerous. These are the 5 main departments of the Hokage line in Konoha. The 6th department is the Uchiha Police Department. The Uchiha Police Department was established during the reign of the 2nd Hokage and serves as the Uchiha clan's formalized private force. It holds significant authority and has the power to enforce the law independently. They do not need to report to the Hokage and can act without seeking approval. Despite its name, the Uchiha Police Department exudes a repressive atmosphere, especially for outsiders. It operates as a miniature political system with subdivisions such as Interrogation Division, Intelligence Division, Logistics Division, and Security Division. As Uchiha Yoru observed the scene, he couldn't help but ponder the profound heritage of the Uchiha clan, which resembled a one country, two systems scenario. Yorinai Aizen, here is the information you requested. Shisui, an outstanding prodigy of the Uchiha clan, became a jonin at the age of 13 and, at 14, was already on par with elite jonin. He held a high position within the police department. As Yoru examined the information, he visibly relaxed and put the documents aside. He then noticed Shisui's downcast expression. Shisui, you're 14 this year, right? Surprised by Yoru's nostalgic expression, Shisui nodded, somewhat bewildered. Yes, Yorinai Aizen. Yoru sighed and shook his head. Shisui, your talent is undeniable. You're as capable as Kakashi. But you're still young, and constantly exposing yourself to these dark matters might be harmful. Feeling guilty, Shisui's face showed remorse. Yoru, who was only a year older, had already faced more darkness and shouldered the responsibility of bridging the gap between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage. Realizing this, Shisui's previous melancholy and dissatisfaction vanished. If Yoru could handle greater pressure and delve into darkness, Shisui felt obligated to do the same. Don't worry, Yorinai Aizen. I won't disappoint you. At that moment, a determined look appeared on Shisui's face, and Uchiha Yoru shook his head with a smile. Shisui, you're mistaken. We're all doing this for our clan, for Konoha. Casually pushing the documents forward, Shisui's eyebrows slightly furrowed as he looked at the information in his hand, particularly the individuals mentioned. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yoru, seated at the desk, lowered his head slightly, casting his gaze into the shadows, as if harboring a hint of despondency. Umino Itsuki. As Shisui looked at the information in his hand, especially seeing that there was only one nephew, Umino Irika, left among his relatives, and that his parents had sacrificed themselves during the Nine Tails attack, his hand couldn't help but tremble. Yorinai Aizen, what did Umino Itsuki do? Shisui's voice was lowered, sounding hoarse. It was just an ordinary Chunin family, and their entire family consisted of ordinary Chunin who had almost all perished during the Nine Tails attack. Only one nephew, who was still in the ninja academy, remained. Shisui himself was just a Chunin. Seemingly sensing Shisui's reluctance, Uchiha Yoru took a deep breath and opened his eyes. In an instant, his blood-red Sharingan with 2 tomo spun, emanating a suppressed aura. Shisui. A ninja's duty is to carry out missions. You shouldn't concern yourself with anything else. However, upon hearing these words, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Shisui's lips, and he couldn't help but say, is it another one of those missions we handle for Root? The office was filled with a heavy atmosphere for a moment, but eventually, Yoru spoke up. Looking at Shisui's despondent mood, he shook his head and said, Shisui, all of this is for the sake of Konoha. The recent arrest of Umino Itsuki should be handled cleanly. Transfer the shops under his name to Sarutobi Tsuki. Remember not to leave too many assets for Umino Irika. In other words, Leaving too many assets behind would only harm Umino Irika, who was about to graduate. Shisui had clearly done this before, but each time, it was a mental torment for him. Yorinai Aizen, how much longer do we have to do this? Finally, Shisui couldn't hold back and spoke up. It had been less than 3 months since they returned to Konoha, and he had already carried out too many secretive missions. Yorinai Aizen, do you know how people in the village have been evaluating the Uchiha clan recently? Since their return to Konoha with Orochimaru had been almost forgotten. However, as a member of Root, Orochimaru still had many tasks to be executed, most of which were secretive missions. Naturally, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans took over a significant portion of these secretive Root missions. After all, Orochimaru's identity was there. Even if he was in the shadows, he couldn't casually send someone else to execute the missions. Moreover, his position en route was equivalent to the second in command, so naturally, he had to be responsible for carrying out some secretive missions. These missions were then taken over by the Orochimaru clan, and with Uchiha Yoru's presence, naturally, they received the bulk of the missions. But it was evident that these secretive individuals weighed heavily on Shisui, constantly challenging and reshaping his worldview. Chapter 41, P2W 41, Shady, 2. In a seemingly ordinary office within the police department. Yorinai Aizen, everyone in the village is saying that the Uchiha clan targets civilian shinobi, arresting them for even the smallest mistakes. But they turn a blind eye when it comes to the major clans. The police department has become corrupt. Shisui expressed his frustration, while Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing these words, pretended to be troubled and worried, but remained firm. Shisui, you must understand that all of this is for the stability of Konoha. Shisui's frustration became apparent, and he whispered, Yorinai Aizen, why are there so many secretive missions from Root? So many. After a while, Shisui still couldn't bring himself to say it, but Yoru let out a sigh. Shisui, you need to understand that the village is going through difficult times, and special times call for special measures. Most of these secretive missions involve life and death matters. As for justice or false accusations, they can only apologize. Root assigns the missions, and we don't know if they are right or wrong. Where there is light, there is darkness. Even if the third Hokage is fair, without darkness, there can't be light. Do you think the formation of the Sarutobi clan in the later part of the anime was fictional? If power hadn't been gradually accumulated, there wouldn't have been the later Sarutobi Corps. Shisui, the Sarutobi clan needs the third Hokage's support right now, so there are things you need to understand and accept. The village's size is limited, and for the Sarutobi clan to develop, it needs to encroach on others' interests. With Uchiha Yoru present, the nature of certain missions naturally began to change, like the one they were currently handling involving Umino Itsuki. Umino Itsuki, a Chunin, was suspected of betraying the village during a mission and was captured by the Grass Country for half a month. The 2 words suspected betrayal were enough, especially considering that the person in question was an ordinary Chunin. Root's philosophy is better to kill 1,000 innocent people than let one guilty person go. This was originally a mission for Root, but its nature had changed a bit under Yoru's control. That's because Umino Itsuki owned 3 shops. After the attack of the 9 Tails, almost the entire Uzumaki family died, leaving significant assets behind. Umino Itsuki was suspected of being eliminated, so the assets needed to be reassigned. And since Yoru didn't want to clash with Root, he came up with this method. Shisui, after transferring these 3 shops to Sarutobi Tsuki, half of the shop's income will go to us, the Uchiha. To secure personal gains, they needed to silence everyone reasonably. By sending the shops to the Sarutobi clan, the Uchiha clan could involve them in this dirty business. The robe of the Hokage, isn't that perfect? I complete the missions for you under the guise of Root, and in return, I give the majority of the benefits to the Sarutobi clan. It's a disguised gesture of goodwill. In the end, the Uchiha clan only received half of the shop's income, but it could be said that Root only had to give their approval, and the Sarutobi clan would benefit greatly. On the other hand, the Uchiha clan did all the dirty and exhausting work and deserved their compensation. In this three-party situation, only the Uchiha clan was doing the work. What else could be done? Sarutobi Tsuki, the team leader executing missions in the grass country. A piece of information caught Shisui's eye. The team leader returned alive while the rest of the team either died or became captives, including Umino Itsuki. Seeing this, Shisui couldn't help but feel deep suspicion. Was this suspected betrayal really Sarutobi Tsuki's attempt to erase this stain on his ninja career? Seemingly aware of Shisui's doubts, Uchiha Yoru lowered his voice and said seriously, "Shisui, a shinobi is a weapon and shouldn't have emotions. That's what we were taught in the Ninja Academy. But at the same time, a shinobi needs emotions. We don't know what is right or wrong, and no one has told us. But what I do know is that we're doing all of this. Even if we, the Uchiha, don't do it, there will be other shinobi who will. So it's for the sake of the Uchiha, for the sake of Konoha." For the sake of Konoha? Once a proud statement, but now, Shisui's unwavering belief in the face of darkness began to waver. Is all of this truly for the sake of Konoha? Why is it that the Uchiha do the dirty work, Root is ruthless and heartless, and the seemingly oblivious Sarutobi clan reaps the ultimate benefits? In the dimly lit prison cell, with the soundproof barrier, only the miserable cries from inside echoed. "Haha, you Uchiha bastards, I knew it. I was just a bit drunk and disturbed the peace, and it ended up like this. So you and Sarutobi Tsuki are in cahoots." At this moment, a Uchiha shinobi from the police department's eyes gleamed coldly. Under continuous torture, he said in a low voice, "Listen, as long as you personally write this letter of repentance and hand over these 3 shops to Captain Sarutobi Tsuki as compensation, I will give you a quick death." "Pa!" Umino Itsuki revealed a sinister smile and spat out blood. However, just as they were about to continue the torture, the prison door opened, and the bright light made Umino Itsuki squint. The Uchiha shinobi beside him respectfully stood up. "Shisui." The person who entered was Uchiha Shisui. With a wave of his hand, the shinobi inside the cell understood and left. The prison door closed again. Umino Itsuki looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the Uchiha shinobi in front of him, and sneered, "So, this is Uchiha's prodigious shinobi, Shisui? How did even a prodigy like you fall? Becoming a lackey for Sarutobi Tsuki?" But Shisui's face remained calm, without any hint of emotion. In an instant, his eyes revealed a blood-red Sharingan with 3 tomo, causing the other's expression to dull. Then, in the quiet prison cell, Shisui spoke a sentence, and Umino Itsuki replied. They began leaving their signatures and handprints on the letter of repentance. The letter of repentance was straightforward. It stated that Umino Itsuki, after being captured in the grass country, succumbed to pressure and leaked the village's secrets, resulting in a failed mission. As the team leader, Sarutobi Tsuki naturally suffered. With boundless remorse, Umino Itsuki was willing to compensate by giving his 3 shops to Captain Sarutobi Tsuki. As Shisui looked at the letter of repentance in his hand, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Then, after the prison door opened, he left the cell with a parting sentence. Let his loved ones have one last visit. Chapter 42, P2W 42, Shady, 3. Konoha. The bright sunlight bathed the earth, giving the village a vibrant appearance. It seemed that the events of last year's Nine Tails attack had been left behind. Inside a 3-story wooden house, Uchiha Yoru smiled at Sarutobi Tsuki, whose middle-aged face now wore a serious expression. Uchiha Yoru, I don't understand what you're getting at. In front of them was the deed to a shop, and Sarutobi Tsuki's stern expression remained unwavering. Uchiha Yoru, who had come in person, adopted a serious tone. Umino Itsuki was arrested by the police for causing a disturbance while drunk. However, his slip of the tongue revealed that he had betrayed the village's interests. This is also the reason why you, Sarutobi Tsuki, failed the mission in the Land of Grass as a Jainin. Domino Itsuki has admitted his guilt, but he has an innocent nephew, Domino Irika. I hope that you, as the former captain and a current Jainin, can forgive him. Uchiha Yoru spoke with a sense of righteousness, presenting the facts. Meanwhile, Shisu, kneeling behind him with lowered head, concealed his emotions, afraid that his disgust might become apparent to the other party. Sarutobi Tsuki was momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words. However, his experienced face showed a hint of unpleasantness as he hesitated, eventually making a decision that reflected in his eyes. So, are you representing the Uchiha or Orochimaru? After all, Uchiha Yoru's identity was complex. He was not only an Uchiha but also a disciple of Orochimaru. Similarly, Sarutobi Tsuki belonged to the prominent Sarutobi clan in Konoha. He needed to know which identity Uchiha Yoru was representing. As Sarutobi Tsuki asked, Uchiha Yoru forced a smile. Whether Uchiha or Hyuga, aren't we all part of the village? His tone implied that Orochimaru might become the future Hokage and that both Uchiha and Hyuga were integral to the village. Sarutobi Tsuki fell into silence upon hearing these words. He understood that Uchiha Yoru was extending an olive branch, seeking reconciliation with the village. Regardless of whether it was on behalf of Uchiha or Hyuga, the distinction mattered little, they had both sided with Orochimaru. What mattered even more was that no one could anticipate Orochimaru's eventual betrayal. Despite being a Sarutobi clan Jainin and aware of the plotting within the family, Sarutobi Tsuki knew one thing for certain. Orochimaru held significant influence and prestige, overshadowing the potential of Sarutobi Shinzo as the future fifth Hokage. Ah, I never expected that he was the one who leaked the information during that mission. At this moment, Sarutobi Tsuki wore a sorrowful and sympathetic expression, immersed in the memories of that failure. Shaking his head and sighing, he said, so many lives were lost due to the leaked information. Sarutobi Tsuki seemed deeply affected by the past, while Uchiha Yoru smiled, as if the other party had accepted his goodwill. However, Shisu, in his heart, was disgusted by this political transaction. In Sarutobi Tsuki's life, there was a stain, a failed secret mission in the Land of Grass resulting in the sacrifice of 73 ninjas. The exact reason for the mission's failure couldn't be investigated anymore, but both Sarutobi Tsuki and Shisu knew one thing: Umino Itsuki was merely a scapegoat. Perhaps this was the nature of dirty political transactions. Uchiha sought personal gain and carried out Orochimaru's tasks, while trying to show goodwill toward Sarutobi. Did Uchiha Yoru come up with this on his own? Did anyone actually believe that? Moreover, by doing this, Uchiha represented Orochimaru. Ah, forgive me for embarrassing you. Sarutobi Tsuki, emerging from his sorrowful memories, wore a bitter smile. It seemed genuinely sincere as he reached out and touched the deeds to the three shops. In Shisu's eyes, the other party was clearly involved in a dirty transaction. Yet, he neither flinched nor revealed his disgust, instead adopting a sorrowful and sympathetic appearance. He said, "Consider this as compensation for the sacrifice of those 73 ninjas during the mission in the Land of Grass." Whether they would truly compensate the descendants of those sacrificed ninjas remained uncertain. However, it was evident that the other party had gained control of the three shops. At this moment, Sarutobi Tsuki couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. He felt that the stain in his heart had finally been washed away. Both of them wore false smiles, engaging in a political exchange disguised as a tea party. Finally, as they gazed at each other silently, smiling, Sarutobi Tsuki inwardly sighed. It seemed that this person was not a simple ninja. No wonder he had become Orochimaru's right-hand man. I wonder what Orochimaru-sama's intentions are. Now that they had obtained the benefits, Sarutobi Tsuki couldn't simply let them go for free. In response to his inquiry, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and sighed. Orochimaru-sama is devoted to the development of ninjutsu. As you know, it requires considerable resources. In other words, now that the shop was in their possession, it wouldn't be entirely theirs. It was a collaboration between both parties. Sarutobi Tsuki fell silent at this moment. Within their clan, there were calls for the next clan head to become the Hokage, but some felt that Orochimaru's influence was too great. Uchiha's sincerity was apparent. Moreover, even if another Hokage emerged from the Sarutobi family, Orochimaru would still hold significant power. The other party not only provided wealth but, more importantly, reputation. It completely eradicated the stain in Sarutobi Tsuki's life. This sincerity had stirred something within him. After a while, Sarutobi Tsuki looked at the young man in front of him and sighed softly. Then, he lightly sipped the hot tea in his hand, his eyebrows lowered, and softly said, "I understand." The deal was made. He was already 40 years old, and one could say that he had begun to decline. He had worked meticulously and painstakingly to reach where he was today. How could he resist the opportunity to remove the stain from his life? The two parties reached a political agreement. Uchiha Yoru would remove his stain, and in return, Sarutobi Tsuki would provide reliable information. Recently, there has been a growing voice in the clan calling for the young clan head to become the Hokage. However, some people feel that Orochimaru's influence is too great. As a gentle breeze wafted by, the two of them finished their last cup of tea. Uchiha Yoru smiled and respectfully nodded. "Sarutobi Tsuki-sama, I will take my leave first. Be careful outside." It wasn't just a concern or a courtesy from Sarutobi Tsuki, but rather a subconscious warning to avoid being detected. Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded. "Rest assured, the ninja accompanying me is known as Shisui of the Body Flicker. Trust me, when they arrived, nobody noticed, and when they leave, nobody will notice either." After Uchiha Yoru and Shisui left, a complex expression appeared on Sarutobi Tsuki's silent face. He murmured to himself, "Domino Itsuki, rest assured. I will take care of your nephew." Chapter 43, P2W 43, Power. Uchiha Shrine. In a dimly lit secret room, Uchiha Yoru knelt respectfully before the clan head, Fugaku, and the elder, Setsuna. After a long pause, Fugaku finally appeared calm and turned to Setsuna to speak. "Elder Setsuna, Uchiha Yoru's contributions to the clan are evident." Hearing these words, Uchiha Yoru's heart trembled with anticipation. Finally, after all his hard work, the clan was going to acknowledge him. It was only fair that people who worked hard should receive recognition and rewards. The one in power should understand the principle of incentives and consequences. The elder, sitting on the side, glanced calmly at Uchiha Yoru and nodded slightly. "Indeed, you have done well, especially by becoming Orochimaru's disciple." Setsuna's words brought a hoarse smile to his face, and he exchanged a meaningful glance with Uchiha Yoru before shaking his head at Fugaku. "My health is deteriorating, and someone will need to take over in the future." Fugaku, after listening, nodded composedly. Uchiha Yoru has worked hard. The 7th Division of the Police Department happens to need a new captain. The Police Department. It held real power, equivalent to the police force of Konoha. Each division was responsible for a specific area of the village. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru lowered his head even further, his heart pounding with excitement. Despite his reputation as Orochimaru's disciple, he was still just an ordinary ninja. In the ninja world's hierarchy, civilians were like ordinary citizens, while ninjas held positions of power as public officials. However, even the strongest Geinin, like Hitaki Kakashi, were just military commanders. They may be well known, but they lacked real power. For example, if Kakashi wanted to stay in Konoha, the current Konoha's 6th Division could detain or investigate him, and he would be powerless. There were very few departments with real power in the ninja world, and their sphere of influence was limited. No matter how powerful a ninja was, unless they reached the level of a kage, they had to compromise under authority. Being the captain of a division in the police department was a true step into the world of power. Of course, this was only within the Uchiha clan's realm, as the Uchiha's relationship with Konoha was delicate. With Fugaku's words, complete silence enveloped the room. Setsuna squinted his eyes, deep in thought. Observing this scene, Uchiha Yoru cursed internally at the cunning old foxes. Nevertheless, he maintained an appearance of excitement and apprehension on his face. Although Orochimaru-sensei is on hold, he instructed us to ease tensions between Konoha and other clans as much as possible. Setsuna chuckled hoarsely, giving a significant glance at Uchiha Yoru before shaking his head at Fugaku. The teacher said that Uchiha can act as a bridge for communication with the major clans. Thawing the accumulated frost will take time. Setsuna couldn't help but burst into laughter and applause. Good. Good. Truly worthy of Orochimaru. Thawing the accumulated frost will indeed take time. Fugaku, beside him, also smiled. Others might not grasp the underlying meaning, but those familiar with wielding power easily understand. Although Orochimaru was on hold, he wouldn't give up. He sought to establish new contacts and relationships with various clans during his hiatus. Reconciliation and negotiation for future interests could be pursued over time, resulting in a mutually satisfactory outcome or a situation where the strong prevailed and the weak had to relinquish some benefits. Orochimaru didn't need to personally intervene in this matter. Now that the Uchiha clan was fully aligned with him, they became the spearhead. The Uchiha clan saw this opportunity as a chance to rebuild trust with the major clans in Konoha. It was practically a golden opportunity that had landed in their laps. Though the Uchiha might be isolated, they could now represent Orochimaru. After all, who knew who would become the fifth Hokage in the future? Accidentally offending them would be troublesome if they ascended to that position. Despite their agreement with the actions of the Sarutobi clan, it didn't mean they wanted to sever ties with Orochimaru. Fugaku, I think Shisui is quite competent. He has served in the police department for a long time and can be appointed as Yoru's deputy. He will quickly familiarize himself with the duties and make changes to the 7th Division. Setsuna wore a smile. After all, Uchiha Yoru had brought significant progress to the clan. Fugaku also smiled and nodded. Very well. Starting today, we appoint Uchiha Yoru as the captain of the 7th Division of the Police Department, directly under Orochimaru-sama's jurisdiction. He will be responsible for patrolling the security of the western streets of the village. What a grand gesture! They were directly handing over one of the divisions of the police department to Orochimaru. It was a generous move that not only displayed their unwavering support for Orochimaru but also allowed them to operate under his name. As for it being Uchiha's police department, in politics, some disguises are necessary before exposing true intentions. After hearing these words, Uchiha Yoru nodded firmly. Thank you, clan head and elder, for your trust. For the Uchiha, the police department comprised 9 divisions, each responsible for patrolling and maintaining security in different areas of Konoha, both within and outside the village. Patrolling the outskirts was a tedious job, requiring a larger team, while patrolling within the village was relatively easier. In that moment, Uchiha Yoru was filled with excitement. He had truly entered the center of power and had begun wielding a portion of it. In the future, he would have the qualifications to speak at the clan council. Setsuna looked at the young Uchiha Yoru and couldn't help but show an approving gaze. They hadn't misjudged him. He had brought great benefits to the clan and become a hero of the Uchiha. While appreciating his efforts, Setsuna, as an experienced strategist, offered a few words of advice. Clan head, I recall that several members from the 7th Division were transferred to the border. It seems there is a personnel shortage. Setsuna gave a meaningful look to the clan head. After a moment of confusion, Fugaku realized what he meant. He nodded firmly and said, the 7th Division needs more personnel, especially considering their responsibility for the western streets. Fugaku and Setsuna wore thoughtful expressions, looking at Uchiha Yoru. He cursed internally at the bureaucracy that existed everywhere. Just say it clearly if you have something to say. If I hadn't followed Orochimaru and learned about these things, there would be times when I wouldn't understand. Clan head and elder, rest assured. Many elite members returned with Orochimaru-sensei. The 7th Division will quickly restore its structure. Both Fugaku and Setsuna smiled instantly. They secretly admired the young man's ability to grasp the bigger picture at such a young age. The meaning behind their words was straightforward. When they mentioned the personnel shortage in the 7th Division, they were essentially offering the 7th team as a gift to Orochimaru. The 7th team, consisting of elite members under Uchiha and Orochimaru's command, was a gesture of goodwill toward Orochimaru. It demonstrated that the Uchiha clan was bold enough to offer tangible power as a gift. The purpose was clear to everyone. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement driven by self-interest. Chapter 44, P2W 44, Uncertainty. Konoha West Street, Police Department Sub-Bureau. In a spacious and well-lit office, Uchiha Yoru gazed out through the clear glass, his eyes filled with a yearning for power. The police department was divided into 9 divisions, each consisting of 200 personnel responsible for maintaining peace in the village. This meant that Uchiha Yoru had the authority to recruit up to 200 subordinates. Yorinai Aizen, Shisui, the deputy captain of the division, looked visibly downcast. Recent events had taken a toll on him. They had returned to Konoha with high hopes of seeing Orochimaru become the 5th Hokage, only to be disappointed. Furthermore, Shisui had been involved in root matters, exposing him to the darker side of the village, which had deeply affected him. Sitting in the captain's seat, Uchiha Yoru couldn't hide his frustration, feeling exasperated with Shisui's current state. Shisui, look at what you've become. Are you so easily discouraged by these matters? Remember, you are an Uchiha, and you should carry yourself with pride. Uchiha Yoru displayed a determined expression and nodded solemnly. Shisui, you must believe in the will of fire and have faith in the 3rd Hokage. Everything will be fine when Orochimaru becomes the 5th Hokage. After receiving some consolation, a forced smile appeared on Shisui's face. Looking at the guiding light in his life, he couldn't help but feel grateful for Uchiha Yoru. Always calm, always confident. Yorinai Aizen, congratulations on becoming a Jonin and taking over as the captain of the 7th Division. Indeed. With Uchiha Yoru's appointment as the captain of the 7th Division, he had also submitted an application to the village. After all, it wouldn't do to have a division captain still at the rank of Chunin. Uchiha Yoru had contributed significantly, assisting Orochimaru with political affairs on the front lines. This accomplishment, when embellished by politicians, would be enough. However, it wouldn't be the same for ordinary shinobi. Observing Shisui's insincere and strained smile, Uchiha Yoru shook his head, sighed, and said, Shisui, we have a long and challenging journey ahead of us. Currently, there are only about 30 members in the division. We need to quickly fill the ranks of the 7th Division. Yes. Their relationship had shifted to one of superior and subordinate. Although Shisui possessed greater strength, he admired Uchiha Yoru more. Therefore, he had no complaints about becoming the deputy captain of the 7th Division. Instead, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Yorinai Aizen, recruitment has already begun, and we should be able to complete the screening process within 3 days. Shinobi were highly efficient beings, trained as weapons from the start. Although the police department had become almost a private armed force for the Uchiha, it still included civilian shinobi. After all, it was a department. While the majority of the police department consisted of Uchiha members, it would be unwise to recruit only from their clan. Apart from the numerical aspect, it would isolate the Uchiha clan. After the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha had become truly isolated from the other Konoha clans. Before that, they had always been at the center of the village. Moreover, the police department also needed public attention, such as making the current Hokage aware of its activities. For the Uchiha, they needed civilian shinobi as well, cannon fodder or tools in their hands. Although the Uchiha controlled all the real power within the police department, their shinobi needed to interact with the village. Most shinobi would form teams with members from different clans for missions, including the noble clans. Seeing Shisui's demeanor, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly, "Shisui, this time, make sure to recruit followers of Orochimaru-sensei. Also, ask the Hyuga clan for their opinion. We still need one more deputy captain for the 7th Division. Remember to consider the Inuzuka, Abarame, and other clans in the village as well. Regardless of the decisions the major clans make, one thing is clear, the 7th Police Division represents Orochimaru-sensei, not the Uchiha. You must understand the importance of this." After listening, Shisui raised his head and looked at Uchiha Yoru, who wearily massaged his forehead. He felt a tinge of guilt, realizing the heavy burden that rested on Yorinai Aizen's shoulders. "Yorinai Aizen, if things continue like this, the 7th Division will become weak in all directions." Although Uchiha Shisui possessed great strength, it was clear that he lacked political acumen. Uchiha Yoru had explained everything clearly, yet Shisui still couldn't fully grasp it. Uchiha Yoru looked up at Shisui, who wore a concerned expression. He smiled wryly, massaged his forehead, sighed, and explained, "Shisui, your strength as the top talent of the Uchiha is undeniable. But when it comes to politics, you are still too naive. You are the future of the clan, and you need to take politics seriously. The 7th Police Division has already been presented as a gift to Orochimaru-sensei by the Uchiha clan. Therefore, the 7th Division no longer serves the police department or the Uchiha. It serves Orochimaru-sensei, the future 5th Hokage." As Uchiha Yoru spoke, he wore an expression that seemed to say, "You understand, right?" But it was evident that Shisui only partially grasped the meaning. "I understand what you mean, Yorinai Aizen. The 7th Division represents the clan." It was clear that Shisui only understood the surface meaning. The 7th Police Division was indeed a declaration by the Uchiha, but once it fell into Orochimaru's hands, its purpose changed. It became more than just a private armed force, it became a small political faction representing Orochimaru, who had a high chance of becoming the 5th Hokage. Uchiha Yoru shook his head. He finally understood why the original Shisui couldn't bear it and sought his own death by jumping off a waterfall. It was due to this temperament, combined with a lack of political understanding. The 7th Police Division represents Orochimaru-sensei. If the major clans within the village are willing to send shinobi to join, it represents Orochimaru-sensei's influence. Uchiha Yoru made it clear. It was partly his own initiative, but the Uchiha clan was also pleased with this direction. The 7th Division was a gift from the Uchiha, and by recruiting members from the major clans, they weren't just seeking elites, but rather an attitude, the major clan's attitude toward Orochimaru's cause. As for who would become the 5th Hokage, it was uncertain. But Orochimaru had the greatest chance. Otherwise, in the original story, there wouldn't have been a delay of 2 to 3 years in selecting a Hokage after the Nine Tails incident, ultimately leading to Orochimaru's defection. It was clear that, aside from certain high-ranking individuals like Danzo, who didn't want an uncontrollable young Hokage to emerge, the main reason for the delay in the 3rd Hokage's hesitation was Orochimaru's path towards darkness. As for the Sarutobi clan and some other clans behind the scenes, they were merely going along with it to protect their own interests. Chapter 45, P2W 45, Decision. Office. Uchiha Yoru observed as Shisui hesitated, aware of what was on his mind. However, he chose not to address the matter. Some things were best kept within one's heart as a memory of this time. 1 week from now, the 7th Division of the Police Department needs to be operating smoothly. I'm relying on you, Shisui, Uchiha Yoru said with a serious tone. Upon hearing Uchiha Yoru's solemn words, Shisui quickly composed himself, setting aside his wandering thoughts, and respectfully nodded. You can count on me, Yorinai Aizen. The 7th Division will be in perfect order in 1 week. Uchiha Yoru gave Shisui a profound look, as if concealing something. He slowly lowered his head, emanating an air of secrecy. The 7th Division of the Police Department will not only represent the Uchiha but will also serve as the means of contact between Orochimaru and the various clans in the village. Therefore, its direction will be different. One could say that this 7th Division embodied Orochimaru's influence, and it was foreseeable that it would attract the attention of the major clans in the village. Yorinai Aizen, what do you mean? Shisui still seemed puzzled. The police department had always represented the Uchiha and was responsible for maintaining law and order in the village. They had jurisdiction over all crimes committed within the village. But now, with Uchiha Yoru's serious tone, Shisui sensed that something had changed. Observing Shisui's confusion, Uchiha Yoru lowered his gaze even further, as if engulfed in darkness. In a hoarse voice, he explained, in the future, the 7th Division will prioritize the interests of the shinobi and the major clans. The major clans will take precedence over others. These words immediately darkened Shisui's face. He looked up at Uchiha Yoru, the one who had made this decision, and saw the weariness in his eyes. It appeared that this decision had been a difficult one to make. The implications were clear. Under Uchiha Yoru's command, the division would carry the political message of Orochimaru, elevating the status of shinobi and creating a distinct division between the major clans and ordinary shinobi. In other words, when members of the major clans or ordinary shinobi committed crimes, the major clans would receive preferential treatment, while ordinary shinobi would be treated impartially. Though not explicitly stated, a clear hierarchy was being established. Hearing this, Uchiha Shisui's face darkened, and he couldn't help but speak in a deep voice, Yorinai Aizen. We are not in a time of war anymore. Such actions will face severe criticism. This hidden hierarchy, which effectively divided people based on their status, was only implemented during times of war. After all, shinobi were always at the forefront and prone to trouble upon their return. Now that the Third Great Ninja War was over, and the higher UPS had ordered the police department to maintain the village's security, especially during this critical time, any mishandling would only erode trust in the Uchiha further. Shisui. Uchiha Yoru's voice grew heavier. He opened his fatigued eyes, bloodshot veins visible. Certain individuals have already made their moves. Orochimaru-sensei has been neutralized, and the village is delaying the selection of the 5th Hokage. We need the support of the major clans. Indeed, this approach protected the interests of the shinobi, particularly the major clans. While it might seem unfair to civilians, it elevated the status of the shinobi. There were significant advantages to this strategy. Few disliked holding a high position, especially for shinobi who possessed great power. Shisui, you must understand that although Orochimaru-sensei has been neutralized, his voice cannot be completely absent from the village. If that were to happen, the selection of the 5th Hokage could undergo unforeseen changes. Uchiha Yoru alone couldn't represent Orochimaru anymore, but if he gathered numerous Orochimaru followers under his command, their unified voice would embody Orochimaru's influence. After contemplating for a while, Shisui sighed softly and nodded. Yorinai Aizen, I understand. I will do my best. Thank you for your hard work. In Shisui's eyes, it was evident that Uchiha Yoru had been propelled by the clan. The position was enticing but also extremely perilous. He could see that his older brother was burdened by the weight of politics, to the point of feeling disgusted by it. Go now, Shisui. I'll rest for a while. I have to go see the teacher later. Fatigued, Uchiha Yoru rubbed his forehead, displaying signs of mental exhaustion. Shisui couldn't help but feel guilty as he turned and left. At this moment, he could only transform his guilt into motivation and lessen the burden on his older brother. With a creak, the wooden office door closed. The room was bathed in bright sunlight, and Uchiha Yoru, sitting in his chair, opened his eyes. The weariness and heaviness from before had vanished from Uchiha Yoru's eyes, replaced by an intoxicated look as he squinted. Taking the teacup next to him, he gazed out at the busy figures outside the glass, particularly the small black dots that moved like fleas, giving him a sense of walking upon the backs of shinobi. The corners of his mouth curved into a slow smile. So, this is power. It seems that in any world, one cannot escape it. Although shinobi possessed immense power, they were mostly tools in the hands of those in power. Am I now one of those wielding the weapons? With a questioning tone, Uchiha Yoru smiled. No one could resist the allure of power and everything it brought. While he was still a tool in the hands of those with true power, he could at least be considered a leader among the tools. To others, every step he took seemed like walking on a tightrope. But in his own perspective, he made decisions based on future knowledge. Did they truly believe he attained this position solely based on his accomplishments? Did the clan grant him such authority? After all, any division captain was an experienced veteran elite jonin. And what was he? In terms of overall abilities, he could barely reach the level of a special jonin. As he looked at the jonin appointment letter sent by the Hokage on his desk, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Perhaps in your eyes, someone easily manipulated has never been worth attention. Power. It demanded corresponding strength. Currently, his strength fell far short, but everyone in Konoha had accepted it. He had taken on the hot potato, yet his confidence didn't solely come from knowledge of future changes. It stemmed from his belief that he could quickly meet the requirements of this position. Chapter 46, P2W 46, Training. Secret Underground Research Base. Chidori. Accompanied by flickering lightning and the sound of birds chirping, a surge of electricity ran through the underground base. Uchiha Yoru's eyes revealed the Sharingan as he held the completed Chidori in his hand. His target turned to mud in an instant, and his straight blade was already unsheathed at his waist. Ding ding! The clash of his blade against a kunai rang out. Uchiha Yoru moved with lightning speed, relentlessly attacking with his exceptional swordsmanship. Amidst the glimmering blades, Orochimaru wore a casual smile, constantly blocking the attacks with his kunai. Your swordsmanship is impressive. If only your mastery of the lightning chakra nature was a bit stronger and you could fully control chakra nature transformation, you would unleash the true power of this blade. Orochimaru's approving comment was followed by another flash of blades as Orochimaru transformed into a mud clone. Witnessing this, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The power of the Sunin was truly terrifying. Their hand seals were flawlessly executed, as Orochimaru's data indicated, reaching their maximum potential. Wind release. Great breakthrough. With a resounding shout, Orochimaru suddenly appeared in the air. He formed hand seals with one hand and exhaled a powerful gust of wind. Caught off guard, Uchiha Yoru could only hastily assume a defensive stance as the fierce wind approached. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the earth shattered, and a layer of ground was swept up in the gust of wind. Eventually, as the smoke cleared, Orochimaru landed slowly, wearing a hoarse smile as he looked at the figure in the smoke. Hehe, is this the terror of a bloodline limit? Yoru, it seems that your potential has been unlocked with the advancement of your bloodline. In just 2 months, your chakra talent, both in terms of quantity and control, has surpassed that of ordinary shinobi. Orochimaru's hoarse smile was filled with a peculiar admiration as he looked at the figure in the dense mist, eventually revealing a low chuckle. Interesting, very interesting. It seems that the human body holds boundless treasures. In fact, not only bloodline clans, but even some ordinary shinobi would start out average and suddenly display exceptional talent in certain areas after reaching a certain critical point in their advancement. Bloodline limits seemed to amplify this effect, but awakening or progressing always resulted in a noticeable enhancement of the body. The most typical example was Haku, who killed everyone once he fully awakened his bloodline. He was weak before complete awakening. As the smoke cleared, Uchiha Yoru coughed repeatedly, feeling a piercing pain throughout his body. He grimaced and walked out, gazing at Orochimaru, who had a peculiar smile on his face. Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but say with a bitter smile, "Orochimaru-sensei, you were a bit too harsh." The C-rank ninjutsu Orochimaru used just now was like a hurricane. Of course, he held back, but Uchiha Yoru could clearly feel that he could hardly breathe when the hurricane swept over. It created a gravitational force, and it felt as if his body had been scraped by a wire ball. It was painful. Looking at his tattered clothes, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but complain, these clothes were expensive. With a creak, the door opened, revealing Orochimaru in the research room carefully handling test tubes. Uchiha Yoru, wearing new clothes, walked in and skillfully picked up the nearby documents. As he looked at the documents in his hand, Uchiha Yoru began recording and addressed Orochimaru, "Orochimaru-sensei, the 7th Division of the Police Department will now follow your orders." Orochimaru, who had been focused on his experiments, visibly reacted to this and wore a hoarse smile. "Hehe, I've received your sincerity, Uchiha. I wonder under what circumstances this so-called following of orders will be." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru smiled, "Orochimaru-sensei, I am the captain of the 7th Division. Naturally, I will obey your commands. In other words, although I am an Uchiha, I am completely bound to you, sensei." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru showed an evil smile, "It seems like the 7th Division has become a sieve." Indeed. Uchiha Yoru was internally surprised. He knew that Orochimaru probably already knew everything about Konoha's recent actions. Although the 7th Division was a gift from the Uchiha clan to Orochimaru, it had also been infiltrated by various factions. After all, a big clan would never put all their eggs in one basket. "Hehe, Yoru, your eyes were filled with greed when I first saw you. There was also an endless desire for power." Greed. Desire for power. Uchiha Yoru was momentarily stunned by this evaluation, but he soon smiled. He had never concealed any of this. After all, in this dangerous ninja world, even a high-level shinobi could not claim to have complete control over their own life, let alone an Uchiha. His greed was paving the way for power. "So, Orochimaru-sensei, do you have any plans for the current situation?" Although everything Konoha had done was out in the open, Orochimaru seemed to have accepted it, not resisting but hiding in the shadows. This was something that confused Uchiha Yoru. P2W 47, Kino. Konoha. In that moment, Orochimaru revealed a sinister smile, sending a shiver down Uchiha Yoru's spine. He quickly suppressed the eerie look in his eyes. They are merely a group of decaying existences. Power requires strength and sufficient lifespan. If Sarutobi-sensei could regain 10 more years of youth, would I still be problem? Orochimaru's first sentence made sense to Yoru, but the second half confused him, furrowing his brow in confusion. Deep down, he was secretly shocked. It seemed Orochimaru had already realized the fragility of life. The fragility of life on the battlefield, combined with the third Hokage's focus on politics as he aged, made Orochimaru even more aware of life's frailty. No wonder Orochimaru appeared invincible in later stages. All his various ninjutsu were designed to exploit the vulnerability of life. Though Yoru understood this, he could only pretend to be ignorant and spoke with a puzzled tone. "Orochimaru-sensei, the elders in the clan say that the Sarutobi clan is preparing to nominate Sarutobi Shinzo as the 5th Hokage." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes visibly contracted, revealing a calmness that didn't match his expression. He managed to control his emotions and wore a disdainful smile. "Sarutobi Shinzo is not a concern." Orochimaru exuded unprecedented confidence. As one of the Sunin, he had made significant contributions during the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. He wasn't easily surpassed by just anyone. Furthermore, Orochimaru had formed a new power within Konoha, especially after the death of the 4th Hokage. Almost everyone who had previously wavered had now sided with Orochimaru, while the Hokage's faction consisted of various clans solely concerned about their own interests. With the information leaking after your return from the border, the situation there seems to be in turmoil again. Whether intentional or unintentional, Uchiha Yoru mentioned the current situation at the border, causing Orochimaru to lick his lips and smile, saying, "The shinobi world has never lacked bloodshed. But everything will stabilize, it's just a matter of time." Orochimaru's confidence shone through his narrowed eyes. They were merely decaying existences. In his plan, it was the right time to let them struggle, giving him an opportunity to focus on researching the pursuit of immortality. In reality, Orochimaru was quite easy to get along with. He only wished to conduct his research in peace. Perhaps becoming the Hokage would allow him to research more effectively. Looking at Orochimaru's confident and sinister smile, Uchiha Yoru's eyes revealed a strange expression. Deep down, he felt a sense of unease. Perhaps Orochimaru's confidence was misplaced, and he didn't realize others could betray him in the end. Perhaps Orochimaru never expected the higher UPS of Konoha to be so ruthless. They made the drastic decision to prevent political turmoil and secure the village's stability by forcing Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, to defect. Perhaps the third Hokage never anticipated the situation would spiral out of control like this from the beginning. He only intended to undermine Orochimaru's prestige, but sometimes, things got out of control. Orochimaru decided to adapt to ever-changing political tactics. The final outcome was unknown to others, but Uchiha Yoru was well aware that Orochimaru would defect in the end. The circumstances that led to Konoha's higher UPS making such a decision were probably due to the extensive and intertwined influence of Orochimaru's faction. Only by taking decisive action could all problems be resolved. Orochimaru-sensei, the police department's 7th division can secretly provide you with test subjects from the prison under our supervision. Just let us know when you need them. After understanding Orochimaru's political direction, Uchiha Yoru respectfully nodded as Orochimaru didn't say anything, implying his approval of Yoru's approach in befriending various clans through the 7th division. Yoru also addressed Orochimaru's real concern. Indeed, upon hearing the word research, Orochimaru's face revealed a greedy smile. "Hehe, Yoru, you've done well. It's a shame that he has come. Human experimentation required ninja subjects. It was easier when they were at the border. After all, there were many people from the small villages, renegade ninjas, and foreigners. However, it would be troublesome now that they were back in the village." But it seemed the problem had been resolved. After all, the police department was responsible for almost all of Konoha's prisons. It wasn't unusual for prisoners to die in custody, right? Orochimaru-sama. At that moment, a figure walked into the research room, respectfully bowing to Orochimaru. Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but be surprised as he saw the person. "So, this is Root." Wearing a mask resembling a cat's face with green and red patterns, Uchiha Yoru secretly observed the person as Orochimaru's eyes glowed with greed. "Hehe, Kino, you've come at the right time. Lie down on the bed." Something seemed off about his words, but the Root member who had arrived obediently lay on the bed. Uchiha Yoru widened his eyes in astonishment. He watched as Orochimaru, with a sickeningly greedy expression, gazed at the Root boy lying in front of him as if he were examining a precious treasure. If Yoru didn't know Orochimaru's personality well, this scene could easily be misunderstood. Seemingly aware of Yoru's astonishment, Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh filled with excitement. "Yoru-kun, this is the unexpectedly successful wood-release experimental subject, Kino. Assist me in recording the data." "Yes." Yoru nodded respectfully. He wasn't like that guy who promised others his body was at their disposal, only to act like the smartest person later. And then he even went back on his words. Going back on his words wasn't a big deal, as it was normal to have second thoughts about life and death. But if you voluntarily ask someone to do as they please with your body, you should have a good attitude as long as they give you power. As long as there were no conflicts of interest, Yoru had great respect for Orochimaru's character. Orochimaru skillfully placed various instruments on Kino's body, starting some kind of twisted experiment. Drawing blood and such were routine procedures. The blood contains. Amidst the professional jargon, Uchiha Yoru's knowledge was insufficient. Fortunately, his role was only to record. Only Orochimaru seemed eager to examine the collected data and precious blood samples. P2W 48, Duzaki Yujeo. Yoru, do you know what Kino's appearance represents? Orochimaru, with a rare unsettling smile, responded directly to Yoru's question after completing all the checks. Would release. No. You're wrong. Orochimaru immediately corrected his disciple, his eyes fixed on the precious data in his hands, filled with enthusiasm. This represents Kekkei Genkai. From nothing to something, even ordinary people can cultivate Kekkei Genkai. Looking at Orochimaru in front of him, Yoru couldn't help but show astonishment. Scientists truly have peculiar thought processes. He initially thought Orochimaru wanted to cultivate a group of ninja with wood release, even though it would be a weaker version. But who would have thought that Orochimaru had gone beyond that and was now thinking about cultivating various Kekkei Genkai? If wood release could be cultivated, what about other Kekkei Genkai? Kekkei Genkai, the mysterious existence that never disappeared from the entire ninja world. During the Warring States period, the highest were the Kekkei Genkai clans, representing immense power, followed by the secret arts clans. If this problem could be overcome and Kekkei Genkai could be cultivated on a large scale, it would cause a significant impact in the ninja world. Orochimaru-sensei, are you saying? Yoru seemed to have realized something. Orochimaru nodded enthusiastically, exactly. Although Kino's wood release is inferior to the first Hokage's, once we overcome this cultivation challenge, I will be able to create a Kekkei Genkai clan with my own hands. Yoru couldn't help but silently curse in his heart. Orochimaru's thought process was truly unpredictable. He thought Orochimaru wanted to cultivate all the Kekkei Genkai in the ninja world, but he circled back to this point. Indeed, he couldn't understand the thought process of a scientist. But on the surface, Yoru pretended to be excited. If Orochimaru-sensei can cultivate a few wood-release ninja, it will be a direct way to stabilize your position as the fifth Hokage. Yoru's excited appearance made Orochimaru, who was also excited, feel a chill. A hint of frustration flashed in his snake-like eyes. Clearly, they still had some differences in understanding. How could Yoru think of this question? Just a few wood-release ninja becoming the fifth Hokage? Was that great? Shouldn't it be even greater if he could personally create a Kekkei Genkai clan? Just like the legendary Six Paths Sage, he could be a god who could create everything. Two people, two minds, going in opposite directions. Seeing Orochimaru's excitement, he suddenly realized that his joy was something no one could understand. It was truly frustrating. Orochimaru, with a hoarse voice, gestured, Yoru, keep Kino here for now and remember to keep it a secret. It seemed that Orochimaru had taken Kino from Dan's. Although wood release was rare, Kino's wood release was considered a weakened version compared to the first Hokage's. Therefore, Dan's was willing to let him go. Or perhaps Dan's and Orochimaru were collaborating at this point to revive the wood release project. They probably wanted to see if they could create a few more wood release ninja. After all, there's never too many Kekkei Genkai users. What if they unexpectedly produce a wood release user of the first Hokage's level? That would be amazing. Orochimaru-sama. Kino, who had just been through a thorough examination and had lost quite a bit of blood, now got off the bed. Although his body was still shaking, he respectfully bowed to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who was already accustomed to the brainwashing and training of root members, didn't pay much attention. He casually waved his hand, Kino, you've done well. Let me know if you need anything. It was clear that Dan's had assigned Kino to work under Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru was now also a member of Root. Yes. Kino, in a numb manner, acted like a puppet without emotions. He had no plans for his own future and was the most loyal test subject. As Yoru watched Kino and Orochimaru's fanatical expression, he secretly contemplated. If Orochimaru could create artificial Kekkei Genkai, there must be some kind of ninjutsu that could do the same. Yoru returned to the police department's office, showing signs of exhaustion. As he sat at his desk, leaves would occasionally fall from his palm. Strangely, these leaves seemed unusual, as if they had been electrified. There were even faint arcs of electricity when they fell. Yoru smiled, clutching a leaf in his palm. It was evident that he had made progress. It seemed that enhancing his constitution also strengthened his innate talents. Before awakening his Sharingan, he could only be considered an ordinary ninja with above-average aptitude. After activating his Sharingan, he experienced a strengthening process. He could clearly feel that his training was progressing much faster than before. For example, the amount of chakra he used to increase in a month now took only 10 days. With his current Sharingan and enhanced constitution, his training speed had once again increased. He had truly reached the level of a genius. Especially during the lightning-style training, I should be considered a genius now. Yoru muttered to himself with a smile, despite the fatigue showing on his face. In the ninja world, strength was the most fundamental aspect. Having a status alone wouldn't be enough, one needed strength to match it. Until he reached the level where he could single-handedly overpower the entire village like the first Hokage or Madara Uchiha, he could only obediently assimilate into the community. Orochimaru-sensei, you truly deserve praise. Every time he interacted with Orochimaru, Yoru would rearrange his training direction. Just as he had anticipated, Orochimaru, the scientist of the ninja world, directly analyzed his innate talent. Orochimaru's arrangement for his training was to strengthen the nature transformation of lightning style and simultaneously focus on physical training for the next 3 months. With the added boost of the Sharingan, his learning speed in ninjutsu was remarkably fast. As Yoru was thinking about Orochimaru's training plan for him, the office door suddenly knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The office door opened, and in walked Yoru's cousin, Uchiha Shisui, accompanied by a female ninja holding a stack of documents. The only difference was that she appeared younger. Yoru didn't pay much attention, but he smiled at Shisui. Shisui, what's up? Shisui, feeling guilty seeing the fatigue on Yoru's smiling face, thought that his elder brother had taken on too much responsibility for the clan. Yoru Aizen, we have recruited all the personnel for the 7th Division of the Police Department. These are the profiles of all the team members. A thick stack of documents was placed on the desk. Each document contained a photo of the ninja, their background, their performance in the Ninja Academy, substitute teachers, and the teachers who led them after graduation. Yoru Aizen, this is Uzuki Yujao. She is quite skilled in handling documents. Shisui introduced the female ninja behind him with a smile. He deliberately chose her to lighten Yoru's workload. P2W Chapter 49, Spies. Sir, I am Uzuki Yujao. Please take care of me in the future. In that moment, Uzuki Yujao appeared both excited and uncertain, her innocent and youthful face reflecting a mix of emotions. She seemed to be a newly graduated ninja, inexperienced and with a fresh appearance. Uchiha Yoru maintained a calm expression on his face upon seeing her, but inside, his heart was stirred with waves of emotion. Uzuki Yujao. That's why she looked so familiar. With her long purple hair and shy demeanor, Uchiha Yoru silently contemplated, something seemed amiss. Yoru Aizen, Uzuki Yujao comes from a civilian family. She graduated with top marks in her academic studies last year and is meticulous enough to assist the police department. Uchiha Shisui, with a relaxed smile, explained that she was intended to be an administrative secretary, someone who could handle office tasks. In every department or team, such an assistant was necessary. In administrative roles, they were mostly women, while in combat roles, they were elite ninjas. Observing Shisui's well-intentioned gesture, Uchiha Yoru also smiled. He looked at the newly graduated and still naive Uzuki Yujo before him, and said with a smile, "Very well, for now, you can go and familiarize yourself with the work." "Thank you, sir." Uzuki Yujo bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, her face filled with excitement and anticipation for the future. However, as Uzuki Yujo closed the door and left, Uchiha Yoru's smile gradually turned cold, but Shisui, who was beside him, remained oblivious to it. As Uchiha Yoru read the personnel file, he couldn't help but show a chilling glint in his eyes. He looked up with a grim expression, staring at Shisui, and slammed 3 profiles onto the table. Uchiha Shisui, an elite jonin, noticed Uchiha Yoru's serious expression when he took out the 3 files. Among them was Uzuki Yujo's, which he specifically placed on top. "Yorinai-izen, should we?" Shisui's eyes flashed with anger. He was growing more resentful towards Root and their dark actions. His discontent with Root was becoming stronger. Uchiha Yoru shook his head, but inside, he couldn't help but feel bitter. He knew that revealing the truth to Shisui would have a counterproductive effect. It was better not to let him investigate further. Once Shisui discovered the truth about these 3 individuals through his covered investigation, he would understand the gravity of the situation. For the sake of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yoru had put in a great deal of effort. He didn't want to experience the night of the clan's extermination again in a few years. Although Uzuki Yujo and Heiate Gecko were destined for a tragic fate, it was evident from the original story that both of them were members of the ANBU. But when did the ANBU start training them? He didn't know, but one thing was certain: Konoha was currently facing a shortage of personnel, and with the return of the 3rd Hokage, they would surely focus on nurturing and developing their own forces. People from the ANBU, hey! Uchiha Yoru inwardly sneered. Sending such young individuals as infiltrators was indeed a clever strategy. During the Chunin exams, these 2 individuals were already classified as special jonin, especially Heiate Gecko, who was a bloodline ninja. But wasn't infiltration the ideal role for covered ninjas? On the other hand, Uzuki Yujo was an ordinary civilian. Identifying talented candidates and secretly cultivating them from an early age was a common practice of the ANBU. As for Yakushi Kabuto, there was no need to say anything. Everyone knew he was from Root. "Yorinai-izen, should we take action against them or assign them to work in the prison?" Aware that these individuals were infiltrators from within the village, Shisui suggested taking action or putting them in a precarious situation. However, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and sighed, pretending to be exhausted and mentally strained. "You can defend for now, but not forever. Let's pretend we don't know anything. As for Uzuki Yujo, since you've already arranged for her to be by my side, let's not alert the other side. As for the other 2, Heiate Gecko's profile is quite ordinary, so we'll assign him to the patrol and public safety team as usual. As for this, remember, don't raise any alarms with these 3 individuals." "Understood." Uchiha Yoru chose not to alert these 3 individuals, as he had already gathered information about their backgrounds. Sometimes, pretending not to know was the best strategy. If they were to expose them, it could lead to the infiltration of more spies. "Shisui, continue your covered investigation and see if there are any other problematic individuals among the recently recruited personnel." Uchiha Yoru didn't believe that only these few individuals were involved. There had to be more. Shisui's face turned solemn upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. Why did they have to be so cautious towards the Uchiha? P2W Chapter 50, Wandering Maiko. A private orphanage on the outskirts of the village. Under the bright sunshine, happy and excited children filled the area with joyful smiles. However, a young boy with round eyes observed the scene with a complex expression in his eyes. "Thank you for the support you've provided to the orphanage, said a nun-like pharmacist named Yakushi Nono, wearing a white headscarf. She wore a genuine and gentle smile. Looking at this woman radiating maternal care, Uchiha Yoru, the boy with round eyes, smiled and waved his hand, saying, "We're here on behalf of Orochimaru-sama. You're too kind." Orochimaru-sama couldn't come personally due to his heavy duties, so he entrusted me to come here. Please don't hesitate to contact the 7th Division of the Police Department if the orphanage needs food or supplies, said Yakushi Nono. Both of them wore fake smiles, but no one could see through it. This time, the 7th Division of the Police Department came to visit as representatives of Orochimaru, accompanied by 2 team members. Uchiha Yoru and Yakushi Nono walked towards the living room of the orphanage while chatting. Outside, the sounds of children playing filled the air. However, Kabuto, who secretly distributed food to the orphans while wearing a fake smile, looked at Yoru, who followed the orphanage director, with hidden thoughts. In the director's office, Yakushi Nono wore a maternal and gentle smile, a facade that no one would suspect belongs to Konoha's most famous spy, the legendary spy ninja known as the Wandering Maiko. "Director, please have some tea," said Yakushi Nono with a motherly and gentle smile. No one would think that the person in front of them is the most renowned spy in Konoha, the Wandering Maiko. "Director, you're too kind," replied Uchiha Yoru. He had already adapted to his current position and the political facade he wore on his face. Looking at the figure in front of him, he narrowed his eyes and gently placed his teacup to the side. "If the orphanage needs anything else, please let us know. Although we can't provide a large amount of funds, we can still manage to provide food for the children," said Yakushi Nono with a grateful expression, ready to express her gratitude. However, the next words from Uchiha Yoru made her tremble. "After all, you are worth that value, aren't you? The Wandering Maiko." The air seemed to carry a sense of heaviness with that sentence. However, Yakushi Nono's face showed a blank expression, as if she hadn't understood. "Director." Yakushi Nono, who showed no signs of flaws, made Uchiha Yoru smile and gently shake his head. "Director, the police department will ensure that the orphanage's needs are met. I can't guarantee that everyone will be well fed and clothed, but no one will starve. I believe you understand this better than anyone else." After being so direct, Yakushi Nono showed no emotional response, which impressed Uchiha Yoru. However, he gestured with his hand and rubbed his forehead, indicating that he didn't want to pretend anymore. It was too exhausting in front of certain individuals. "My teacher is Orochimaru-sama, the Deputy Minister of Root. Director, all your disguises are meaningless in front of me." With this straightforward revelation, Yakushi Nono's eyes flashed with a cold light, but her smile remained unchanged. She calmly lifted the teacup and took a sip. Both of them remained silent for a while before she finally spoke, "May I know what you want, sir?" Despite her polite smile, there was a slight decrease in warmth on her face, replaced by a hint of wariness. However, Uchiha Yoru, while looking at the children playing outside through the window, showed a rare glimpse of relaxation in his eyes. "Yakushi Nono, rest assured, I am not from Root. Although the existence of Root is inevitable, I don't like treating our own people this way." With a relaxed smile on his face as he looked outside through the window, he said, "The police department will provide monthly food subsidies for your orphanage. The requirements are simple. You can trust us. Although the children from your orphanage will still have to perform tasks, the nature of those tasks will be completely different." After completely unveiling his disguise, Yakushi Nono felt a sense of unease in her heart. Her biggest concern now was these children. As for what the other party said, she didn't believe it for a moment. Orochimaru-sama's visit to the orphanage and his constant concern for the village. "Director, it seems like we haven't heard Orochimaru-sama's voice in the village for a long time." While speaking to herself, a frown appeared on Yakushi Nono's face. She wasn't an ordinary person, and she could naturally discern the meaning behind these words. Director, Orochimaru-sama's goodwill is in your hands. Furthermore, in the future, if any child from the orphanage shows aptitude, the police department will provide assistance for them to enter the ninja academy. Of course, you don't need to worry. The reciprocation is simple. After all, everything is for Orochimaru-sama, said Uchiha Yoru, without any conflicting interests with Yakushi Nono and knowing that she needed his support. He had her weak spot in his grasp. Upon hearing these words, Yakushi Nono's expression became grave. She wasn't a fool and could tell that Orochimaru-sama had gone into hiding, and it seemed that there was a force in Konoha silently erasing the presence of the three Sunin. However, this force required the students from their orphanage to promote Orochimaru's reputation. Wasn't this going against the village's interests? As for her worries, Yakushi Nono's intelligence instantly brought her to a conclusion. As long as the 7th Division of the police department existed, there would always be someone advocating for Orochimaru. The orphanage was just a small place. Looking at Yakushi Nono's skepticism, Uchiha Yoru smiled and said, Director, Orochimaru-sama had high praise for the wandering Miko. That's why you're the true invaluable treasure. Was this directed at me? Yakushi Nono's expression turned serious as she calmly looked at the other person. As the most outstanding spy, a strong heart was the most important trait. While the two were having their conversation in the office, Kabuto, who was playing with the children under a tree outside, blinked his eyes as a glimmer of light flashed through his eyes. Although he couldn't hear anything, he could understand their conversation through lip reading. From the initial worries to the subsequent relief, and finally, his face suddenly changed, showing a serious expression. Inside the office, Uchiha Yoru, who discreetly glanced at the window, naturally noticed Kabuto secretly observing him from outside. However, it was intentional. Director, your medical ninjutsu is excellent. The police department is willing to hire you to spend some time each month to instruct the police logistics department in medical ninjutsu. As he said this, Uchiha Yoru suddenly looked towards Kabuto, who was playing with the children outside. A smile appeared on his face. By the way, Director, do you recognize that child? Chapter 51, Yakushi Nono. Yakushi Nono, the most exceptional spy, had already noticed the eavesdropper outside, but she remained calm. In fact, she preferred to expose everything about the orphanage to Konohagakure. She knew that the conflicts above were beyond her involvement. The child's name is Yakushi Kabuto, also from this orphanage. The director should know him well. By the way, this child comes from the roots. Yakushi Kabuto, a 13-year-old talented spy, was taken aback when he was discovered. His troubled expression was noticed by the children playing with him. Big brother, what's wrong? Innocently, the children spoke their minds, but in an instant, Yakushi Kabuto regained his composure, offering a kind smile. He wiped his eyes gently and said to the children, "It's nothing. Come, let me tell you a story about ninjas." While Yakushi Kabuto played happily with the children, a turmoil surged within him. Uchiha Yoru had already uncovered his true identity, but when did he expose him? The director. I hope nothing happened to the director. Yakushi Kabuto's heart was in chaos, and inside the office, Yakushi Nono also showed signs of panic. As the most formidable spy of Konohagakure, her composure was shaken. The surname Yakushi and the name that reminded her of something unpleasant. With just a glance through the window, she took a deep breath and regained her calm state. In an instant, this exceptional spy of Konohagakure had already analyzed everything. Images of Kabuto, sent to her by the root, flashed through her mind, his appearance gradually maturing and becoming more rugged, while the children outside appeared delicate and gentle. She immediately considered a possibility. Despite her disdain for the root, her overwhelming feeling was powerlessness. On the other hand, Uchiha Yoru enjoyed the moment, sipping his hot tea. The smile on his lips conveyed a sense of satisfaction from wielding such authority. After a while, Uchiha Yoru finally set down his empty teacup. He looked at Yakushi Nono, who was about to refill his tea, and waved his hand with a smile. In the future, Yakushi's team will be responsible for the connection between the police department and the orphanage. Monthly supplies will be delivered. Understood. Thank you, sir. Despite being smaller and less powerful, Yakushi Nono showed a respectful demeanor. This was the advantage of power. As long as one remained within this circle, those with power could exploit the weaknesses of others, and rules had to be followed. The news will soon reach Danzo's ears. Orochimaru's intentions are clear. Neither side will act recklessly, and the orphanage will remain safe, avoiding getting involved. Rising from his seat, Uchiha Yoru smiled in a relaxed manner. His visit had certainly attracted the attention of the ANBU and the root. That's why he came in person. No one would believe otherwise. Thus, he used the orphanage and the children to spread the fame of the Sunin once again, making Orochimaru's name resonate throughout the village. This was his overt goal, and he wasn't afraid of what the village would say. After all, everyone would think that Orochimaru had initiated a counterattack. Hehe, the director makes excellent tea. Let's keep in touch. As he got up, Uchiha Yoru patted the shoulder of the legendary female ninja in front of him and smiled, while Yakushi Nono nodded in response with a smile. Sir, you're too kind. Their interaction seemed normal, but it carried a hint of strangeness. Under Yakushi Nono's smile, there was a tinge of bitterness. She knew that the other party was trying to win her over. Being Orochimaru's disciple, Uchiha Yoru held her weakness in his hands. Moreover, his intentions were clear, he wanted her to become a double agent. She belonged to the root, and after today, Danzo would definitely contact her. The root wanted to know about the other side, and the other side also wanted to know about the root. Sir, I entrust the well-being of the orphanage to you from now on. In just a moment, Yakushi Nono made up her mind. Orochimaru had a good chance of becoming the 5th Hokage now. She couldn't say it was 100% certain, but she was confident it was about 70 to 80%. Once she won this gamble, the future of the orphanage would be secured, and she would no longer have to worry about its supplies. Therefore, her statement of entrusting it to him was her declaration. Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded after hearing it. Director, you're too polite. It's all for the village. In Uchiha Yoru's mind, a cold smile appeared. Danzo, you cunning old man, I'll first plant a double agent in your root. Return the favor in kind. Yakushi Nono? Humph, she was just the public face. Everyone would likely forget about a nameless person like her. After leaving the orphanage and returning to the police department, Yakushi Kabuto respectfully reported the documented information from the orphanage. Sir, the orphanage currently has 238 orphans, 13 of whom can perform chakra extraction. There is one director and one vice director. Sitting in his office and listening to the brief report, Uchiha Yoru squinted his eyes as he examined the ordinary Yakushi Kabuto. No one would expect the magnitude of achievements this bloodline-less youth would attain in the future. Kabuto, after the Third Great Ninja War and the Nine Tails Rampage, the village suffered heavy losses. Thus, the orphanage lacks resources, and these supplies were reluctantly squeezed out from the police department. Sigh. With a half-smile in his eyes, Uchiha Yoru looked at the young boy. Although he didn't fully believe it, he believed in Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto's current weakness was the orphanage's director, and the director's weakness was the orphanage's children and Yakushi Kabuto. It was a twisted world where ninja power was immense, and countless tragedies occurred. Gently tapping the desk a few times, Yakushi Kabuto deliberately revealed the seal on his tongue when speaking. Uchiha Yoru nodded lightly. Kabuto, you come from an ordinary background, but your talent in medical ninjutsu is extraordinary. Study it well. Yes, sir. Although Yakushi Kabuto appeared relaxed, cold sweat had already formed on his back. He had exposed himself. But for the sake of the director, he had no choice but to expose himself and become the other side's spy. A double agent. He was the trump card, while the director was only the public face. Watching Yakushi Kabuto leave the office after delivering the normal report, Uchiha Yoru let out a sigh of relief. He truly needed Yakushi Kabuto. One reason was that the boy could provide him with an extra pair of eyes within the route. The other reason was the boy's talent in medical ninjutsu. Since Yamato's wood release was artificially created, it was possible to create other bloodlines as well. The bloodline options within the system were too expensive, and there might be some issues with the artificial ones. However, when combined, they could solve all problems. Lastly, it could bring an end to one tragedy in this twisted world. Comment. 2 comments. Vote. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Surgery. Konoha Prison. The police department is responsible for ensuring the safety and security of Konoha. The Uchiha clan oversees the supervision of the village's 3 major prisons. Outside the regular prison cells, 2 elite Uchiha guards were vigilant, carefully observing their surroundings. Even outside the prison, there were additional guards ready to react to any potential issues. Surprisingly, beneath the bright and clean room, there was another hidden chamber. The room was filled with the strong smell of disinfectant, and the operating room was bustling with activity. Outside the operating room, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and trained his chakra's nature transformation by manipulating a leaf between his fingers. The ground beneath him was covered in countless burnt leaves turned to ashes. Yorinai Aizen. Uchiha Shisui emerged from the room after escorting a prisoner. However, he was suddenly shoved against the wall upon stepping outside, causing him to grunt. Shisui remained composed despite the attack, his hand gripping his collar. He was astonished by the swiftness of the attack but refrained from retaliating. Uchiha Yoru, with a firm grasp on Shisui's collar, lifted him up, his Sharingan eyes radiating intense pressure. Shisui. What's the meaning of performing surgery on the prisoner today? I specifically instructed that only deserving individuals should be targeted. Shisui, struggling to breathe, met Uchiha Yoru's intense gaze. He displayed a hint of shame and replied with difficulty, Yorinai Aizen, there weren't enough prisoners in the facility, and he was the only one with a compatible kidney for transplantation. The pressure on Shisui's chest gradually eased, allowing him to breathe normally again. Uchiha Yoru frowned and responded, can't we find a suitable candidate among the prisoners in the 3 major prisons of the village? Yorinai Aizen, the prisoners in the facility either participate in human experiments or have their organs harvested due to their heinous crimes. There is a shortage of suitable candidates, and the village has increased surveillance recently. Shisui's voice carried a sense of exhaustion. Yorinai Aizen, the Anbu are closely monitoring our clan's territory. With a tinge of helplessness in his eyes, Shisui expressed 3 parts resignation, 4 parts frustration, and 3 parts anger. Suddenly, the lights in the operating room switched on, and the door opened. Uchiha Yoru and Shisui entered as if nothing had transpired. Hehe, thank you, Lord Yoru. I wouldn't have known when my back would heal without you. Inyazuka Yu, a middle-aged ninja from the Inyazuka clan, supported his bandaged waist and greeted them with a pleasing smile. Uchiha Yoru responded with a smile after assessing the situation. Don't mention it. Inyazuka Yu, you are a hero of Konoha. You have worked tirelessly for so many years and even sustained an injury for the sake of our village. We are all dedicated to the betterment of Konoha. The conversation between them appeared cordial, making Inyazuka Yu's smile grow wider as he waved his hand. Hehe, we are all working for the good of Konoha, for our village. Though the Uchiha clan was currently isolated, it was different for the 7th Division of the police force. They represented Orochimaru and were admired by the major clans for their clandestine organ trading operations. Sir, here are the prescribed medications. Take them regularly. During the first 6 months, come for monthly check UPS to ensure there are no rejections, and then switched to every 3 months. A masked medical ninja approached and handed over the prepared medications with a smile. Inyazuka Yu, weakened from the recent surgery, smiled in response. No problem. I appreciate all the trouble you've gone through. Under the guise of pleasant conversation, Inyazuka Yu, escorted by hidden ninjas, departed from the prison through a secret passage. Only 4 individuals remained in the operating room. The surgeon removed his mask, revealing a gentle smile. It was Yakushi Kabuto, the surgeon. With a forced smile and a respectful tone, he reported, Inyazuka Yu's 2 kidneys have been successfully replaced, and the prisoner has been given kidneys that are about to necrotize. After such a major surgery, the prisoner is unlikely to survive for more than 2 months. The other surgeon, identified solely by his eyes, belonged to the Hyuga clan. Another prisoner in a prison uniform lay unconscious on a separate bed, unaware that his kidneys had been stolen while he was in a coma. Uchiha Yoru listened intently to Kabuto's report, his expression serious. He nodded slightly and said, "Keep this operation discreet. If anything happens to this prisoner, it should appear as a natural death." "Yes, sir." After leaving the prison, Uchiha Yoru stood in the sunlight, but to Shisui, it felt as if darkness still surrounded him. "Shisui, from now on, we will leave the organ trading in the prison to the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha clan needs to be prepared to retreat at any moment." "Yes, Yorinai-Aizen," Shisui respectfully replied. Since the Nine Tails incident last year, he had experienced a great deal within a short span of time, shaping his perspective profoundly. In the past 2 months, there seemed to be a rise in unexplained prisoner deaths in the village's prison, but it hadn't garnered much attention. However, the number of critically ill patients had significantly increased. Many prisoners in the facility were repeat offenders who would spend decades behind bars. Most of those imprisoned for over 15 years were included in the organ transplantation list. Numerous ninjas from the major clans in the village had old injuries resurfacing or were in critical condition due to organ damage. The recent clandestine organ trades had addressed their urgent needs. No one desired to die, especially when ninjas had experienced their prime and feared death. The prisoners could provide a match for organ transplants, ensuring the exchange of organs or even transplantation. All of this relied on the near-perfect organ transplantation technology developed by Orochimaru. "Shisui, we are not doing this for Orochimaru-sama. The Root Division and the Anbu engage in similar activities privately, but the difference lies in our superior technology and supply. Nohara Rin, a Chunin-level medical ninja, could perform transplantation surgeries even on intense battlefields." It showcased the level of medical ninjutsu in Konoha, particularly in organ transplantation. As ninjas frequently faced injuries during their missions, they relied on life-saving ninjutsu, including organ transplantation. The difference was that within the village, they had to be discreet due to the potential consequences. However, they primarily used death row prisoners or spies from other countries. On the other hand, the village's prison held a broader pool of candidates, and it would be wasteful not to utilize them. The key aspect was that ninjas could only receive organ transplants from fellow ninjas, as transplants from ordinary people would be rejected. Uchiha Shisui had already witnessed too much darkness. Despite using prisoners, it was still preferable to sacrificing innocent lives. He nodded and said, "Yorinai-Aizen, I understand." "No, you don't fully comprehend yet. Do you know why Orochimaru-sama asked the Uchiha and Hyuga clans to collaborate secretly?" Uchiha Yoru once again bore the burden of a heavy responsibility. He had no other choice since Shisui's potential was undeniable. Ignoring Shisui's potential and letting him join the Hokage's faction would be a mistake. Chapter 53, Politics. Uchiha Yoru looked at the confusion in Uchiha Shisui's eyes and silently shook his head. Shisui was undoubtedly a genius ninja, but when it came to politics, he was a fool. It was no wonder he could be easily manipulated. If Uchiha Itachi was considered paranoid, then Shisui was overly trusting of the Hokage system. It was only when he faced betrayal that he began to understand himself. This revealed that Shisui never considered wiping out the clan. If Shisui hadn't died, the night of the Uchiha massacre might have taken a different turn. Shisui, the Uchiha clan is isolated now, and this is an opportunity, Uchiha Yoru said with a somber tone. Have you noticed the secret organ trafficking? Almost all the major clans are involved. They need healthy bodies, and the Uchiha need connections. Through these transactions, we establish intricate relationships with the major clans. Politics, Shisui thought to himself. His actions weren't driven by paranoia. After all, even the medical corps engaged in similar covert activities. So why couldn't he? Only high-level ninjas knew about the organ transplantation performed by the medical corps of Konoha. Those below that level had neither the qualifications nor the necessity to know, except for members of the major clans. Compared to the medical corps, there were too many people under scrutiny. They had to be cautious and could only use death row inmates, spies, and the like. On the other hand, the police department was officially recognized, while the other was an unauthorized underground operation. Naturally, there were fewer concerns. Then, Shisui, why involve the Hyuga clan? Uchiha Yoru asked. Uchiha Shisui needed this, but the Hyuga clan wasn't isolated. Uchiha Yoru shook his head and responded, Shisui, one reason is the Hyuga clan's influence, but you're mistaken about the other. It's not just the Hyuga clan involved. Those who conducted this operation covertly were the ones who left themselves vulnerable. Once they came here for organ transplantation, they left themselves open to manipulation. After all, these actions were carried out in violation of ninja regulations. In other words, everyone was being implicated. When the number of people reached a certain threshold, it became a terrifying force. Shisui, I want you to hand over the prison operations to the Hyuga clan. Darkness doesn't suit you. You should stand in the sunlight, Uchiha Yoru said, changing the topic suddenly. Shisui was stunned by Uchiha Yoru's words. He felt a strong sense of guilt as he saw the exhausted forced smile in his eyes. It seemed that while Yorinai Aizen carried the burden of darkness for the sake of the clan and the village, he was the one holding them back. Yorinai Aizen, I will do my best. Shisui promised. Before Shisui could make any more promises, Uchiha Yoru waved his hand and smiled, Shisui, you've misunderstood. The police department has many other tasks. You don't need to focus too much on this. From now on, you will be primarily responsible for the police department's work. And don't forget to guide Atake well. Don't let him stray from the right path. Yes, Yorinai Aizen. Shisui replied. Uchiha Yoru nodded silently, satisfied with Shisui's promise. Shisui's admiration for the Hokage faction had dwindled, and he even began to doubt the current high-level officials. It was hard for him to trust them anymore, let alone side with the Hokage. There was only Atake left. After all, both of them possessed the potential of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan was known as the strongest, and while they had no shortage of elite jounin within the clan, the presence of an elite shinobi at the level of an ANBU captain was crucial. Add to that the terrifying power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Yoru had gone to great lengths for the sake of the clan. In the Root Division, Yakushi Kabuto respectfully handed over the gathered intelligence to Danzo. The intelligence revealed that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were engaging in secret organ trafficking for personal gain. Danzo's eyes revealed a cold, sinister smile as he read the report. It seemed that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had firmly aligned themselves with Orochimaru. However, this intelligence couldn't dispel Danzo's suspicions about Kabuto. He knew that Kabuto had visited the orphanage, but considering the calm expression on his face and the information he had received, it seemed that they had not conversed or recognized each other. Danzo sneered. Organ trafficking was nothing compared to the more serious human experimentation he conducted with Orochimaru. The intelligence only confirmed his suspicions. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, puffed on his tobacco pipe, releasing a thick smoke that filled the air. Yujao Uzuki stood before him, reporting on her mission. Organ trafficking. It was the means to gather various forces that caught Sarutobi's attention. He furrowed his brow as he realized that in just 2 months, 38 people from major clans had established connections with the Uchiha for personal gain. Yujao, have you discovered anything recently? Sarutobi asked. Yujao, a young and talented ANBU member, kneeled respectfully. Hokage-sama, the 7th Division of the Police Department hasn't shown much activity recently, but their methods of maintaining public security seem to have taken a different direction. Continuing, she said, their approach now focuses on upholding regulations for civilians while being lenient toward ninjas and the powerful noble families in various regions. Sarutobi's expression revealed understanding. He was well aware of the police department's approach, meant to garner influence and send a political signal from Orochimaru. However, Sarutobi was more inclined to resist this political signal. Konoha was gradually stabilizing and couldn't afford to continue down this path, as it would hinder the village's peaceful recovery. Yujao, you're aware of the danger posed by the Uchiha. We cannot allow a repeat of the Nine Tails disaster. That's why I need you to go further, Sarutobi said, his statement ambiguous. Yujao's respectful expression deepened. Hokage-sama, rest assured, I will gain the Uchiha's trust as soon as possible and gather intelligence from within the clan. Sarutobi's smile remained benevolent, but his mind was calculating. He needed his eyes and ears within the Uchiha clan. Chapter 54, Yui Kurane. Anbu. Head, here's the recent intelligence we've gathered. After reporting to the Hokage, Uzuki Yujao, a member of the Anbu, returned to the Anbu headquarters to make her report. While the Hokage's kind smile reassured her with a single glance at the intelligence, the Anbu's focus was solely on completing the mission, with little regard for the process. The Anbu head, though wearing a mask, revealed her identity as a woman through her long hair and figure. She was the daughter-in-law of the third Hokage. Calmly examining the intelligence brought by Uzuki Yujao, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on her face behind the mask. Yujao, I sent you to infiltrate because of your age and identity, which make it easy for you to get close. But after all this time, all you've gathered is surface-level information. The 7th Division of the Police Department lacks real intelligence. Uzuki Yujao knelt down on one knee, respectfully listening to the reprimand from the Anbu head. After a long silence, the Anbu head set the intelligence aside. Yujao, it's highly likely that the Nine Tails incident is part of the Uchiha's conspiracy. The Uchiha pose a great danger to the village. Therefore, I need you to gain Uchiha Yoru's trust, gather deeper intelligence, and potentially obtain information on the Uchiha's higher UPS in the future. This is an extremely difficult task. Thus, I need you to use your identity when necessary. The Anbu head gave Yujao a meaningful glance and spoke in a low voice, you come from a civilian background, and you are a rare female ninja. I believe you understand that all of this is for the village. Upon hearing these words, Uzuki Yujao trembled, a hint of struggle flashing in her eyes. However, when the Anbu head mentioned that it was all for the village, Yujao recalled the catastrophe of the Nine Tails attack and the countless cries that echoed through Konoha. Finally, Uzuki Yujao took a deep breath, lowered her head, and hoarsely said, understood. For the village, I will approach the target and complete the mission when necessary. Good. You may leave now. From now on, you will be under my direct command. Being directly under the command of the Anbu head meant that Yujao's superior would only be the Anbu head herself. It should be noted that the Anbu head's position was not simple, and her status was almost comparable to that of the heads of major clans. Feeling the trust placed in her, Uzuki Yujao felt a warm current in her heart. The third Hokage's daughter-in-law noticed this and revealed a glimmer of light. You may go. Yes. In the dim Anbu office, darkness and silence filled the space. After a while, the Anbu head's eyes revealed a complex expression. Father, all of this is for the Sarutobi clan. Shinzo, you will definitely become the 5th Hokage. While her actions were aimed at guarding against the Uchiha, she also had her own selfish motives. After all, once Sarutobi Shinzo became Hokage, she would become the future Hokage's wife, wielding power surpassing all others in Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Hokage-sama. Yui Kurane, an elite chunin exuding intellectual beauty, entered and respectfully saluted the Hokage. The third Hokage remained silent, continuing to puff on his pipe. Yui Kurane wisely lowered her head and awaited instructions. After a long while, the third Hokage refilled his pipe with tobacco, lighting it with a fire-release jutsu, causing white smoke to rise slowly. Kurane, you have become a capable ninja who can stand on her own. In the face of the Hokage's praise, the young and mature-minded Yui Kurane respectfully smiled and nodded, Hokage-sama, you flatter me. While still young, it was evident that Yui Kurane had matured in her thinking. She was not like other single-minded ninjas. Observing this, the third Hokage inquired, are you familiar with the name Uchiha Yoru? Upon hearing the name, Yui Kurane's heart trembled, but she remained calm after years as a ninja. Nonetheless, she lowered her head further. Uchiha Yoru was my classmate. He graduated as a genin at the age of 10, became a chunin at 14, and is now the captain of the 7th Division of the Police Department. He is a genius from the Uchiha clan who awakened the Sharingan. Yui Kurane honestly shared everything she knew. After all, nothing could be hidden. While not all Uchiha were geniuses, those who awakened the Sharingan were a special class of geniuses. Bloodline limits were illogical, much like how some people were born into noble families while others were commoners, or how some people could never refine their chakra in their lifetime. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, a complex expression appearing on his face. Kurane, your father was a hero of Konoha. None of us wants to see a repeat of the Nine Tails incident. Years later, Yui Kurane couldn't hide her sadness when the tragedy of that night was mentioned. For Konoha, it was a disaster, and she had lost her own father. Similarly, when the third Hokage recalled that night, his eyes also filled with complexity. If he could go back, he truly wished that scene had never happened. Kurane, you are aware that the Sharingan was manipulated during the Nine Tails attack, correct? Caught off guard by the question, Yui Kurane's heart skipped a beat. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, but in the end, her eyes turned red, lost in her memories. She nodded with a sad expression, I am aware. This time, she didn't lie, and the third Hokage nodded with satisfaction. Then, wearing a look of disappointment, he said, Asuma has no filter. With this statement, he bypassed what Asuma had leaked. Then, he shook his head and sighed, Kurane, there is currently unrest at the border of Konoha. Orochimaru would have been the most suitable choice, but it seems that he has some problems recently. This ambiguous statement shocked Yui Kurane even more. This was something she couldn't be involved in. No, wait. Earlier, Hokage-sama asked about Uchiha Yoru, who is Orochimaru-sama's disciple. Yui Kurane felt a cold sweat on her back, as if she had been entangled in something terrifying. Observing the realization in the young Yui Kurane's eyes, the third Hokage silently nodded. It seemed that his intelligence investigation was correct. Yui Kurane held resentment toward the Uchiha due to her father's reasons. Kurane, I have a mission for you to carry out. Of course, this mission may be too difficult for you. You can decide for yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the master of manipulation in Konoha, excelled at appearing benevolent and compassionate in the eyes of others. Orochimaru, who later resorted to kidnapping and experimenting on children, followed in his footsteps to some extent, though there was a significant difference between them. After all, Sarutobi had successfully manipulated 2 Mangekyo Sharingan users in a protagonist, while Orochimaru's methods fell far behind in terms of quality. Chapter 55, Training. The training hall of the police department was filled with the echoing sound of air bursts. It was a spacious and empty hall, occasionally illuminated by flashes of electric arcs. The physical techniques being practiced were so fast that they exceeded the limits of human perception. Uchiha Yoru's figure moved swiftly, almost invisible to the naked eye. Only when he paused briefly or changed direction, his shadow would briefly appear. His speed had reached the level of a high-level ninja. Suddenly, shurikens struck the walls of the training hall, triggering hidden crossbow mechanisms. The air was instantly filled with the sound of numerous crossbows. Swoosh, swoosh. Countless shurikens rained down from all directions, attacking relentlessly. Uchiha Yoru swiftly reacted and appeared in the training hall. With the power of his 2 Tomo Sharingan, he focused his gaze on the incoming shurikens. Ding, ding, ding. A dense and crisp sound filled the air. Uchiha Yoru wielded the Kusanagi sword, surrounded by arcs of electricity, creating an afterimage as he swung the sword. The dense rain of shurikens couldn't get close to him, and many shattered shurikens fell to the ground. The metal shurikens made a crisp sound as they landed on the stone floor. The sound abruptly stopped, and Uchiha Yoru's heavy panting could be heard. He was drenched in sweat. As he looked at the shurikens scattered around him, Uchiha Yoru breathed heavily and inwardly frowned, realizing he still fell short. Although he successfully defended against the onslaught of shurikens, he knew that one had pierced his skin from behind. His strong body had managed to resist the damage. Surrounded by arcs of electricity, Uchiha Yoru smiled and thought, indeed, talent is required in every aspect. Now, I can consider myself gifted. After acquiring the 3rd Raikage physique, not only had his chakra attribute talent reached its peak, but his physical talent was also exceptional. His body seemed to possess limitless strength, and his growth in power had been exponential. Host, Uchiha Yoru, 2 Tomo Sharingan. Chakra level, Jonin, 1.2 cards. Chakra attributes, Fire, LV3, Lightning, LV5, Earth, LV1. Martial Arts, Kenjutsu LV5, Medical Ninjutsu LV4. Looking at his current attributes, Uchiha Yoru smiled with satisfaction. In a short period of time, he had reached the level of a Jonin, not just in terms of chakra level but also in mastering lightning nature manipulation and his kenjutsu skills. His exceptional progress was largely attributed to his physique's talent, which enhanced his chakra amount and nature manipulation of lightning. Progress in both physical training and nature manipulation seemed twice as fast with half the effort. His advancement was rapid. Considering his age, the period of explosive growth for ninja generally occurred between 12 and 16 years old. At this age, individuals were in their developmental period as ninja. To make such rapid progress in physical techniques, in addition to his enhanced body, his proficiency in supplementary ninjutsu played a significant role. He had acquired 2 types of ninjutsu through exchange, including the Lightning Release Chakra mode, the Raikage's legendary Lightning Armor. The Lightning Armor, also known as the Lightning Release Chakra mode, was a B-rank ninjutsu. In Kumigakuer, it was considered a secret technique because it required specific secret medicines and practice methods. The Lightning Armor's true name and its requirement of secret medicines elevated its classification to a secret technique. Uchiha Yoru murmured to himself, the Lightning Armor is not just an ordinary B-rank ninjutsu when combined with the proper secret medicine and practice. It belongs to the realm of secret techniques. Secret techniques, like those of the Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, and Abarame clans, were not bloodline limits but different from ordinary ninjutsu. They required specific methods and secrets for practice, hence the name secret techniques. The Lightning Armor fell into the category of secret techniques. In addition to the corresponding B-rank ninjutsu, it required secret medicines of different levels and extensive practice. It was comparable to the 8 gates in terms of being easy to learn but difficult to master. With the Kusanagi sword crackling with electric arcs, Uchiha Yoru smiled, realizing that the lightning nature manipulation and the cover provided by the Chidori could perfectly conceal the presence of the lightning armor. Although he had further advanced in strength, officially entering the ranks of Jonin and ensuring his safety, he also wore a pained expression due to his depleted funds. The cost of secret techniques was not cheap, but fortunately, his physique was a near-perfect match. Otherwise, possessing ninjutsu without the ability to practice it would be a joke. The classification of C, B, A, and S levels in ninjutsu not only referred to the power of the techniques but also indicated their training difficulty. An ordinary chunin would find it extremely challenging to train an A-rank ninjutsu, while some geniuses at the same chunin level might find it relatively easy. The complexity of manipulating chakra within the body increased with the level of the ninjutsu, resulting in higher difficulty. To make such rapid progress within a short period, besides the enhancement brought by bloodline evolution and his physique, Uchiha Yoru's ability to quickly learn ninjutsu was mainly due to the chakra seal, talent, he acquired from Kakashi Hatake. Despite being only 15 years old, Uchiha Yoru's control and manipulation of chakra were at the level of a kage. His ability to cast the seal was comparable to Kakashi Hatake during the Naruto era, who was at the kage level. "Come out," Uchiha Yoru casually spoke as the electric arcs around his body dissipated. His Sharingan transformed back into ordinary black eyes. "Humph, Uchiha Yoru, you've been making rapid progress recently," Mitarashi Anko said as she entered the training hall through the open door. Her eyes still held a trace of shock, but she put on a forced, tsundere expression. She looked at Uchiha Yoru with envy and jealousy, thinking, so this is Uchiha? Just by awakening the Sharingan, he's a genius. Such talent is truly envy-inducing. Uchiha Yoru was also surprised to see Mitarashi Anko. While he had noticed someone spying outside the door earlier, he assumed it was a member of the police department. He didn't expect it to be Anko. "There's a class reunion tonight. I came to give you a heads up. Are you coming?" Anko asked with a proud look in her eyes. Uchiha Yoru's eyes flickered, but he smiled and nodded, "Of course, I'll attend the class reunion." However, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Anko inviting him to the reunion raised questions in his mind. Was someone orchestrating it, or was he overthinking things? Chapter 56, Class Reunion. In the bustling village of Konoha, a popular yakitori restaurant stood proudly beneath a large signboard. The tantalizing aroma of grilled meat filled the air, a testament to the eatery's thriving business. "I've arrived." With a gentle sweep of the traditional Japanese door curtain, Mitarashi Anko announced her presence with an excited voice, exuding her usual relaxed and cheerful demeanor. The wooden private room was already brimming with people, and among them stood the distinguished figure of Sarutobi Asuma. A cigarette dangled from his lips, and though he tried to appear indifferent, his eyes betrayed a flicker of determination upon seeing the newcomer. As the door curtain lifted, Anko's joyful shout greeted Yi Kurane, who sat in the private room. But it was Uchiha Yoru, following closely behind Anko, who captured everyone's attention. As Yoru stepped into the room, the onlookers were taken aback by his impressive height, standing at around 1.8 meters. His physique had become more robust and muscular, a result of his enhanced physical attributes. With his usual cool expression, Yoru donned a pure white kimono, accompanied by black pants. His exposed chest revealed well-defined muscles that drew gazes. Dark arm guards covered his forearms, extending to his palms. A purple rope belt adorned his waist, and a ninja straight blade hung at his side. Tch. Uchiha Yoru, still as flashy as ever, Sarutobi Asuma commented naturally. The two had never seen eye to eye since childhood. Hearing Asuma's remark, Yoru narrowed his eyes and chuckled, "Can't help it. I've been going through a growth spurt lately." Asuma snorted disdainfully, unable to fully hide his envy. He had always struggled with his height, given his father's towering stature. Standing at 1.7 meters now, Asuma couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy when faced with Yoru's impressive height. Accompanying Asuma were his loyal comrades, Katetsu Hagane, Genma Shiranui, and Ebisu, who formed a close-knit group despite being classmates. "Kurane, did you miss me?" Anko flashed her usual friendly and carefree smile, though a hint of embarrassment lingered deep in her eyes. After all, she had pretended to be her friend's boyfriend, receiving 150,000 ryo in the process, even if it was a ruse. It was still awkward. However, Kurane calmly returned her smile and gestured for Anko to take a seat. "Anko, you haven't changed a bit." The bond between the two best friends seemed untouched by time. Yoru also smiled confidently and settled down next to Anko, completely at ease. After all, it's rare for someone involved in politics to feel awkward. "Sorry for the delay." As the door curtain rose, Might Guy made his appearance, scratching his head apologetically while greeting everyone. Immediately, he reverted to his enthusiastic and lively self. "Guess what? I managed to bring Kakashi with me this time." As expected, Kakashi Hatake followed behind Guy, his expression indifferent as he acknowledged everyone with a slight nod. However, the lifeless aura surrounding him dampened the atmosphere of the classmates' gathering. "Hey, Kakashi, sit here." With boundless energy, Guy eagerly pulled Kakashi to his side, urging him to take a seat. Kakashi, wearing ANBU armor, emitted an air of desolation, clearly still trapped in the darkness. Might Guy, Hatake Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Katetsu Hagane, Genma Shiranui, Ebisu, Yi Kurane, Mitarashi Anko, and Uchiha Yoru, all 9 classmates gathered together. For a moment, the atmosphere held a tinge of melancholy, despite their attempts to stay united. Their eyes reflected a profound sense of nostalgia. The absent classmates remained unspoken of, as those who could attend had already done so. The others were either on missions or had fallen in battle. Although they belonged to the same class, their ages varied. The war had led to different treatment, with those displaying exceptional aptitude placed in a special class with superior instructors. During times of war, conventions were disregarded. Their class became a gathering of prodigies, with nearly everyone possessing natural talent. After graduation, they received special attention to prevent their potential from being wasted in missions. Although Obito was a late bloomer, he had already mastered fire release. "He's much stronger than the average ninja. Haha, it's rare for us to gather like this." Unaware of the sadness lingering among the others due to their missing classmates, Might Guy's vibrant spirit ignited smiles on everyone's faces, excluding Kakashi. Uchiha Yoru discreetly observed Kakashi Hatake, silently calculating his next move. At this point, Kakashi should be lost and submerged in darkness, making it the perfect opportunity for Yoru. Yi Kurane and Mitarashi Anko engaged in light-hearted conversation, reuniting like long-lost friends. Yet, Kurane held complex emotions, hoping that her mission would encounter minimal setbacks. Sarutobi Asuma occasionally glared at Uchiha Yoru, showcasing his disapproval. Their childhood animosity had transformed due to political differences and various familial factors. Kakashi Hatake, donning a lifeless expression, attended the class gathering solely due to Might Guy's insistence. He appeared disillusioned, with no interest in observing the changes among his classmates. On the other hand, Katetsu Hagane, Genma Shiranui, and Ebisu, as ordinary ninja, didn't require special mention. They had been Asuma's loyal followers since their school days and remained as such. Rising to prominence was challenging for commoners, but their intelligence and parental guidance helped them avoid unnecessary detours. Among the 9, only Might Guy felt genuine joy. After all, the mortality rate among ninjas, particularly during the Third Great Ninja War, was brutal. To witness so many classmates gathered again filled him with genuine happiness. Of course, he harbored his own ulterior motive, bringing Kakashi out of the darkness. "Haha, I heard you've become a jonin, Yoru." You're the second Jonin in our class, right after Kakashi. But I won't give up, I'll be the third Jonin, mark my words. Amidst his enthusiasm, Might Guy laughed heartily and, upon seeing Yoru, raised his trademark thumbs up, revealing his shining white teeth. Encouraged by Guy's contagious spirit, Uchiha Yoru displayed a rare blush of embarrassment. After all, not everyone could remain unfazed in the presence of Might Guy. TCH, becoming a Jonin doesn't automatically make you a true Jonin, scoffed Sarutobi Asuma, wearing a disdainful expression as he listened to Guy's words, secretly mocking him. His three comrades nodded in agreement. Indeed, Uchiha Yoru became Orochimaru's disciple and returned to the village as the captain of the police force's 7th division. It was only then that he attained the rank of Jonin. Compared to Kakashi, who achieved his Jonin status through sheer accomplishments and strength, Yoru seemed to have relied on connections. Naturally, this was hard for others to accept. Chapter 57, Kakashi Hatake. As Uchiha Yoru observed Sarutobi Asuma's small group, which seemed to rely on connections, he wore a relaxed expression and smirked. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, Uchiha Yoru squinted and chuckled. Might Guy said that hard work can catch up to genius. I've never questioned that. But there are some things that even with all the effort, you can't surpass. A flash of red light appeared in his eyes for a moment. Sarutobi Asuma noticed it and responded with a disdainful smile, signaling that they shouldn't discuss these matters during today's class reunion. However, Katetsu, Genma, and Ebisu displayed a hint of awkwardness on their faces, filled with frustration and a deep sense of powerlessness. The brief glimpse of the Sharingan revealed that Yoru was an Uchiha, and no matter how hard they worked, they could never be part of such a prestigious clan. Guy, everyone is here. Let's start grilling the meat early. The hidden power struggles among the group had escalated from their spirited rivalry during their time at the ninja school to current political divisions. At this moment, Yi Kurane teased Guy with a casual smile. Although Might Guy was passionate, he wasn't foolish. He had a straightforward nature, but as a ninja, he couldn't lack observation skills. Naturally, he understood Yi Kurane's meaning and instantly showed a cheerful smile. Kakashi and I arrived late today, so we'll treat everyone. I have to admit, sometimes we really need someone like Might Guy who can lighten the mood. Amidst the cheerful laughter, it seemed like everyone had put aside their differences. As the grilled meat arrived, the gathering became a rare occasion for relaxed conversations and laughter. While observing the group, Uchiha Yoru appeared relaxed, smiling and chatting with everyone. However, she discreetly glanced at Kakashi, secretly wondering if this gathering was really about him. Kakashi seemed lifeless, and perhaps this gathering was indeed about him, especially with Might Guy's hearty laughter. The worry in Yoru's eyes never left Kakashi. Kakashi, Yoru is the second person among us to become a Jonin after you, and he has even awakened the Sharingan. I wonder who between you two is more powerful. Well, Might Guy might not be a fool, but with his straightforward nature and sometimes clumsy way of speaking, it left everyone speechless. Yi Kurane, in particular, rubbed her temples in frustration. Who talks like that? You really managed to surprise us. On the other hand, Mitarashi Anko, with a proud look, gazed at Might Guy and said, Yoru was carefully taught by Orochimaru-sensei. Her abilities are definitely not inferior to Kakashi's. Seemingly afraid that Yoru's considerable power as a Jonin would bring shame to her own teacher, Mitarashi Anko tried to bring up Orochimaru. Clearly, that name was useful, but Sarutobi Asuma wasn't intimidated by it. Your teacher might be Orochimaru, but my father is still the mighty third Hokage. Hehe, I heard that Yoru awakened the Sharingan, and it's even the two-tomo Sharingan. Congratulations! With a congratulatory smile, Sarutobi Asuma's eyes held a hint of provocation. Naturally, Yoru understood the underlying meaning in his words. After all, there was also a three-tomo Sharingan present here. But Yoru, seemingly unconcerned, waved her hand with a dismissive smile. Asuma, you're too kind. After all, I live up to the Uchiha name, just like you, inheriting the third Hokage's fondness for smoking. Upon hearing Yoru's teasing about Asuma inheriting his father's fondness for smoking, Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding it amusing. She jovially said, I never noticed that before, Asuma. When did you learn to smoke? Among the group, besides Might Guy, Mitarashi Anko was the most carefree. After all, she became Orochimaru's disciple immediately after graduating. With such a powerful backing, all she needed to do was improve her skills, and she wouldn't have to go through much trouble. Class reunions, no matter the world, tend to lose their charm as thoughts mature. Each person had their own small groups, and even in a gathering of just 9 classmates, it showcased the political divisions within the village. Hey, Kakashi, let's have a competition to see who can eat more. This time, it's all about quantity. Might Guy's passionate and carefree declaration aimed to ignite Kakashi's enthusiasm. However, Kakashi, faced with his energetic best friend, calmly stared at the food with lifeless eyes. Okay. With a calm word, Kakashi seemed to have lost all his vitality. His apparent agreement felt more like a lifeless response, as if he didn't want to be disturbed. Might Guy, filled with fighting spirit and enthusiasm, quickly devoured the food, while Kakashi removed a corner of his mask, lowered his head, and chewed slowly. Because his head was lowered, everyone could only see half of Kakashi's face. But at this moment, it didn't matter what Kakashi looked like, what mattered was the extremely dangerous situation Kakashi was in. Ninjas were originally vessels of war, trained as weapons and tools. This lifeless demeanor not only showed indifference towards others' lives but also towards their own lives. Just wondering, Kakashi, are you still proficient with your Sharingan? Just then, Uchiha Yoru casually smiled and remarked, and in the blink of an eye, a fleeting red light flashed in his eyes. At that moment of activating the Sharingan, he fulfilled a wish and saw Kakashi's true face. Upon hearing these words, everyone was surprised, and some frowned. Sarutobi Asuma, who had no qualms with Yoru, snorted in annoyance and cast an arrogant gaze at Uchiha Yoru, mockingly saying, Kakashi became a Jonin at the age of 12 based on his merits and even created the A-rank technique Chidori. Unlike some people who only rely on others' brilliance. It was evident that Sarutobi Asuma was provoking and targeting Uchiha Yoru, as he seemed to dislike him. When Kakashi heard these words, he subtly attempted to cover his eyes but then stiffened and withdrew his hand, calmly responding, Oh, the Sharingan is quite useful. The prodigy who was once proud and confident had now become this lifeless figure, causing everyone to shake their heads. However, Uchiha Yoru smiled and shook his head, saying, Kakashi, the Sharingan isn't something that can be easily controlled. What he said was the truth. However, Might Guy misunderstood and thought that Yoru was targeting Kakashi's Sharingan. After all, it was a power possessed by the Uchiha clan. Instantly, Might Guy laughed heartily and said, Yoru, Kakashi inherited Tobi's will, and he won't let the Sharingan down. Seeing Might Guy's misunderstanding, Uchiha Yoru chuckled, Guy, perhaps you misunderstood. Since the Uchiha clan has acknowledged Kakashi, they won't go back on their decision. I was just giving a friendly reminder as a classmate. Chapter 58, Spar, 1. Outside the Konoha barbecue restaurant. The streets were sparsely populated under the night sky, as most people had retired to their homes. Only a few ninjas and essential workers remained, scattered throughout. The darkness of the night provided a perfect cover for the ninjas, who moved swiftly and silently across the village rooftops. Kakashi. As Uchiha Yoru called out, his voice filled with a sense of longing and nostalgia, Kakashi Hatake turned his head to look at him. His gaze was empty, as if he expected Yoru to have something to say. However, upon seeing Kakashi's expression, Uchiha Yoru shook his head. But when he noticed the hopeful look in Might Guy's eyes, he couldn't help but be intrigued. With a chuckle, he suggested, "We don't know when we'll meet again. How about a spar at the training grounds?" Kakashi Hataki's life was marked by unyielding stoicism, unwashable sins, an ever-present Sharingan, and an elusive pursuit of intimacy. It's hard to determine the most tragic character in Naruto, but Kakashi Hatake undoubtedly belongs to that list. At the age of 7, he lost his father and became an orphan. This turned him into a cold and efficient machine focused solely on completing missions. Just when he found solace in his bonds, he experienced the sacrifice of his comrades. First, Uchiha Obito was crushed under a half-collapsed boulder, an immovable stone. Later, Kakashi himself pierced Rin Nohara's chest with the Chidori, forever staining his hands with unerasable blood. During the Third Great Ninja War, Kakashi lost all his teammates, and during the Nine Tails Rampage, he lost his sensei and his sensei's wife. The clash of young, genius ninjas. Haha, Kakashi, this is youth. When Might Guy heard Uchiha Yoru's suggestion, he became instantly excited, as if injected with energy. He patted Kakashi's shoulder heavily and said, "Kakashi, you're the most exceptional genius ninja in Konoha. Before the clash of genius ninjas of our generation, how about we have a duel? Let's see who reaches the training grounds first." Might Guy even winked at Uchiha Yoru, his acting skills lacking finesse, as if saying thank you. Uchiha Yoru shrugged and smiled casually. He understood Might Guy's desire to help Kakashi, even though he doubted it would make a significant difference. Nevertheless, it presented an opportunity for Kakashi. What Uchiha Yoru was truly thinking, no one else knew. As the gathering was about to disperse, everyone became intrigued by his suggestion. Sarutobi Asuma, in particular, wore a thought-provoking smile as he looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, this time you have to show us the true power of a Jonin. In a battle between you and Yoru, who do you think will come out on top?" Asuma's tone grew slightly weightier, clearly indicating his desire to witness a spectacle. Witnessing this scene, Yui Kurane, with her crimson eyes, looked at her friend Mitarashi Anko's expectant gaze. A glimmer of understanding flashed in her beautiful eyes. Anko wasn't as straightforward as she appeared to be. After all, she was Orochimaru's disciple. Kakashi Hatake stared at everyone with lifeless eyes, well aware of their intentions. Just as he was about to decline, Might Guy embraced his shoulder and laughed, "Kakashi, my eternal rival, let's settle our score before the clash of genius ninjas. Let's see who arrives at training ground 43 first. I'll count to 3. Kakashi and Uchiha Yoru's showdown, the ultimate clash of the Sharingan. "Yoru, don't embarrass yourself," said Mitarashi Anko, who didn't shy away from making a bold statement. She cheered for the two of them, waving her hand and adding to the lively atmosphere. "I'll be the referee." With a mischievous demeanor, Mitarashi Anko laughed and stepped forward, raising both hands and pointing at Kakashi and Might Guy. She shouted, "Are you ready? Let the first round begin. 3, 2, 1. Start!" At the command, Might Guy let out a spirited shout and transformed into a green blur, sprinting swiftly through the streets of Konoha. Though Kakashi wanted to decline, it was clear he stood no chance. Coupled with Might Guy always seeking opportunities to challenge him, Kakashi instinctively followed closely behind. However, his indifferent expression revealed his lack of investment in the competition. Training ground 43. Illuminated by the moonlight, a gust of wind swept over the grassy field, causing leaves to dance in the air. Kakashi Hatake's silent and indifferent figure emerged, followed closely by a series of shadows. "Yo! Kakashi, you truly are my eternal rival." Despite losing this comical competition, Might Guy didn't feel defeated. He burst into laughter, radiating fighting spirit, and gave Kakashi a thumbs up, as if trying to ignite his passion. However, Kakashi, only 15 years old, had already experienced too much tragedy in his life. It was surprising that he hadn't succumbed to darkness. Observing Might Guy's poor acting, Kakashi understood his deliberate attempt to stoke his fighting spirit. Yet, there was no ripple in Kakashi Hataki's eyes. He continued to regard everyone with his lifeless expression. Asuma, do you think Yoru's Chidori is stronger, or is Kakashi's better? As the flickering shadows arrived one after another, Asuma Sarutobi landed and casually lit a cigarette. Ebisu, who had just arrived, engaged in a nonchalant conversation with Asuma, seemingly unaware of any wrongdoing. Soon, he realized his error and awkwardly lowered his head, hiding his eyes behind sunglasses. Asuma smiled slightly but remained silent. He flicked his lighter and ignited the cigarette dangling from his mouth. Ebisu's comment clearly aimed to gain favor. In any world, there were always people seeking to climb the ladder by aligning themselves with those in power. Isn't Uchiha Yoru one of them? Haha, Kakashi, it's time for Yoru to challenge you. Might Guy's passionate heart was clearly focused on Kakashi. Pretending to laugh heartily, he gestured a thumbs up and winked at Uchiha Yoru, as if saying, Yoru, you have to ignite Kakashi's fighting spirit. Apart from Kakashi, Uchiha Yoru was undoubtedly Might Guy's closest friend at school. After all, Yoru never looked down on him. Training Ground 43, embraced by the moonlight, allowed the shinobi present to witness everything. Anko's face brimmed with excitement as she cheered, Yoru, don't embarrass our teacher, Orochimaru. Yui Kurane observed the atmosphere, a gleam of light flashing in her eyes. With a cigarette in his mouth, Asuma Sarutobi casually gazed at the center of the training ground, his eyes filled with seriousness. Behind him, Genma Shiranui, Hagane, and Ebisu wore similar solemn expressions. After all, Kakashi Hatake, the prodigious genius of their generation, was known for his skills. And then there was Uchiha Yoru, who had awakened the Sharingan. Yui Kurane and Anko watched the scene unfold in the center of the training ground. Only Might Guy secretly gestured to Uchiha Yoru, urging him to give it his all. Worry flickered in his eyes too. Chapter 59, Spar, 2. Konoha, Training Ground 43. Under the moonlit sky, 7 Chunin, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, Yui Kurane, Mitarashi Anko, Katetsu, Genma, and Ebisu, gathered at the center of the training ground. Their solemn gaze was fixed on the tall and well-built Uchiha Yoru, who faced off against the stoic Hatake Kakashi. While they were schoolmates, their relationship was distant, with Kakashi graduating from the academy shortly after joining. Nonetheless, Yoru was one of the few classmates he had a good rapport with. Kakashi, care for a taijutsu match? Uchiha Yoru proposed, his smile hinting at someone's instigation and his personal interest. Losing wouldn't matter much since Kakashi was already the shining genius of Konoha, but winning would earn Yoru fame. In his ANBU phase, Kakashi Hatake was going through a dark period in his life. His words were short and cold, reflecting his indifference. A gentle breeze rustled, causing a leaf to slowly descend. Amidst the serious onlookers, the two combatants vanished in an instant. Boom, boom. Kakashi and Uchiha Yoru reappeared, already engaged in close-quarters combat. The onlookers had initially underestimated Yoru but soon realized their mistake as their expressions grew serious. Every present individual was a Chunin, and even Asuma, Kurane, and Anko were elite among them. The combat between Kakashi and Yoru seemed like a blur of movements and afterimages. In terms of taijutsu alone, both fighters had surpassed the level of Chunin. So fast! Uchiha Yoru marveled secretly. It was no wonder Kakashi became a Jonin at the age of 12. If not for the protagonist's plot armor, this talent would be considered abnormal. Kakashi's speed was impressive. Analyzing the original story, Kakashi leaned towards a speed-based style, transitioning from swordsmanship in his early days to the rakery later on. With exceptional chakra control and insane talent, he embodied the essence of a protagonist template. Similarly, the battling Hatake Kakashi was astonished. The inconspicuous Uchiha Yoru from their school days had grown remarkably strong. So fast. No, not just fast, but also strong. Kakashi's expression turned solemn. Uchiha Yoru was not only swift but also possessed formidable strength. Each punch felt like a heavy cannon, causing Kakashi's arms to grow numb. Deep in thought, Kakashi marveled secretly. Was this the power of a bloodline user? Awakening a bloodline or evolving could temporarily enhance one's strength, leading to a period of explosive growth. Therefore, Kakashi was astonished by Uchiha Yoru's rapid progress in just 6 months, especially after unlocking and evolving his Sharingan to the second Tomo. With a loud bang, the two combatants quickly disengaged. In terms of taijutsu, they were evenly matched, showcasing their awe-inspiring skills. So fast! Might Guy, watching from the sidelines, stared at the battlefield with fiery eyes. Only by opening the 8 gates would he stand a chance in such a taijutsu battle. As the two separated, Uchiha Yoru, who was retreating, revealed a smile. His hands swiftly formed a dazzling series of hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Yoru completed the hand seals for the C-rank ninjutsu, snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. His ninjutsu surprised Kakashi Hatake as he unleashed it, creating shock among the spectators. Chakra gathered in Yoru's throat as he spat out a massive fireball. A 3-meter-tall fireball rolled forward, engulfing the training ground in intense heat. The onlookers were astonished at the scene. Even Anko, who had witnessed high-ranking ninjas unleash their jutsu, murmured in disbelief, "How can it be so fast?" It's important to note that the speed of performing hand seals is related to the speed of chakra manipulation within the body. Besides innate talent, it comes from rigorous training. Although this was just a C-rank ninjutsu, the speed at which it was released astonished them. Although they had seen high-level ninjas perform their jutsu, Uchiha Yoru's speed surpassed that of an ordinary high-ranking ninja. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Kakashi quickly formed his own hand seals to counterattack, but Yoru's ninjutsu had already been unleashed by the time he finished his seals. In an instant, the two great fireballs collided. However, due to the close proximity, Kakashi quickly moved backward after releasing his jutsu. With a loud bang, flames burst forth, covering the area. At this point, Kakashi Hatake revealed his Sharingan, the 3 tomo in his left eye. His face bore a solemn expression, now considering his opponent an equal. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. The spectators on the sidelines marveled at Kakashi's combat experience. When the great fireballs collided, he had already retreated to the lake in the training ground. Swiftly forming hand seals, his speed was remarkable, although not as fast as Yoru's. Tiger Rat Dragon Rooster Dragon Sheep, the 6 hand seals were completed in an instant. Suddenly, a shark-shaped water bullet with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters surged towards Uchiha Yoru at high speed. Kakashi possessed extensive combat experience from years on the battlefield and his time in the Anbu. This was something Uchiha Yoru lacked at the moment. However, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Uchiha Yoru chose not to dodge Kakashi's ninjutsu. Instead, he rapidly formed hand seals, surprising everyone. Fire release, head hard. As soon as the hand seals were completed, chakra gathered in Yoru's mouth. In the instant he exhaled, a large-scale fire jutsu surged forth. Roaring sounds echoed. Kakashi Hatake, standing on the lake, observed clearly with his Sharingan. As soon as he saw Yoru forming hand seals, he realized things were going south. This was a B-rank fire ninjutsu. Reacting instinctively, Kakashi hastily formed hand seals, preparing to use his advantage on the lake to unleash a restraining water-style ninjutsu. However, the surging B-rank ninjutsu rushed towards him, directly colliding with Kakashi's previously released C-rank water bullet. In an instant, sizzling sounds filled the air as steam rose. The powerful flames evaporated the water bullet while relentlessly advancing. It's too late. Kakashi's hands were too late to release another ninjutsu. However, his wealth of combat experience allowed him to control his chakra in his legs. In an instant, he submerged himself in the water. Rumbling sounds filled the air. The entire lake was engulfed in flames, casting a red glow on everyone's cheeks. Excitement and astonishment sparkled in their eyes. Chapter 60, Spar, 3. So fast. The exchange between Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Yoru inside the training ground was filled with dazzling ninjutsu, leaving the onlookers astonished. Even Sarutobi Asuma, who was usually unimpressed, showed a look of shock. The speed of hand seals represents a ninja's control and speed of chakra circulation within their body. It can only be honed through continuous training, with no shortcuts available. It's similar to some people being born with fully open chakra pathways, while others have to open them one by one. The speed and precise control of chakra circulation within a ninja's body almost determine the difficulty of mastering ninjutsu. Some ninjas, even at the Jonin level, may never be able to master S-rank ninjutsu in their lifetime due to not meeting the requirements. The onlookers also noticed the blood-red Sharingan in Uchiha Yoru's eyes with two spinning tomo. Envy surged within them instantly. Ebisu, in particular, had a dazed expression and muttered to himself, "So this is a Kekii Genkai ninja." While civilian ninjas can strive and even believe that hard work can surpass natural talent, the existence of Kekii Genkai ninjas shatters that theory, leaving them feeling powerless and envious. Uchiha Yoru was considered talented to some extent in the past, standing at the top of his class. However, ever since his eyes awakened, his talent has been overwhelming. Even Might Guy had astonishment in his eyes. The awakened Kekii Genkai is unexpectedly powerful. Although it took Kakashi, a genius, years of effort to achieve his current level of chakra control, his opponent had surpassed him in just 6 months. But the moment was fleeting. Might Guy immediately shouted with excitement, his voice filled with fervor, "Haha! This is youth! Burn with passion, youth!" With Might Guy's interruption, the stunned feeling and its impact on their state of mind dissipated by half. Having such a classmate was also fortunate. Inside the training ground, Kakashi evaded the opponent's ninjutsu by diving into a nearby lake, utilizing the terrain to his advantage after enduring the intense fire release. Just as the flames dissipated and a faint heat rose from the lake's surface, Kakashi emerged from the lake, already seeing Uchiha Yoru rapidly approaching. The sound of lightning suddenly flashed in the night, and Kakashi instinctively released the Chidori in response. 2 flashes of lightning shimmered under the moonlight, causing the onlookers' hearts to race. As the lightning subsided, the echoes of the Chidori resounded. Some spectators breathed a sigh of relief, others showed excitement, and some wore expressions of disbelief. On the surface of the lake, amidst the flickering lightning, the lightning in Kakashi's hand flickered, and a hand gripped his wrist like a steel cable. "Is this a ninjutsu you developed?" At this moment, Kakashi's eyes were filled with a complex expression. Uchiha Yoru was surrounded by dazzling arcs of lightning, one hand gripping Kakashi's wrist even before the Chidori fully formed. It now flickered intermittently. "This ninjutsu is called Chidori Flow, based on the Chidori that you developed." Nodding slightly, the arcs of electricity emanating from their bodies began to dissipate, and Uchiha Yoru slowly released Kakashi's wrist. The two stood on the lake's surface, facing each other, and Uchiha Yoru revealed a smile. "Kakashi, at the critical moment, it seemed like I saw fear in your eyes." Uchiha Yoru's expression gradually became serious. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, "Kakashi, the scars of war take time to heal. You are no longer suitable for ANBU. If you're willing, the Konoha police force welcomes you." In the final attack, Kakashi's ninjutsu didn't succeed, perhaps due to the aftermath of war. Fear had suddenly appeared in his eyes while releasing the Chidori. Uchiha Yoru, aware of the cause and effect, shook his head. Was it because of Rin Nohara, killing his own teammate, that he still couldn't move on? There was a similar scene in the original work, the stain that can't be washed away. At this moment, Kakashi felt frustrated. In the contest of ninjutsu, his opponent had even seized the initiative. It was the first time he had encountered such a complete defeat in a ninjutsu contest, not due to power but the speed of releasing techniques that countered his own. It felt like he was fighting against himself from 10 years in the future. And ultimately, he lost because of his own developed Chidori. His Chidori failed to be released, while the opponent unleashed the Chidori flow based on his research. Frustrating. Especially the final attempt at persuasion. Although Hitaki Kakashi felt frustrated at this moment, after the match, he calmly pulled down his forehead protector to once again cover his Sharingan. Kakashi, you're really not suitable for ANBU anymore. After the battle ended, everyone gathered around, especially Might Guy, who showed a grave expression. Looking at Kakashi, he spoke his mind, and the others nodded in agreement. They had witnessed everything that happened clearly just now. While Uchiha Yoru seemed to have the upper hand in releasing ninjutsu, that didn't encompass the entirety of a ninja's combat skills. In the final attack, they saw Kakashi suddenly lose focus and fail to execute the ninjutsu. The battle seemed to be won by Uchiha Yoru, but it was Kakashi's distraction that caused it. Moreover, they were only sparring. Kakashi, you really aren't suited for ANBU anymore. Even Yui Kurane, who usually didn't concern herself with others, wore a serious expression as she spoke earnestly to Kakashi. They all saw what happened to Kakashi just now. Thankfully, it happened during a friendly match. If it had occurred on the battlefield or during a mission, it would have been dangerous. Kakashi, you need to rest. Sarutobi Asuma also stepped forward, his face showing concern. They didn't want to see a classmate collapse during a mission due to the wounds of war. The war was already over, and Kakashi had endured the most brutal battles. If he were to fall during a regular mission, it would be a real loss due to the psychological trauma. They were classmates, and although they may have had competition among them, there were no personal interests or political struggles involved. They genuinely cared for each other as classmates. Seeing the worried looks in their eyes, Kakashi nodded calmly, "All right, I understand." Kakashi's somewhat indifferent response made the others furrow their brows. From a personal perspective, they didn't want their classmate to fail in this mission. From a broader perspective, Kakashi was a jonin and one of Konoha's most outstanding talents. They didn't want the village to lose such a genius. Chapter 61, Kakashi's Mission. Hokage's Office. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, looked at Kakashi, who came to report, with eyes filled with complexity. Hitaki Kakashi, truly deserving of being Konoha's most outstanding prodigy ninja. He had all the elemental affinities, and his exceptional talent, coupled with being the son of the White Fang and the student of the fourth Hokage, made him seem like the protagonist in a novel. Kakashi, this morning, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurane Yui, Katetsu Hagane, Izumo Kamizuki, Genma Shiranui, and Ebisu came to see me, begging me to transfer you out of the ANBU. The third Hokage was aware of Kakashi's increasingly gloomy and isolated personality since the night of the Nine Tails attack. He had also heard rumors of a ruthless Kakashi in the ANBU. Taking a puff of smoke, the third Hokage spoke to Kakashi, who remained unaffected, displaying his usual detachment, not just towards others but also towards his own life. Seeing Kakashi's indifferent gaze, the third Hokage furrowed his brow and shook his head. Kakashi, I never expected the war to have affected you this much. If it weren't for them coming to me, I wouldn't have believed it. The aftermath of the war was real, but for someone as exceptional as Kakashi, it was hard to believe. The third Hokage never anticipated that Kakashi would be dealing with such issues. In the ANBU, Kakashi was a sharp blade, but this blade needed maintenance. The third Hokage, who was not yet willing to break this sword, which had not yet reached its peak, decided to take it back into its sheath and give it proper care for a while. Kakashi, you need rest now. Kakashi, with a sense of detachment in his eyes, remained silent and lowered his head in response to the third Hokage's words. He had become a machine that followed orders, a pure tool of a ninja. I heard that you had a match with Uchiha Yoru last night, and it ended in a draw. In the suppressed atmosphere, the third Hokage, as a seasoned politician, casually filled his pipe with tobacco and seemingly asked without much thought. Kakashi, after hearing it, lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "I lost." Calm. It was as if he wasn't talking about himself. At this moment, Kakashi didn't care about his reputation as a genius. After all, he was going through the darkest time in his life, where even his own life seemed insignificant. After hearing Kakashi's response, the third Hokage smiled and shook his head. "Can you tell me about last night's battle?" It seemed like an inquiry, but it was evident that he already knew everything. Still, he wanted to hear it from Kakashi's perspective. Kakashi, with his masked face, reported last night's events, as if he were back from an ANBU mission, with a lowered head and a sense of detachment. The battle went like this. Uchiha Yoru's chakra level reached the level of a jounin, surpassing ordinary jounin in terms of control and mastery of techniques. His taijutsu is at the jounin level, and he is proficient in fire and lightning release. Based on intelligence analysis, Uchiha Yoru's overall strength is at the jounin level. Listening to Kakashi's report with narrowed eyes, the third Hokage gained a direct understanding. Uchiha Yoru, Orochimaru's disciple and his own grandson, had indeed reached jounin level with the power of the Sharingan. At the age of 14, he awakened the bloodline, unlocked the Sharingan, and within 6 months, evolved it to the level of 2 Tomo. A 15-year-old jounin, truly a genius, but he relied heavily on his bloodline. The Sharingan possessed observation, replication, hypnosis, and extraordinary perception beyond ordinary individuals. It was a natural eye for genjutsu, capable of leaping great distances once the Sharingan awakened. The third Hokage had already analyzed Uchiha Yoru's current strength. If it weren't for the circumstances of Kakashi's defeat last night, Uchiha Yoru's strength might not have been enough to win. "Kakashi, how many years have you been in the ANBU?" Suddenly, the third Hokage sighed with a melancholic tone, as if he were a benevolent old man looking at his junior. Kakashi, listening respectfully, answered in a solemn voice, "It's been almost 2 years since I joined the ANBU under the fourth Hokage." With his masked face lowered, Kakashi showed no change in expression as he respectfully responded. The third Hokage, holding his pipe, sighed with a caring and benevolent look, "When Minato allowed you to join the ANBU, he wanted to rid you of your darkness. When I returned to the position of Hokage, I took over the ANBU from the fourth as it was. However, nearly 2 years have passed, and instead of dispelling the darkness in your heart, Kakashi, your war trauma has become even more severe. If it weren't for Asuma mentioning it to me, I would never have known that you were in such a state." First, he used a kind and gentle approach, reminiscing about the past, then displayed a caring elder's demeanor. This was the third Hokage's tried and true method, which had attracted numerous dedicated ninjas. "Kakashi, if you continue like this, it will only worsen, and the heavy burden of ANBU missions might drag you further into darkness." Under the caring gaze of the third Hokage, he shook his head with a sigh. "Kakashi, take off your mask. You need lighter tasks to heal your inner wounds." Kakashi, now as detached as a machine, slowly removed his ANBU mask. For him, there was only the mission. When he took off the mask, revealing Kakashi's young and innocent face, a hint of regret flashed through the third Hokage's eyes. Such a young genius, what a pity. "Kakashi, I will publicly relieve you of your ANBU position, but secretly, you will be under my direct command. I have a mission for you to consider." Kakashi, without hesitation, responded in his usual detached manner, "Kakashi is willing to accept the mission." At this moment, Kakashi had no doubts. He was going through the darkest period in his life, and perhaps endless missions were the only way to stop him from dwelling on painful memories. Upon hearing Kakashi's willingness to take on the mission, the third Hokage didn't immediately reveal it. Instead, he turned his head and looked out of the window towards the Hokage Rock. "Kakashi, the village has just experienced 3 wars, and I don't need to tell you how brutal they were. The Nine Tails incident last year almost disrupted the balance of the ninja world, nearly triggering a 4th war. And it was all because of the Nine Tails. On that night, you must have seen the Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eyes. Let me tell you clearly, the Nine Tails incident had a mastermind behind it, and there is a high possibility that it is someone from the Uchiha clan. The presence of the Sharingan was an undeniable fact, and the third Hokage followed his usual approach. First, he emphasized the village's righteousness and then smoothly introduced the mission. I heard that Uchiha Yoru invited you to join the Konoha police force last night. After I relieve you of your ANBU duties, Might Guy will go to the police force and request Uchiha Yoru to accept you. Then, you can investigate whether Uchiha is the mastermind behind the incidents." Finally, the third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke, obscuring his view. His aged and solemn voice echoed in the office. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Turmoil in Kakashi's Mind. Konoha Police Department. "Yoru, Kakashi, if he continues like this in the ANBU, it will be too dangerous. We should request the third Hokage's help. Kakashi's position in the ANBU has already been revoked, but even if he goes on missions outside, his mental trauma could still pose a risk. So, Yoru, I beg you." Inside the office, Might Guy knelt respectfully, and even made a solemn gesture of pleading. "Yoru, now, only the patrolling security team and prison guard duties in the police department can allow Kakashi to rest properly for a while." Seeing Might Guy put aside his dignity and come to the police department to plead for Kakashi, Uchiha Yoru also felt emotional about their relationship. He sighed and said, "Might Guy, I understand your concern. After all, Kakashi is my fellow student too, but I'm afraid he won't accept it. Don't worry, Yoru. I will bring Kakashi with me." Might Guy, now filled with determination, lifted his head. It is too dangerous for Kakashi to continue like this. He could easily get into trouble. Being a ninja is already a high-risk profession, and if they fail due to mental trauma, they can't just stand by and do nothing. While Yoru appeared worried about Kakashi's condition, he was also silently pondering. He had casually mentioned the idea that night, hoping to communicate more with Kakashi in the future. After all, the current Kakashi was going through the darkest period of his life, and it might be Yoru's only chance. If Kakashi's resolve becomes as solid as a rock, it might be difficult to persuade or console him. No, it might be impossible. Kakashi's ANBU position has been revoked? Might Guy appeared with a firm determination to request something. Something felt off, and as Might Guy left, Yoru furrowed his brow, showing a hint of a headache. Does the police department become a spy den? Everyone wants to place a spy here. If he didn't know the original plot, he might have been deceived as well, thinking that Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma and others had all requested together, and Hiruzen knew about this later and released Kakashi from the ANBU position. Afterward, Might Guy's passionate spirit made him come to the police department to seek his old classmate, and everything seemed to be a logical and reasonable sequence of events. As a classmate, he had discovered Kakashi's mental trauma, so naturally, he would try to comfort and find ways to help him, even going to request the third Hokage, resulting in Kakashi's release from the ANBU position and allowing him to rest at home. Finally, as a good friend, Might Guy was deeply worried about Kakashi's condition, and it seemed that the police department was the most suitable job now. Not only was it easy with little danger, but it also provided Kakashi with time to recover from his mental trauma. Konoha, Memorial Stone. Under the evening sun, Kakashi's gaze appeared somewhat vacant, as if lost in memories. Surrounding the stone were neatly arranged tombstones, burying all the heroes who had died bravely fighting for Konoha. The memorial stone was inscribed with the names of all those people. At this moment, footsteps sounded, and instinctively, Kakashi walked away from his reverie and turned to gaze at the approaching figure behind him. The person had bandages wrapped around their head, and like Kakashi, only one eye was visible. The figure was wearing a loose, deep green attire and walked slowly toward the memorial stone. "You're Hotaki Kakashi, right?" The person looked at Kakashi with a calm expression. Although he didn't recognize him, as a ninja who had worked in the ANBU for so many years, how could Kakashi not know this person? "Danzo-sama." Kakashi respectfully addressed the person. He knew this was Danzo, also known as Shimura Danzo, the leader of ANBU Root, the most mysterious and secretive division of Konoha, second only to the Hokage. Danzo, with bandages covering his forehead and one eye exposed, calmly looked at Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, I heard that you were removed from the ANBU. Would you like to work under me at Root?" Kakashi's expression became puzzled. He was indeed removed from the ANBU, and this was public knowledge. But join Root? The fourth Hokage, who sent you to the ANBU, is no longer in this world. You have been restored to the position of the third Hokage's direct subordinate. And the third Hokage, a proponent of peace, was the one who caused the delay in the war, leading to the deaths of Obito and Rin. Danzo calmly explained, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Hearing this, Kakashi's expression changed from indifferent to serious. The conversation between Danzo and Kakashi in the original manga. Danzo had his unique way of manipulating people, although not as manipulative as Danzo. But he had his own way. Kakashi's emotions couldn't help but fluctuate upon hearing this, and Danzo, hiding one eye behind the bandages, narrowed it slightly, revealing a sinister smile, while the other eye remained calm and indifferent. "I don't want this to be his plan to regain the position of Hokage, but I can't leave the future of Konoha in the hands of such a person." After saying this, Danzo slowly approached the memorial stone and placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Then, without looking back, he chose to leave. But as he turned around, a cold smile appeared on his lips. "Hiruzen, oh Hiruzen, Kakashi is the sharpest blade among the geniuses. But you insisted on putting him away. A blade can only deter enemies when it's unsheathed, not when it's hidden in the scabbard at home like yours." At this moment, the 15-year-old Kakashi was not as resolute in his thoughts as he would later become. Under Danzo's insinuations, a complex mix of emotions appeared in Kakashi's eyes. The night of the Nine Tails attack. Was it a scheme by the third Hokage to regain his position as Hokage? Danzo was indeed a master of triggering people's darkest thoughts. Although not explicitly stated, just a few words threw Kakashi into a struggle with darkness. Now, in front of the memorial stone, Kakashi's eyes looked even more confused. It was a fact that the third Hokage ordered them not to join the fight against the Nine Tails on that night. But by that time, the third Hokage had already retired from office. Shouldn't the fourth Hokage have been in power? Why did the third Hokage issue such an order? And that night, why did his teacher Minato die, along with his wife? Minato's child became a Jinchuriki, but the Jinchuriki suffered. These scenes kept replaying in Kakashi's mind, and the benevolent smile of the third Hokage now seemed to carry a tinge of coldness. For a moment, Kakashi even broke into a cold sweat, and his eyes revealed a look of shock and fear. Chapter 63, White Fang. Root. At the dark base of Root, as he watched Kakashi's arrival, Danzo Shimura's old face unexpectedly showed a rare smile. However, when Kakashi knelt before him and respectfully reported his mission intel, Danzo first looked surprised, then a smug expression appeared on his face. "I see, the third Hokage officially relieved you of your NBU duties to have you join the police force's 7th Division for a covered investigation. Relying on your Sharingan and the unique nature of the 7th Division." Danzo smiled, feeling that he had outsmarted the third Hokage, who had fallen for his clever ploy. Today, he had finally won against the old monkey. Kakashi, the Uchiha clan is inherently evil, and the fact that the Nine Tails was controlled by the Sharingan is undeniable. I hope you can infiltrate the police force for the sake of Konoha. Danzo's mind was quick, immediately thinking of how to maximize his benefits. If Kakashi continued to hide his relationship with him and infiltrated the police force, it would be advantageous for Danzo. First, Kakashi would have an additional Sharingan in the Uchiha clan, making it easier to gather information about them. Second, although Kakashi would still appear to be under the third Hokage's command, he would actually be leaning toward Danzo. He would effortlessly gain a double agent, with Kakashi spying on the Uchiha for Danzo, and Danzo gaining insight into the third Hokage's actions through Kakashi. At this moment, Danzo felt like he was already in a position to manipulate the pieces on a chessboard, and he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Kakashi, bowing his head, revealed his 3-tomo Sharingan, showing determination. He was determined to investigate the truth of what happened in the past and find out if the third Hokage truly aimed to reclaim his position. Understood, Danzo-sama. At this point, Kakashi was a member of both the Anbu and Root, while officially joining the police force. This kind of multifaceted espionage was extremely dangerous, but he seemed indifferent. Perhaps his own life and death no longer held much importance to him. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, smoking a pipe, listened to the report from the Anbu kneeling before him and calmly asked, "You say Kakashi went to Root tonight?" The Anbu respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord Hokage." Kakashi encountered Danzo-sama in front of the memorial stone this evening, and later that night, he sneaked into Root. As it was Root, I didn't dare to follow. Hearing the report, a glint of light flashed in the third Hokage's eyes, and he said in a low voice, "All right, let's pretend nothing happened. Just keep an eye on Kakashi's recent activities. Your perception ability is excellent, but don't act rashly, especially when Kakashi returns to the Anbu. Keep an eye on what information he's looking for." "Yes." The Anbu responded respectfully, and the third Hokage smiled confidently. He thought to himself, Danzo, you believe you're the mastermind, but it's actually me. You're still too inexperienced." This Anbu was exceptionally perceptive, and that was why the third Hokage was confident in entrusting Kakashi to him. "Danzo, your confidence lies in those few things." With a smile on his face, the third Hokage knew that Danzo would use Kakashi's weaknesses against him. He just needed to secretly investigate what Kakashi was looking for, and then he would have a plan to counter Danzo's moves. The strategy of sowing discord. The most brilliant strategy of sowing discord was not to persuade the other party directly but to let the person investigate and discover the truth themselves, a truth carefully crafted to suit his intentions. At this moment, the third Hokage smiled, realizing that Kakashi was indeed a sharp tool, involved in the games of the police force en route. Little did Kakashi know that he would attract attention from multiple sides. After the news of Kakashi's battle that night somehow spread, Uchiha Yoru had become a genius ninja in Konoha who could rival the talented Kakashi. Now, Uchiha Yoru, as the leader of the police force's 7th Division, had gained legitimacy and recognition from others, including his strength. At the Naha Shrine. Clan leader, elders, the 7th Division has recruited many new members recently, including Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy. Uchiha Yoru spoke about the matters of his police force's 7th Division with a calm expression, showing no arrogance, which pleased the clan leader and the elders. Kakashi and Might Guy joining the police force were seen as a decision for the sake of their close friendship, and that's why they joined together. Uchiha Fugaku's stern face relaxed slightly as he nodded and said, "Yoru, although the 7th Division has grown in power, you must still be cautious. It has become apparent to everyone now, and there are likely many forces eyeing it. Especially with the recent additions of Might Guy and Kakashi, you should try to build rapport with them, but also remain vigilant, especially since Kakashi comes from the Anbu. Everyone knew about the genius ninja Kakashi Hatake in Konoha, and Uchiha Fugaku couldn't deny his talent. Even he had to admit it. The elder next to him also nodded with a solemn expression and added, Kakashi Hatake might be a spy from the Anbu, or he might genuinely be here to recover from war trauma. But you must know his last name. At this point, the elder lowered his head slightly, making it hard to see his expression. The name Hatake still carries weight. Even after White Fang's fall, his influence is still present. If you can manipulate Kakashi effectively, White Fang's residual influence might shift towards Orochimaru. Moreover, the Uchiha clan had a connection with the Hatake clan in the past. Otherwise, how could the Sharingan have ended up in Kakashi's hands so smoothly and unharmed? As the elder spoke, Uchiha Yoru's face turned serious. He hadn't expected such a connection. Was there a relationship between the Uchiha and the Hatake clans in the past? He couldn't help but look at the elder, wondering if it was the same back then. Did the Uchiha clan place their bet on the Hatake clan, just as it was happening now? Seemingly sensing Uchiha Yoru's thoughts, the elder shook his head, you don't need to think too much about it. Back then, White Fang's might was unimaginable. Even Sarutobi couldn't match his power when he was at his peak. The entire village, not just the Uchiha clan, extended an olive branch to him. White Fang was a legendary ninja on par with the Sunin, and almost became the next Hokage after the third Hokage voluntarily stepped down. He was undoubtedly a legendary figure, and his reputation was well deserved. Even Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but sigh at the thought of how such a formidable ninja had met his end. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Sparring. Police Department, Training Ground. Bang! 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 Within the training ground, Uchiha Yoru and Hatake Kakashi were constantly flying up and down, exchanging blows. Kakashi hadn't completely abandoned the use of swordsmanship yet. The standard issue Anbu longsword in Kakashi's hand gleamed with cold light, inheriting White Fang's swordsmanship, which was exceptionally fierce. On the other hand, Uchiha Yoru wielded the Kusanagi, and both of them intentionally refrained from using chakra transformations, instead engaging in pure taijutsu and kenjutsu sparring. The clash of weapons produced a constant, crisp sound of metal colliding. Meanwhile, their fists and feet didn't stop, continuously attacking. At this moment, both of them were somewhat out of breath. After they separated from their exchange, Kakashi was panting heavily, and he secretly felt bitter in his heart. His limbs were sore and numb, it took quite a bit of strength. With his masterful and skilled swordsmanship, combined with his exceptional physical abilities, not only was Yoru fast, but his strength was also remarkable. He was like a humanoid monster to Kakashi. Hehe, Kakashi, your Sharingan usage is becoming more proficient, not inferior to our Uchiha clan. At this moment, Yoru looked at Kakashi, who was wiping his sweaty palms, and smiled, signaling that they should stop for today's training. Though they were the same age, it was obvious that Yoru's development was different from ordinary people. He had grown towards a muscular and powerful physique, but without any apparent heaviness. Especially at this age, he was already 1.8 meters tall. 15-year-old Kakashi was now a teenager, standing at about 1.7 meters tall, but he was still a bit shorter compared to Yoru. Kakashi, how about having a friendly youth competition between us, as fellow men? Might Guy, who had been watching the two spar, suddenly came forward with enthusiasm, gesturing a thumbs up to them, showing off his bright white teeth. Seeing this scene, Yoru couldn't help but smile and waved his hand, changing the subject. Kakashi, your Sharingan usage has become more proficient, but you are not from the Uchiha clan, and the uncontrollable Sharingan continues to consume your chakra. Today is the time set by Orochimaru-sensei. When Kakashi heard Orochimaru's name, a glimmer of intensity flashed in his eyes, but he still nodded calmly. Thank you. Kakashi's cold and distant personality had already made saying thank you a genuine expression of gratitude. If it weren't for Yoru providing him with various experiences and knowledge about the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, it would have been impossible for him to master the Mangeki Sharingan from the 3 Tomo Sharingan left behind by Obito so quickly. Hehe, Kakashi, we are classmates, and more importantly, we are comrades who can rely on each other's backs. Yoru smiled casually while speaking, but these words once again stirred something in Kakashi's icy heart. Comrades? Covering his forehead with his hand, as if trying to conceal the uneasiness in his heart, Kakashi's actions seemed to hide the unrest inside him. He even felt a sense of guilt rising within. Guy, I can't accompany you for today's patrol. At this moment, Yoru turned to face Guy with a genuine smile, waving his hand playfully. In response, Guy shouted with enthusiasm, Yoru, don't worry. You take Kakashi to meet Orochimaru-sama. With me on patrol, nothing will go wrong. Of the 3, Guy was the one genuinely happy. Kakashi's Sharingan was a burden to him. On their first day in the police department, Yoru had already told them that he had talked to Orochimaru about this matter and would come up with a solution in a few days. Didn't Yoru just notify Kakashi today? Guy felt genuinely happy for Kakashi and appreciative of Yoru's wholehearted help. However, Kakashi felt a mix of complex emotions. His face was calm, but his mind was turbulent. This was the darkest moment in Hitaki Kakashi's life. During his time in the Anbu, he had even believed in Danzo's words, unknowingly leaking information about the third Hokage. Although he turned back on that path, he couldn't help but suspect that there was something fishy about it. Kakashi had already begun investigating covertly before. He was looking into things like the wood release experiment plan. However, it seemed that his actions had been noticed, and the third Hokage conveniently brought up the information, which appeared to be too accurate. Was it a coincidence? Either it was Danzo who had foreseen his investigation and deliberately let him find what he wanted, or Kakashi himself was manipulated into seeing what the third Hokage wanted him to see. Outside the Death Forest, Hitaki Kakashi's one eye showed a hint of indifference as he followed Yoru to this place. When he arrived at a giant snake's head cave entrance, he couldn't help but glance curiously at the unique shape. Yoru, what's this entrance for? Hearing Kakashi's question, Yoru casually waved his hand and chuckled, this is Orochimaru-sensei's experimental base. Turning his head casually, he suddenly noticed Kakashi's eyes seemed to be looking at the unique cave entrance with curiosity. Yoru shook his head and said, Orochimaru-sensei, like you, is a complete attribute ninja, and his strong suit in the 5 elements ninjutsu is earth release. This is just a small method for controlling chakra. Although Yoru was saying this casually, he couldn't help but notice Kakashi's thoughtful expression as if he had gained some insight. At this moment, he felt a sudden halt in his heart. Could it be that Kakashi's earth release, earth dog head style wall was inspired by this unique cave entrance? After all, in the original story, during Kakashi's time in the Anbu, he was a ninja investigating and chasing after Orochimaru's secret base, and he naturally encountered various strange underground facilities. Control of chakra. At this moment, Hitaki Kakashi mumbled to himself, even revealing a hint of enlightenment. He even showed a look of sudden realization, as if he had understood something. In his mind, he secretly contemplated that if he could mold his earth release into animal shapes at will, perhaps this would be a way to train his chakra control. Indeed, Kakashi was now impressed by the fact that he was not only limited to earth release, but perhaps this could be a method to enhance his control over chakra. As the saying goes, one method encompasses all methods. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, Orochimaru's Lab. In the dim underground research facility, the anticipated dampness was absent, replaced instead by a dry and well-lit environment. The only notable difference was the increased number of winding snake-like corridors. With a creaking sound, the laboratory's large door slowly swung open, revealing medical ninjas wearing protective masks, busily going about their work. At that moment, a figure intercepted the newcomer. Lord Yoru, the people behind you need to sign a confidentiality agreement. A respectful masked guard stepped forward and extended his arm to stop them. Uchiha Yoru nodded with a smile and said, "Okay. Kakashi, you also need to sign the confidentiality agreement." Signing such an agreement was only required when entering certain secret bases within the village or attending secretive meetings. Seeing this scene, Kakashi was taken aback, realizing that the place was actually the village's secret research base. Though he had a mission to accomplish, Kakashi understood that if it were genuinely private, he wouldn't be allowed inside. Hence, he deduced that it must be a legitimate research base owned by the village. As a high-ranking shinobi, Kakashi was eligible to participate in various village secrets and gain access to certain secret bases after signing the confidentiality agreement. Okay, Kakashi respectfully took the pen and scroll, signing his name and leaving his fingerprint, thus gaining entry. Kakashi, Orochimaru-sensei is now part of Root, and as someone who has been in the ANBU, you probably already know. I won't say more about it, Yoru said as he led Kakashi further inside. Walking amidst the bustling base, Yoru had a relaxed smile, making it seem as if the two were old friends. However, Kakashi understood his mission well and couldn't help but look puzzled, asking, "What kind of research is conducted here?" Facing Kakashi's inquiry, Yoru smiled apologetically and waved his hand. "The details of the research are confidential, but I can tell you the rest. The focus here is on cultivating limbs and organs, advancing transplant techniques, and even achieving self-healing. This way, there's no need to resort to using deceased criminals or spies. At the Jonin level, organ and limb transplants were no longer secrets. After all, it would be a waste if a skilled shinobi lost a limb or organ in battle, leading to non-combat status. It was more practical to find compatible chakra sources for organs and limbs. Most spies, traitors, and even enemy prisoners during wartime would be used for this purpose. However, these practices were unspoken rules tacitly agreed upon by the 5 great nations and were not made public. Few smaller nations possessed such advanced technology. Looking around at the base's numerous cultivating vessels containing arms, legs, hearts, and various organs, it seemed that some intensive and perhaps cruel cultivation experiments were underway. "Yoru, what is all this?" Kakashi's voice was serious, and he felt that Yoru might be attempting to involve him in something. He couldn't ignore the fact that the actions of his former team, the 7th Division, were likely signaling Orochimaru's intentions to the village, representing Orochimaru's political agenda. Yoru saw Kakashi's hesitant expression and smiled apologetically. He slowed their pace and spoke quietly in Kakashi's ear. "Kakashi, I'm sorry, but your Sharingan is constantly consuming your chakra. In this state, it's challenging for you to concentrate on proper training. If you don't find a way to control it, it will hinder your progress. I will help you with your eye problem, and then you won't have to worry about anything else." Yoru assured Kakashi with a wink, as if saying that they would first gain some benefits and then deal with the rest. However, Kakashi perceived something different in Yoru's actions. It seemed as if Yoru didn't want to fully involve him in this situation. Because of this, Kakashi felt even more conflicted and guilty. Joining the 7th Division in the police department was ostensibly for training and also a political investment, just like Inuzuka and other clans. But Uchiha and Hyuga were different. They were directly betting on Orochimaru, clearly stating their position. In Kakashi's eyes, it appeared that Yoru didn't want to entangle him completely in this complex situation, and this feeling added to his sense of remorse.
Thanks for listening.